Oh my goodness. Hello, 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 everyone. Hope you're having a fantastic day. I am so excited to be here with the Etsy Effect Encore. Are y'all ready for this? Oh my goodness. Y'all are not even going to believe everything we have in store for today's session. It's going to be drinking from a fire hose. We have some amazing sessions, and I am so excited to be here with each and every one of you. So get in the room, get in the room, get in the room. I am so excited. We are doing something super, super special today where we are giving you, for a limited time, access to our Etsy Effect curriculum. This is a amazing conference that we host. And for today only, just for the time we are live, we are offering an encore presentation. I am so excited to offer this to you completely free. Typically, you would have to pay $27 for a ticket to be able to consume everything. But if you watch today live, you are going to consume the whole conference. You don't get a workbook, you don't get the bonus sessions, but if you apply to work with us inside of Passive Earner Society, we will email you out the replay sessions of this past conference. It was life-changing for so many, and I'm super, super excited for each and every one of you. So, I am super, super thrilled for you Etsy owners that are already on the platform or the owners that are like, should I go all in on Etsy? That is what we are so excited to dive into today and help you realize why Etsy is helping people every single day make hundreds of dollars, thousands of dollars a month on repeat, rinse and repeat systems. It is going to blow your mind. At the Etsy Effect, we have 4 amazing classes. I teach the state of Etsy in 2025 as we lead into the busiest holiday season. Then we have our amazing Sadie Michael share how she is crushing it with digital downloads. Then we have our amazing Ashley Falco teaching being a 6-figure Etsy seller. And then I in the day teaching amazing, amazing shifts that you need to make to unlock this for yourself. At any point today, if you want to raise your hand and you're like, man, I want to get in the room with Tanner, I want to learn from Tanner inside of Passive Earner Society, um, you just want to get your application in. I have some amazing team members that are so looking forward to connecting with you. If you enroll by the end of this week, you get some really amazing goodies. So apply and book your call at ASAP so that we can get you to the right people. And if you're approved inside our program, you can get started and we'll end 2025 so strong. With 60 days left, it's incredible. I am so thrilled to serve you. It's going to be awesome. You're going to drink from the fire hose. It's going to be amazing. If you have no idea who I am, oh my gosh, you're in for a treat. Buckle up. I'm so excited. So yay, awesome, y'all. Enjoy this encore presentation just today. If you leave, you lose it. You have to be here to consume it. There are no replays. All right. No replay options for this. So go ahead, sit back, relax, and enjoy the Etsy Effect Encore. See you guys. Welcome, welcome, welcome everyone to the Etsy Effect. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Get in the room, get in the room, get in the room. I am so excited to be your host here at the Etsy Effect. This is your premier one-day Etsy conference that is going to change the way you think about Etsy forever. Y'all, you are in the perfect place to learn everything you need when it comes to Etsy. And if you're here today hoping to find the one quick trick, the one secret sauce to Etsy, let me tell you, you are in for the biggest, best day to get so much more than that. I want to tell you that you are going to be here to be transformed. We are going to help you understand how Etsy is changing people's lives every single day. And I am so excited to be your host today. Welcome, welcome, welcome everyone. Get in the room, get in the room, get in the room. I am so excited to have each and every one of you guys here. I love it, love it, love it. Yes, yes, yes. So good. This is going to be such an incredible incredible time today. I am just thrilled to be your event host. So, as we all are getting in the room, I do want to do a little housekeeping to just make sure everyone is good. If you are here and you want to be able to chat and you cannot chat, you must be sure to be signed into a Google account. And you're more than welcome to click the button below the screen to open in YouTube, to cast it to a television, anything like that. All right, my friends, I am so excited to be here with you guys today. All right, so be sure to sign in to be able to use the chat. This is a private stream just for our Etsy Effect students. So I am so excited to have you guys here. Love it, love it, love it. We're going to do a little bit of housekeeping, announce some giveaways. It's going to be awesome. And I am so excited to have you here. So I want to say thank you, thank you, thank you, and welcome, 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 because we are so excited to have you here for the premier virtual conference, the Etsy Effect. Y'all, you are about to see what can happen when you allow Etsy to come inside your business like never before. One of the things you're going to hear me say over and over again today is that there's nothing like the Etsy algorithm working on your behalf every day. When you're with your family, when you are serving your community, when you are working other jobs, the Etsy algorithm is working on your behalf, pairing you with amazing people to buy from you like never before. You're going to witness case after case, story after story of people who have allowed Etsy to come in their business and shake up their lives. It is a brilliant opportunity, and y'all, the opportunity is here like never before. It is going to change the entire way you've thought about Etsy, and it's going to be so incredible. Yes, love it, love it, love it. I'm so glad so many of you are here using the chat like never before. It is awesome. Now, this may be your first time working with me coming into an event. My name is Tanner. I am the founder of Makers Gonna Learn. I want to see you guys. I want to see your space. I want to see where you're watching from. So take a picture of your screen and share it with me in the Facebook group. Share it with me on Instagram. Go ahead and tag @MakersGonnaLearn. The whole entire day you are drinking from a fire hose. Y'all, we have an unbelievable lineup, and it is going to change everything. It is going to be so amazing, but I want to see you. I want to see where you're at. I want to see how you're consuming this, and it's going to be epic. So feel free to tag me @MakersGonnaLearn on Instagram, share on the Etsy Effect Facebook group. It is going to be awesome. Now, next up, if you're ready to see the Etsy Effect come together in real life, I want you to go ahead and comment me. Put me in the chat. I've got my comments pulled up right here. It is so awesome. I love seeing everyone get in the room. But if you're really ready to drink from the fire hose, learn so much about what is keeping you from that dream Etsy shop of yours, because whether you're an aspiring seller or you're an existing seller, we are all coming together today to learn what is our next level. And if you are here and you know you're not at your fullest potential, you are in the right room. If you have an Etsy shop already doing a couple $1,000s a month and you want to get to 10K, you're in the right room. If you're someone here that has never sold anything on Etsy and you want to understand how to get to $2,000, $3,000 a month, you're in the right room. So we're coming together today and we're going to train you and equip you like never before. Yes, me, amazing. All right. So I love to over deliver. I love to just show up and show out like never before. And I want to let you guys know we're doing something super fun today. So if you want to be entered to win a $100 Amazon gift card, you simply need to share one favorite takeaway throughout today's event. So go ahead, at any point you hear something that shakes your world, that you never thought, any pivotal sentence or thought or anything you learned today, I want you to post that takeaway in our Facebook group. And someone at the end of today will be entered to win a $100 Amazon gift card. We'll announce it at the end of the conference in the Facebook group. So I just love to over deliver. I love to do giveaways. I love to show up and show out and meet you where you're at. So it is going to be super, super incredible. So yay, I love it. Love it, love it, love it. So incredible. We are so excited to have you here. Now, here is the agenda. So feel free to take a picture of this so you know roughly what time all of this is starting. This is all in Eastern time. So we're kicking off for the first 10 to 15 minutes, making sure you understand the agenda, the schedule, housekeeping for the first 10 minutes, making sure everyone's in the room. At around 11:15, I am going to teach you everything you need to know about the state of Etsy in 2025. So many of you are here and you have sold on Etsy before, you've ghosted your shop, you're considering a shop, or again, you're ready to take that shop to the next level. The state of Etsy is going to help you really realize this opportunity and recommit. All right, I will teach you that here in a moment. We'll start that class. The next class, we have Sadie Michael coming, and she's going to tell you her crazy story about Etsy and how she had a shop and then shut it down and then rebirthed a new shop, and it changed her entire life. She got 600 sales in 60 days, and she's going to teach you exactly what she did. She holds nothing back. Y'all have got to be there. Next, we'll have our 6-figure Etsy roadmap with Ashley Falco, which, spoiler alert, what would you do with $12,500 a month? That is what she's going to kick off explaining to you what her Etsy shop has done. And spoiler alert again, it's from paper. Cutting paper, selling paper. So if it's possible for her, it's possible for you in your niche too. And then I'll be able to end our day out teaching you the 5 roadblocks and how to avoid them to get you to your next level. I am so excited to have you. Yes, yes, yes. So good. Love it, love it, love it. So awesome. All right. Well, here is what else I want to share. Who are we? My name is Tanner Bell, and I lead a team of creatives that teach people how to create and how to help creatives sell like never before. You can see Sadie on the left, me in the middle, my wife Courtney to my right, and Lauren to the far right. That is our team. We have been doing this a very long time. I have been on Etsy since 2010, and boy, oh boy, do we have a lot to impart in you today. You're going to love everything we share. And you may ask, Tanner, what is it that you do? So you're going to see testimonials and all sorts of amazing stories from friends that have worked inside my program, Passive Earner Society. We work with aspiring and established creatives just like you to build the Etsy shop of your dreams through our program. My goal is for strangers to buy from you every single day. That is my goal for you. So if you don't feel like it's possible, you can borrow my possibility for you. All right, you don't have to believe it yet, but you can borrow my belief in you because I know you can do it. We have helped so many people do it, and it's totally possible for you today in 2025 to do it like never before. All right, so you'll hear about our students, our stories. At the very end of today, I will share with you what it's like to work with me. And yeah, I just wanted you to know this is what we do and how we do it. So super fun. Now, listen, I just love to inspire and share with you this. I got a text message from one of my clients, Sarah. She just reached 1,000 sales. And Sarah just started taking her shop serious less than a year ago. So if you feel like it's not possible, you're going to actually get to hear Sarah and her entire story at one of our break sessions. We will do 20-minute breaks in between sessions. I interview her as one of our break sessions. But y'all, she sells rubber ducks. It is unbelievable. So if you feel like you can't do it, she sells rubber ducks and makes a lot of money working as an OBGYN. And she started taking her shop serious less than a year ago. I promise you, your goal is you're closer to your goal than you feel like right now. That's what I want to tell you. That's what I want you to understand. So good. So good. Love it, love it, love it. Now, how we help people. My team is here to support you through the conference today and beyond. We are experts in all things Etsy, from shop setup to product listings, branding, marketing, strategy, and the mindset to build and grow a thriving business. And you are going to be in for a treat today at the Etsy Effect. So super good. So what I want you to do, as everyone's got in the room, I think everyone's here, so we're about to get started with session 1. You made it just in time. What I want you to do is introduce yourself. So tell me your name, What do you sell and what you are most excited to learn? I would love that. So put it in the chat real fast. Just let me know. You could say, do you have a shop? What would you like to learn today? I would just love to know the room. And the more you show up on chat, the more we will go off script and off filter. And just over deliver for you, which is, I know what you're here for. We are completely live. This is a full live experience, and we are just so excited to have you. Yes, yes, yes. Love it, love it, love it. So super, super incredible. Yes, we love the cha-chings. I live for the cha-chings. Listen, if you have not experienced the cha-chings happening while you're living your life, you have not got to experience Etsy at its fullest potential. And that's what we help people do. We help people see what's available, build it for themselves, and start living this amazing passive income lifestyle, which is so, so incredible. Yes, amazing. Love it, love it, love it. Hey, Kim. Hey, hello, hello, hello. Oh my gosh, I'm Mary. Love it. So good. Y'all are in for such a treat. I love it. Now, our program is Passive Earners Society. You'll hear us mention it a few times throughout, but again, we'll tell you more about what it's like to work with us at the very end of today. So stay tuned for that. Super, super fun. But now, are you guys ready for me to open up with the current state of Etsy? In 2025, how are people doing it? Whether you had a thriving shop before and you're wondering what's different, whether you've never had a shop but you've been on the sidelines, this class is going to be perfect for you. So welcome everyone to the current state of Etsy in 2025. This class is going to shift the way you have thought about Etsy. All right. And again, I want to start off by saying, if any of you are here trying to find the hack to hack the algorithm, if you feel like there's a cheat code, if you feel like you just need to call Etsy and tell them to, fix their algorithm, you have the wrong mindset. You have the wrong mindset. All right. There is not a cheat code to success. And if you are here today looking for a cheat code for success, that is why you are not where you want to be today. This class is going to unveil and show you what successful sellers that show up every day, work really hard, how they build success. And if all I do today is show you that you are looking for something that is not out there, I did my job. Because I will tell you, Etsy has an amazing opportunity for those that are willing to go after it. And I am going to share with you exactly what that looks like today. I'm going to share you my frameworks. I'm going to teach you the way that we help students build really successful shops, and it's going to blow you away. Are you guys ready? Love it, love it, love it. Yes, yes, yes. Listen, if you are doing like pop-up events, farmers markets, anything like that, you will be blown away at the opportunity on Etsy. So get ready. It is so much more beneficial for you to have access to buyers every day without you having to give away your weekends. So you're in the right place. So welcome to the current state of Etsy, my friends. Etsy is more than a place to sell stuff. Number one, this is a marketplace designed to help small business owners thrive. Small business owners who are designers, artisans, creatives. You are meant to thrive, and Etsy is your home. It is the place where you go. Just like when you are an inventor and you invent a new product, you go to Amazon. Y'all, Etsy is our home. It is the place on the internet for us to be able to show up, create an amazing boutique style shop, and sell to our people that we are meant to serve. The value in our products. We are meant to be out there selling, all right? It is so incredible. It has over 90 million active buyers. Y'all, I don't think anyone on this call right now can imagine what 90 million people like truly is. Like that is the possibility. Like if you had less than 1%, if you had a 1% of 1%, you would have a booming and thriving Etsy shop. So for those of you that are here today and you feel like Etsy, the boat has left, the boat is here with 90 million people shopping on Etsy? Are you ready to get in the boat, launch your shop, and start seeing what Etsy can do for you? Start seeing what it's like when you partner your listings, your designs, your unique spin with Etsy's 90 million buyers. This is the opportunity, my friends, and it's going to blow you away. Now, Etsy brings ready to shop traffic to your virtual doorstep. Like, that is truly what it's doing. Etsy is bringing you buyers, not lurkers, not people on social media. Has anyone in the room tried to sell on social media? Y'all, it's hard because social media platforms want to keep you on the platform. They don't want you to go look on your Etsy shop or go to your Shopify store or, spend money with you. They want to keep them hooked into the algorithm. But Etsy brings ready to shop traffic to your virtual doorstep. We all want that. We all want that. And for so many of you, you would love to have a business that didn't rely just on social media or feel like you have to be on social. And spoiler alert, that is this. I am going to teach you how all of my students don't dance on TikTok, don't have to have social media, don't have to post, because I know you want to be designing and creating, not dancing on TikTok. And that is what we do. And that's why I love this opportunity. And that's why you're going to love it even more than you thought when you said yes. All right. Why Etsy is worth it for sellers. I just want to make sure we are all believing and know the opportunity of Etsy. Because if you are here today and your shop is not doing what you want it to do yet, chances are you lack belief in Etsy as your home. So I always have to teach you and work on our mindset on why it's worth it for you. All right, so let's take just a moment to make sure we all understand why Etsy is worth it for us today. Today, October 13th, this beautiful day, why we all want to be on Etsy. Number one, it offers you built-in traffic you don't have to generate. If you have had a Shopify store and you wonder why you can't get sales, if you've had your own website and you wonder why you can't get sales, it does not offer built-in traffic. Etsy offers you built-in traffic that they are going to put your listing in front of buyers and help you get sales. That is the secret of Etsy. Number two, Etsy invests for you. You do not have to go out and spend money. You do not have to go out and think about it. Etsy does that on our behalf with Google, Facebook. I saw Etsy gift cards in Target. I've seen Etsy Super Bowl ads. I've seen Etsy ads all over. And they are investing on our behalf, which is so incredible. Can we say what a blessing that is? That we get to stay in the driver's seat. We get to stay, that we are here and we get to leverage them. We don't have to worry about it. They're doing it. They're taking care of it for us, which is beautiful. Buyers, this is a huge one. If you're trying to multitask, I know we have a big group today. The chat is booming. I just want to honor y'all. If you're trying to multitask, come back to me. Why is Etsy worth it for you right now? Buyers are searching with purchase intent. Buyers are searching with purchase intent. Now, you may be here and you may say, I'm a creative, I don't use Etsy. That's fine. I want you to think about when you pull out your phone and you go to Amazon. When you are on Amazon, are you searching with purchase intent? Yes. If I open my app, chances are I'm buying something. Same thing for the people that are not like us. This is a room today full of creatives. We are all like-minded. We want to see our stuff sell. We know we have a passion and drive and creativity we are meant to share with the world. That is so uncommon. There are millions of people, the 90 million people shopping on Etsy, they feel like they lack what we have. So they're going to Etsy to buy creative, one-of-a-kind items that we create. All right? So they are going with purchase intent. That is why when you follow our path and when you hear these stories, people are not having to use social media to drive the sale. That's Etsy, for you. Buyers are searching with that intent, which will change everything. And of course, Etsy is trusted. And here's the thing, you benefit from that brand credibility. That is why you can have a faceless brand, one where you don't have to show your face if you don't want to, one where you can leverage the Etsy, brand authenticity and the credibility to your advantage. All right. This is so, so important. So, so important. Love it, love it, love it. Love it, love it, love it. So, so good. So awesome. Now, you're not lost in the noise like on social media. The reason why you get lost in the noise on social media is because social media platforms want you to stay on the platform. They do not want you to leave the platform. Well, my friends, when you get on Etsy, you are not going to get lost. You're going to be able to be seen like never before, which is so incredible. And when you may say, why now? Why now? Why should I start a shop in 2025 in October? Y'all, you are about to see the highest momentum like never before. You are going to see so much amazing possibility. Y'all, the momentum on Etsy in November and December, look at these stats. Look at these stats. It is huge. It has a huge increase. And if you start taking your shop serious, if you open a shop in the next 30 days and you get your listings out there, you are going to be riding momentum that is a once in a year opportunity. So I don't want you to miss out. It is now time for you to take everything that you're going to learn today and implement quickly. You have been here considering, should you take it serious? Now is the time. This is our Super Bowl, and I don't want you to miss out on this opportunity because we are helping people every single day in our program get a shop launched and started and see sales from strangers coming in within 30 days, which is so incredible. Now, look at this. On top of that, I wanted to pull in this stat. The total US holiday retail sales are projected to reach over $1 trillion, with online sales hitting 270 billion. Y'all, these are real numbers, and people spend during the holiday season. Are you positioned to get any of these sales? That's what I want you to think about. And that's what I want to set a fire under you to say you are missing out. If you are not open, if you are not seeing sales from strangers yet, you are not participating in these sales. And there is momentum, and you are here for a reason. And it is time to say yes, to answer the call of Etsy for your business. And it is going to set you up like never before. Right? So incredible. Kathleen says, I want my portion. Yes, for you, for those of you that are going to attend today, and you're going to say at the end of today, like, oh, maybe later, I want you to take a picture of these slides. I'm going to go back to this one. Take a picture of this slide. Look at that growth. Take a picture of, this slide. Why now? This is your time. Are you going to answer the call? The cruise ship is here. The opportunity is not behind you. It's in front of you. Are you answering the call? That is what I want you to ask yourself today. And the reason why is that Etsy's algorithm is designed to help you be found. And I really want to let you know that if you are here and you think the algorithm is against you, that is a negative thought that is not going to get you sales, period. If you are here and you feel like the algorithm is against you, that is not going to help you reach your goals. You have to believe that it is designed to help you be found. That is the goal. Point blank. So awesome. So awesome. Here is how you get ranked. 3 simple categories. Number 1, your relevance. If you have a clearly defined titles, tags, categories, your listing quality, how people are resonating with your images. Are they clicking on them? Are they favoriting them? Are they buying from you and leaving good reviews? And your shop reputation. Are you responding to messages?
Are you on time? Do you have good reviews? This is the kind of hierarchy that Etsy is ranking. Feel free to take a photo of this, all right? Feel free to take a photo of this. Michelle, this works. We have people in Canada, Europe, Australia, all able to leverage their market and able to leverage the US market. So even my shops, I see people ordering from Italy, all over the world, which is amazing about Etsy as well. So this is across the board, so incredible. If you think about the true world in this holiday season, you know, it's well over $1 trillion. So super awesome. Now, unlike social media, Etsy wants your best listings to rise to the top. They do not want you to be hidden. They do not want to take away your reach. They want to amplify things that people are loving and people are buying. It is not uncommon for my students to have a listing, just one listing, y'all. Once the algorithm loves it, it is going to get sales every day. That is not uncommon. That happens every day. We have outliers in almost every shop where once you put a listing out there and it gains traction, it gets sales every day. Like, it's just a tried and true, going to help you every single day. That algorithm, that listing, it is go get you those sales, which is so incredible. But you have to be willing to go out there and answer the call. And you have to answer the call to go deeper with your shop. You have to answer the call to start a shop and really commit to finding what the algorithm wants. And it's called micro niches. And if you're like, I want to know what a micro niche is, stick with me. I'm going to pull back the curtain later today. So it's going to be a great one. Now, yes, Etsy has fees. All right. Yes, Etsy has fees. Here is what I want you to know. They are working for their fees. All right. Here's the truth. Here's the truth about Etsy fees that you are not going to hear on a YouTube video, an article, a TikTok. Those people only make money when they talk about negative things. But here's the truth about Etsy fees. You're paying for access to high converting traffic. We've established that. Number two, you don't need to pay thousands of dollars in ads, in building a website, in doing all this work for nothing, to truly come of it. It is a very low cost to enter, as you're going to find out today. And lastly, think of this as rent in a digital shopping mall, except you get millions of walk-ins when you have great listings. All right? So incredible. Look at this. This is Carrie inside of Passive Earner Society. She said, progress post, I started my shop at the start of 25. By April, I'm already a star seller and have kept my status since then. I just reached 200 sales and I'm already making weekly profits from Etsy. I work full-time still. I'm still super involved with my kids. I love getting those cha-ching notifications while in the grocery store or sitting at band booster meeting with her kids. Y'all, this is awesome. Carrie is living the passive earner lifestyle because she has said yes to the call. She ended up joining our program and we've done it together, but it's all based off the Etsy engine. Y'all, it is so incredible. And that's why I want to help you. If you're here today, I want to help you find your Etsy lane. Because once you have your lane, I find that it helps people get so much clearer on where they're at and where they want to go. All right? So it is so incredible. So today I want to help you commit to your Etsy lane. All right? No matter your personality, no matter your skills, or no matter your time, there is a model for you. I want you to take a picture of this. I want you to believe this. I want you to hear me say this over and over. For some of you, this should be your takeaway. No matter your personality, no matter your skill, no matter the time available, there is a model for you. All right? Your brain has a lot of negative thoughts. Your brain is go offer to you, you're not creative enough. You can't do this. You need to go learn a bunch of skills. Today, we talk back and we tell ourselves, no, I am capable. I am creative enough. I can do this with the skills I have. I can do this with the time available. You have to believe that. All right. And for all of you here, I know you can do this. Okay. So super, super good. You are creative enough to have a thriving Etsy shop. The reason I know this is because I have seen people of all skill sets, of all ability. You don't have to be a graphic designer. You don't have to have, a ton of skills. You just need to have your skills. And what I know, and we'll talk about this later on in the session, the sooner you start, the sooner you will get those skills. The thought that you are not creative enough is a lie of the enemy to keep you hidden and to keep you from where you want to go. And what that is ultimately doing is keeping you right where you're at. No momentum, no traction, no possibility, right? We have to open ourselves up to this possibility by taking massive action. All right. Yes, mindset reset today. Woohoo! Love it, love it, love it, love it. Yes, yes, yes. So good. So awesome. Now, let's keep going. So awesome. Let's break down the 3 Etsy lanes and how they can help you see how Etsy can work for you. Take a picture of this. This is a great one to remember. This is how we see Etsy. We see it in 3 tracks. Whether you want to sell physical products that you make with your own hands, whether you want to do digital downloads, or you want to do print on demand, where you get to stay involved in the designing, but there's a fulfillment company working in the back end that the customer never sees that is taking care and fulfilling your order. Put in the chat which one of these 3 resonate with you right now. I want you to stay open to all of them. And I think there is a way that we can leverage all 3 in some shops as well. So you don't have to pick one necessarily, but I like to fit one at a time. One at a time. Oh my gosh, Beth says, I love how Tanner repeats himself when he's being super enthusiastic. Listen, I know you all are busy and I want to honor you, but I want to make sure that this soaks in. This is a transformative conference, but you have to receive what we're saying. I want you to believe this because we have helped so many people. I am on fire for this opportunity and I want you to see what you are missing. And I want to help you get to your next level. Print on demand, yes, all 3, all of them. Physical, love it, love it, love it. Digital, love it. Well, here's the thing. I believe money is neutral, and I believe you can make amazing money at all 3 or one of them. One is not better than the other. I want you to believe that too. The one that is best for you is the one you should go with. All right, so incredible. Now, physical product sellers. This is someone who is selling handmade, vintage, or custom physical goods. How we define this is you're involved in production, packaging, and shipping. This is phenomenal for crafters, artists, and makers who love the handmade element. All right, this is so incredible. And we love physical product sellers. And the way we see it is that if we can get you sales while you're living your life and you can just fulfill it in your making time, that is a win. That is a huge win, that you are not having to work a booth. You are not having to go out and give up your weekends and put in sweat to maybe not get a single order. We've got to set this up in a passive way for you to make sales every day of items you've already made or items that are going to be made to order. All right, so awesome. Now, print on demand sellers. Number 1, you sell products like shirts, mugs, totes. I will tell you, if you've never researched print on demand, you can do so many amazing things on print on demand. All right, they can do banners. I mean, y'all, over 40 plus items. These are just some of the most popular. Number 2, no inventory or shipping to manage. Number 3, I like to teach this that you get to focus on design and branding. You'll hear me talk about giving yourself a promotion. For so many of you, you need to give yourself a promotion to head designer and have a team behind you to do all the fulfillment. All right. I love this track. In one of our tester secret shops that we built all our curriculum and our trial and error off of is a print on demand, super simple shop with 1 line shirts and hats. It takes no design skill. because we're using one font, one sentence, and it's just quirky sayings. I will teach you that at our class 4. But I love print on demand because it's ideal for creative entrepreneurs who want scalability with low overhead. So if this resonates, buckle up. It's going to be awesome. And print on demand gives you that promotion. It's going to allow you to work in your highest zone of genius and create designs that can be sold over and over again. And who doesn't love seeing their stuff on shirts and like physical items, right? Super fun. If you're struggling with time, print on demand gives you the opportunity to stay that lead designer, but not having to worry about fulfillment. If you are here and you are a product seller and you are constantly having to turn on and off the ability to take orders and make money, that is a problem. If you cannot be paid 365 days out of the year and make money, you have a problem. That is the smallest effort, lowest lift, easiest pivot. If we could get a product, a physical seller that is not able to scale into a scalable model. We want you to be making orders every day, selling to strangers. All right? This is so good. If you are nervous about quality control, we teach in our program that you should test the vendor and order a sample. And that's how we vet them. If you end up learning about our program and end up wanting to work with us, we'll teach you our favorite vendors and everything like that. But we always recommend vetting them if you're nervous. All right? So good. Love it, love it, love it. Next up, digital product sellers. And for some of you, you may be here and be like, I didn't even know this was a possibility. But listen, you can sell downloads like planners, templates, files, art prints, wall art, and so much more. This offers you instant delivery. Absolutely no shipping involved. It is truly the most passive. So after you do the work of the designing and the listing, it is truly passive. This is phenomenal for designers, coaches, or anyone with digital design skill or want to go after those, digital designing. If you love Canva, if you love dabbling in Canva, if you love dabbling in AI art, things like that, this could be a great track for you. And you'll love having and hearing from Sadie for her class. Super incredible. And here's what I want to tell you. You don't have to pick just one. All right? You do not have to pick just one. And I want to teach you how we go about this. This is how we help our students get amazing results because we pair them and we do super custom things. But I like to give you an example of how we do it. So you can combine physical and digital, where you sell both a printed planner and a PDF planner. You could sell the physical planner for $30 or $40 and a digital version for $19, for example. Next up, you could add a print-on-demand product to a digital file shop where you pretty much offer the shirt with the file, or you can sell to other creatives where you sell just the file. So whether you want the done for you shirt done by print on demand or the digital download design. Do you see how we can kind of get 2 listings out of one niche, like one image, which is so incredible? Or what you can do is continue to test and scale without starting over. So you can always put both of these out there, test around, play around. It is so incredible. All right? Love it, love it, love it. An example of physical and print on demand is your shop sells handmade jewelry specifically for new moms. But then you design a line of shirts, again, specifically for new moms that are printed and fulfilled by a print-on-demand provider like Printify. So this is a great way of strategically being able to set yourself up to have different streams of passive income. All right? Love it, love it, love it. So good. So good. Yes. Is it better to have multiple stores? Detailer, we like to get one store to $2,000 to $3,000 or whatever your monthly goal is, and then consider adding more. Yes, so good. And notice that we understand that we're designing and selling for new moms, and that's why this works. The jewelry is for them as well as the line of shirts. One buyer can come and shop and feel seen and heard for her being a new mother, or a grandma is shopping for their daughter as she's having her first baby, or a friend is getting a baby shower gift. Like, you can start seeing this shop have legs and see the value that we're adding. Y'all, you get paid on the value you provide to the world. So if you are here today and you have 0 listings, or you need to relaunch your shop or take it serious again, think about how much more money you'll be making when you have 20 or 30 listings. It's so incredible. Now, an example of physical and digital, you sell, your shop sells handmade dog collars, but then you design dog-themed wall art and you add them to your shop as digital downloads. This is another great niche. I know a lot of people do this in vacations. They do in the vacation niche. You'll hear from Jared later today, who has a thriving vacation shop. You can see this in the dog niche. You can see this across the board, which is phenomenal. So, so good. Love it, love it, love it. Super, super good. Love it. If you don't have one shop generating consistent sales and making thousands of dollars a month, you do not need a second shop. One shop is a full-time job until you build the foundation. We'll talk more on that. All right. An example of physical and digital, you create one design, you sell the design directly through Etsy as a digital download, and you have the designs printed on shirts or other products to be fulfilled with a print-on-demand provider. So I think you've seen a lot of examples on that. Here is what I'll tell you. I know a lot of you are here and you're like, I want to have multiple shops. I have a lot of ideas. Look at this. Read this with me. Your Etsy store can't evolve as you grow. And if I was to rewrite this slide, I would say your Etsy shop will evolve as you grow. You are not going to be married to one thing, one process. You will grow and evolve as your shop grows and evolve. So you will grow together. One of my favorite things is what I want you to consider. You will always be evolving, and so will your shop. And the way you start is not the way you finish. All right? You will grow, your designs will get better, your skills will get better, the more energy that you give your shop, which is so incredible. Love it, love it, love it. So, so good. So, so good. Now, here is a big part. And if you're trying to multitask, come back to me. I want to teach you why you should start before it's perfect. If you are here today and you are like, man, Tanner, how do you know this about me? Listen, I have coached thousands of perfectionists, and the secret to your success is starting before it's perfect. It is time for you to commit to starting before it's perfect. So many of you are the best kept secret of your niche. So many of you are the best kept secret of your industry. And the reason why you are still a secret is because you're on the sidelines. It is time to put yourself out there at the highest level. It is time to let your art shine. And it is time you should start before it is perfect. All right? Perfection is the enemy of progress. You don't need to have it all figured out before you start. You just need to start. You just need to start. Kathleen says, you do know me. Yes, yes, yes. Perfection is the enemy of progress. If you want to progress, if you want to make $5,000 a month, $6,000 a month, $10,000 a month on Etsy, you have to be willing to start before it's perfect. And that's what I want to cover right now, is why that is. Here is a simple 3-step mindset shift to help you. All right? I have seen it all when it comes to Etsy sellers. And there's so many of you here today that want to go to your next level, but you have to commit to this. This has to be our promise, our agreement together, that you are willing to start stepping out before you feel ready. All right. Number 1, build your confidence through practice. Every time you list a product, you're not just putting an item out there, my friend. You're building your courage, you're building your clarity, and you're building your skills. Etsy is a skill. Etsy is a skill that will only grow and serve you more. It is a compounding skill. It is one like the stock market. After you buy into a stock, you get to compound that growth. Well, guess what? Your skill in Etsy is going to allow you to compound in returns. And that will come sell after sell, day after day, selling to those 90 million strangers. It is a compounding skill that can never be taken away from you, which is so important. All right. The more you practice, the more confident you become. How you can do this? You can start by getting 5 to 20 listings live. Not because they're perfect. Hear me, my friend. You're not trying to perfect a listing. If we really spent time today and figured out what perfect was, no one knows what perfect is. That's why it's always a goalpost so far away. Nothing is ever perfect. Spoiler alert. So you're not trying to get 5 to 20 listings live to be perfect, but because they're not perfect, but because you're going to show up for your dream. So many of you have to start showing up for where you want to be instead of staying where you're at. So I want you to aim to get your first 5 to 20 listings up as fast as possible. Don't wait for perfection. Just get in the reps. All right? So incredible. So incredible. Love it, love it, love it. All right. Number 2, let the data fuel your creativity. You're already creative enough. You don't need to wait for a magical idea to strike. When you start listing products, you're not just making something for the sake of it. You're collecting real feedback and real data to guide your next steps. All right? The best Etsy sellers design with purpose, using trends and research to shape their creativity. You can use tools like Everbee or eRank, or you can just search around for free on Etsy to see what people are interested in. And you want to serve that niche. You want to find things that people are searching for, and you want to fill that need. And we'll talk more about that and the tools we use later on today, but that's what the best sellers do. We take terms and find our micro niche, and we serve that market. That is a huge way we are seen, and we have sales at the highest level. All right. Number 3, we press into the discomfort. Yes, it is scary to put yourself out there, but discomfort is a sign of growth. The faster you move through it, the sooner you find your confidence and your momentum, my friends, and your momentum. All right. Love it, love it, love it. Vicky, you can tell your friends and family about your Etsy shop, but that is not where 99% of your sales are going to come from. All right? So important. So important. So we want to press in, we want to acknowledge, and we want to give our discomfort a name so that we can overcome it. All right? Your future shop isn't built in your head. It's built by pressing publish. So many of you have commented, oh, I have this listing. I have so many listings that are in drafts. Y'all, you just list them and get better as you go. Someone said, I wish listings did not take so long. Y'all, spoiler alert, you get better the more reps you get in. Stop expecting to be able to walk into a gym and know how to do it all. You have to learn it. It is a skill. You want to get your reps in. Here's what I want you to understand. You don't have to be perfect. You just have to be in motion. That is what I want us to celebrate. Taking action and 1% improvement over trying to wait to be perfect. All right? So incredible. Now, look at this. 24 days, Since opening her shop, Audrey got her first sale. Huge. Less than a month in our program, Denise learned techniques to boost her shop and increase those sales. And y'all, people pay lots of money for things on Etsy. She got an order for $42, so don't act like you can't charge your worth. 3 weeks after opening her shop, Kimberly didn't get one order. She had 9 orders. Look at this. She woke up this morning to 7 sales while she was sleeping. Y'all, what we teach and what we share actually works, actually gets momentum. It is so, so incredible. It is so important for you to know it is happening. Imagine if this is you. This is all possible. You can see that one of our friends just earned Star Seller up to 250 sales. Got my first repeat customer. These are all strangers. My first sale, listed 2 shirts in my store. In less than 30 minutes, I have 2 orders. My heart is racing. And this is a student that did 1 digital, 1 print on demand. Someone else said, it's happening. Just sitting, reading a book, and that wonderful cha-ching sound came across. So important. And I want this for you, probably more than you want it for yourself. More and more people are getting started and having their sales happen like never before. It is so exciting for me to help you guys build this passive income selling to strangers. So here is what I want to do. We have a lot of people in the room. I wanted to open up a bonus Etsy Momentum Day. It is happening tomorrow, October 14th at 11 a.m. Eastern. But you have to apply. This is for people who is serious about doing this work and wants to explore how to work with me and my team to get your results too. So you can go ahead and apply now if you're interested, and you can grab a spot with someone on my team to connect and have a personal success call. But that, once you apply and you book your call, that is going to open you up to Momentum Day. You're drinking from a fire hose today, my friend, and I want to be able to apply a lot of our coaching. So what I'm doing is I'm opening up a special call just tomorrow. I am going to coach everyone that wants to be coached on their ideas, what's holding them back, and so much more. So go ahead, fill that out, grab a spot. I want to open this up to you so that I can coach you like never before. But this is for people that's serious, that wants to learn more about working with me. And then I will get to connect with you and coach you. I see lots of amazing comments. We will try to answer as many as we can in the chat, but I also want you to know that I want to meet with you. This is a Zoom call. I'll bring you on screen. It's so epic. Okay, so this is an awesome little bonus just for being here today. So if you're interested, if that resonates, I would love to share with you how we can get you amazing results. My team's excited for you. It's the free success call and the Momentum Day tomorrow. So not just that, when you say yes and you apply, I've already had some friends ask, but we are doing a bonus AI design workshop for Etsy sellers, showing you how we leverage AI in a super authentic way to build custom art that isn't taking from anyone. It's creating truly new art. And we're doing that on Wednesday, October 15th. So if you're interested and you apply, you'll also unlock this second workshop. So super, 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 super awesome. If you are here and you want to come, but you can't come live, if you apply and book your call, we will gift you the replay. So don't worry about that. So you'll get both of the recordings to both of these workshops. All right. So that's a super little bonus that, another way we love to over deliver. So here is what I want you to understand. You're right on the edge of Etsy's biggest buying season. Are you ready? Are you ready to answer the call? Launching now would allow you to benefit from this wave, from this added momentum of holiday demand. Are you ready to open yourself up? All right? Are you ready? It is going to be so, so incredible. So, so incredible. Love it, love it, love it. It's going to be awesome. This is your time. You said yes to the Etsy Effect for a reason. You said yes to showing up. Not only did you purchase a ticket to be here, but you have showed up. I know that you are ready to put yourself out there, your designs, your art, and really level up. But what if you could do it at the same time of Etsy's busiest buying season? This is the perfect time for you, my friend. And I'm ready to walk right alongside you and helping you live it out. So super, super fun. If you have questions, let me know. Now is the time. What we'll do is we'll do a short 20-minute session where you'll get to meet Sarah, who is a full-time OBGYN. She has an Etsy shop. She has a private practice on the side. Listen, if you were here and you're like, man, I'm a busy person. No, Sarah's a busy person and she's made it work. I had her slide at the beginning today. She's reached over 1,000 sales in less than a year. So it is super, super awesome. I love it. Some people have asked about like what the cost is to work with me. We have a few different options to work with us. Number one, but you have to be accepted. So we only work with people that are ready to go all in. We like working with go-getters. So we give you a success call and make sure you're the right fit for both of us. And then you'll be opened up to the opportunity. So good. I love being able to have momentum day. So it's tomorrow, but you have to apply. So it's only for people that are serious about doing this work and may want to work with us. And it's super fun. So that tomorrow you can come get coaching on your ideas, like your shop. You can, get ideas on what track you want to go after. It's really today is to soak up and absorb. Tomorrow is to flesh out. And it's a group coaching call. So you'll get to watch a lot of people get coached, a lot of support. You'll learn in their sessions and you have the ability to raise your hand and get coaching yourself. So I bring people on screen. It's pretty epic. So you're going to love that. And Wednesday is a hands-on workshop. So if you want to register, you just need to click the apply button, fill out your application, pick a time with one of our amazing team members, Amy, Jess, Katie, and Jenny. All right. They are all incredible and they are here to serve you. So get your call booked as soon as it's available. There's very limited spots. All right. I don't say that to scare you. I say that to press upon you. We have a big group. So love it, love it, love it. So good. Brenda, you have to be accepted first. So this is just for people who are interested. If you are interested and want to explore it, just go ahead and fill out that application. Love it. Yay. Listen, I am here to serve y'all like never before. We are setting a new standard for how we serve and over deliver. And y'all, we're just getting started. That was just session 1. You have so much more. Like if you thought that you got like 1 or 2 nuggets, you're about to get so many more nuggets. Are you ready? But here is what you can do. You can go ahead. I'll have a QR code on the screen coming up. I'll put one up real fast. If you're watching on TV or anything like that, get your application in. Super exciting. But we have 3 more sessions, 3 meaty sessions. So what we're going to do is we are going to take a 20-minute break. Y'all, I got to put some ice over my coffee. I thought I would drink half of this water during the session. I'm on fire. Like I truly love this work. I love the stories I have to share. The other presenters, you are going to adore. Every one of our guests that is coming to teach you today, Sadie and Ashley, they are 100% authentic. They're holding nothing back. They're laying it all out and you're going to be able to absorb this. Y'all, it is huge. I am so excited to be here. I want to honor you for saying yes. It is incredible. All right. Love it. Love it. Love it. Yes. 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 So good. Super, super good. Love it. Love it. Love it. Yay. Awesome. I am loving it. So yes. Okay. During the 20 minutes, buckle up. When we come back, you're going to hear from Sadie Michael and how her crazy story of how she turned a physical shop into a digital shop. I can't tell you everything, but you've got to be back. So enjoy this 20-minute break, learning more about Sarah and how she's built an amazing shop selling ducks. And I'll see you in 20 minutes to introduce Sadie to the show. All right, see you back here in a minute. Bye. Oh my goodness, Sarah, welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm so excited to have you on today. I am so thrilled for you guys to meet Sarah. I've got to work with her in Passive Earners and another program of mine, so I've got to know Sarah super well. Mm-hmm. Sarah has not 1, 2, but she has like 3 different big things going on, and I'm so excited for her to share. So Sarah, welcome. I'm so excited to talk about your Etsy shop today and all the things you got going. So introduce yourself.
All right, my name's Sarah, and I am a full-time doctor, full-time mom, Etsy owner, and private business owner now, thanks to Tanner.
Amazing.
Yeah, and so I have been, a passive earner since it started. Prior to that, I was in Design Make Sell. Been on MGL member for, 3 years.
So awesome.
Now, I think. Yeah, so
incredible.
Awesome.
So when you texted me that your conversion rate was in the 7 percentile, like I had, when you were at like averaging a 7% conversion, I'm like, yes, we need to bring you on and just share your story of your Etsy shop, because I really want everyone at home to see you as an example of someone who is a doctor, who owns your own private practice, and has time for an Etsy shop. Because so many people are watching this at home that may be in passive earners, that may be considering starting an Etsy shop, and they're like, Tanner, I don't have time. But somehow you've made time for it. So tell me, from September, what was your Etsy shop doing? Like, were you getting traction yet? Like, what did that look like?
Yeah, so I had started my Etsy shop like maybe a year ago and didn't have a ton of traction. And so when Passive Earners came out, that was a huge boost to really not just throwing things on Etsy and like, throw spaghetti against the wall, I guess you call it. Yeah, trying to figure it out. But really kind of looking at product mixes and seeing where things were selling and where my things were selling and really what people were looking for. And so kind of putting that piece together, it started to gain traction. And then I found a specific niche that has really boosted that traction. And that's
so fun. Helpful. So when it comes to, I think the first thing I really want to like hit home is like, how do you make time with all the things you have going on? Like, how do you make time for your Etsy shop?
Okay, so it is it's a commitment, right? Like, it's hard work, and you have to decide if I want it or if I don't want it. And I think it was easy for me before when I came home from my first, my actual daytime job, like just to sit down and veg out and, go down the rabbit hole of social media or whatever it is that people, whatever your thing is to help your brain shut down. But you have to really think about, if you're going to have a successful business, about blocking that time. Like, okay, when
what was your time? Did you have committed time blocks, or were you not, like, were you more free flow in the beginning?
In the beginning, totally free flow. Like,
okay.
I'll admit, when I first started, I was like, I'm just going to throw it on there and see what happens. And if somebody orders something, I guess I'll make it. But really committing the time, like whatever time that is, however much time you want to put towards it. But really putting in the times for research, what people want, and where you can really be different than everybody else. And so kind of committing that time, like, no, maybe I didn't really want to go down, and spend the time in my office for an hour or two, but that's what I needed to do. And so that's what we did.
I love it.
Yeah.
And on average, as you're building your Etsy shop, how many hours a week do you think that you, since September, October, have been giving it?
Oh, probably 10 or 11.
Okay.
Not like a ton, but like actual dedicated time.
Yeah, that's a really good amount, I feel like. Yeah. And you feel like, I love thinking about it in like a 3 or 4 step. Like, do your product research, then go through and like make some designs happening, and then make some listings happen, and then, give it time. Do you have any tips for like your listing flow?
Learning really the ins and outs of Etsy, what makes Etsy's search engine find you, and how to leverage that, like just in the wording. And in Passive Earners, they teach you how to word things in the title, and how to do your tags, and to really catch the system and how the system works and works for you, like make it work for you. Watching the stats, I'm a stats nerd, but watching the stats and be like, oh, okay, when are people buying? You know, when I notice, people like to buy things on Saturday and Sunday nights, that must be within the rabbit hole of Etsy.
Yes,
So,
when they're home shopping.
Yes, so you have to, if you're going to have a sale, then you hit it at that piece of time. You like just watching those trends and learning, and Passive Earners is great for that because they can teach you all those pieces. That it's really Etsy's a business, and there's a lot of work to do, and there's a lot of helpful things, but if you don't know they're there, then you can't utilize them to help your business.
How long, I don't know if I didn't prep you with this question.
Okay.
How long did it take from joining Passive Earners to get traction with your shop? I don't know if it was your first sale, but once you started seeing like consistency in your shop, or your first sale, once you started taking it serious with your listings and your titles and research, like how long did it take?
Probably 3 or 4 months.
Okay.
And I'm not very patient, so I really like. Why I'm in Passive Earners? It should just start rolling in.
It's
now.
magic,
right? It should be magic. But just learning the process behind it, I think is super important while you're building your listings and making them good listings, not just random pictures that you're throwing up. Pictures are huge, and like not
they're
just
gonna make or break.
Yes, between your product and other, and not really underselling yourself either. Like when you're doing your research, obviously I don't pick the highest price, but I'm not going to sell dirt cheap either, because that's not going to.
Where it's like, wait, why is it so cheap?
Right.
That's what I always question. I'm like, wait, how are they making any money?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
That's incredible. I love it. So after the 3 or 4 months, what did you start seeing as the first thing to get traction? Like, was there a certain standout listing?
Yes, there was I had the 2 that started to stand out, that people were really, buying more often than others. And so I really tried to make, better photos for those. I'm like, well, if it's drawing people, let's add more photos. Let's add better photos. Let's better lighting. My 16-year-old daughter is super helpful with photos. So, involving other people in to try to, what do you think about this? And she's like, no, that doesn't look good. So just really working on presentation that will really attract from the same card that somebody else is probably selling. And then, being competitive in price, but not underselling it either. And just really paying attention to the quality of the project that you're making.
Yes.
Like, don't just throw it together. Don't be like, oh, it's got a wrinkle, it's fine. No. Do it again.
Yeah. Now, you have do you sell mainly physical items?
Mainly physical.
Love it.
Yes.
So you're coming up with the full project and then throwing it out there and seeing what happens and all that, right?
Yes.
Love it. Let's talk about how, as a doctor and a business owner and an Etsy shop owner, how did you choose physical, or did physical choose you?
I would say physical chose me.
Okay.
I just by the route of what I was making, and I'm not a huge designer as far as
Like, you're not having fun playing in Canva all day.
right.
Yeah.
Like, I can do it. I do it for my business, and I use it for making, the pictures that I use. Like, that's how I make great pictures, is using Canva. And so took the Canva course with Maker's Gonna learned all about Canva. And my sister and my daughter also bounced ideas off of them.
Yay.
But really using that to leverage the photos. But I'm not super creative in as situation where I'm just creating it from scratch, like the design piece.
Sure.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you are comfortable sharing or not. Feel free not to. What is it that you're seeing to be like that main thing to sell, like that you're making and selling? What do you feel like is like the standoff product for you right now?
Our hottest product are ducks.
So fun.
Yeah.
Love it.
Yeah.
And they're made with the laser?
Made with a 3D printer.
3D printer.
3D filament.
So cool.
Yeah.
And how did you find that through doing market research?
We did. We started with like creating groups of rubber ducks to sell, and thought, oh, people like these. And so that was a cheaper way to start than buying a 3D printer and print your own ducks. Like I said, I'm not designing, so we pay people to design the actual files. And then, which is great for them because they don't want to print them. They design them and we print them and sell them. And so we decided, then we have people sending us messages like, hey, can you make a duck with this on it? Can you make a duck with this on it?
And these are all strangers.
Yes.
I think that's the best testimony of like people like are just biting to buy from you so much that they're willing to like someone somewhere else in the world is on Etsy. They find your shop to no work other than make your listing. And they get in there and not only do they want to buy, they want to like message and ask for custom or, you know, they're really, I feel like the Etsy buyer is just built different. Like they're not the Walmart buyer. They're not on Amazon. Like they are looking for unique. They are looking for handmade and they're willing to pay for it.
Oh yeah. Like for instance, we have a lady that's been messaging us this week who, she bought one of our ducks and then she was like, hey, can you make it with this for my, like a vet duck for my daughter? She's a veterinarian. Don't want to look like a doctor. I want to look like vet. So we talked to our design guy. I'm like, hey, can you make this duck with a little dog or whatever? And he's like, sure. And so we got a prototype and we sent it to her and I said, you know, our normal duck is X price, but this is a special made duck. And, you know,
Just for you.
Yeah. And she's like, oh, well, I'll buy that.
That's amazing.
Yeah. So it's interesting. And, you know, she came up with the idea. Like, hey, I want this duck. And you're like, oh, okay.
You're like, I never thought about a vet duck.
Right. Right.
How much more did she have to pay for this vet duck?
Like $70 more.
How much did the duck end up costing?
I think she bought 2 for $100.
No way. That's what I'm saying. Like people on Etsy are built different.
Right.
Because they're looking.
They want that personalized that they can give someone. Like it's a lot of giving. I feel like people get on there to get a unique gift instead of going to a box store or whatever.
Yeah.
That uniqueness. So I think that they're willing to.
I think in Passive Earners Society, I think that's the hardest part. So when it goes back to like the 3 or 4 months of you experimenting and being, I'm assuming you were just being curious and like being open. The biggest hurdle I see people that want to build an Etsy shop struggling with is that they want to put 3 to 5 listings out and then they want to stop and wait. It's like, okay, I did the work. Where is the result? What would you say to that?
I would say that that's not going to get you anywhere quickly. It's never a quick process. I feel like we are conditioned, I am conditioned to want results fast, right?
Me too. I'm guilty too.
Right? But I think this is a process and it's distinguishing yourself from other people. And it took, 50 listings to get some traction.
Wait. Can we slow down?
Yeah.
It took 50 listings. How did you feel leading up to 50 listings and not having the sales? Like what was going on in your head?
I'm not built for this. This is not my, I can deliver babies and all that kind of things, but this is not my forte. But I kept listening to you and Passive Earners and it'd be like, hey, you got to keep going. Like it's not overnight and it's a process and,
It really is the part of, and anyone that's like struggling in the middle, this is like the messy middle. This is normal in all business, all things. It's really figuring out exactly how you're going to show up when it's not working and you don't know what you don't know. And I think that's the hardest part for so many people. You didn't learn what was going to be a standout niche for you until you got over 50 listings.
Yeah.
And sometimes you can get traction at 20 listings, sometimes within the first 5 to 10. But the sooner that you're willing to just keep going, keep pushing, I think the best emotion to bring when you're building a business is curiosity of like, what will people think of this?
Right.
Like I come out with new stuff all the time in our Etsy shops and in our business. And I'm like, I don't know. Like, I don't know if this is going to work. Right. Like,
right.
Yeah. So I love it. And you have been able to average, I think we were looking at the stats before, anywhere from 5 to 9% conversion rate this year in your Etsy shop. That's crazy.
Yeah, well, I didn't realize that was crazy until I
I
heard
that means people are buying.
right. And I was like, oh, because in your mind, at least in my mind, I should say, like 3 to 5 to 7% is like so low. Like, yeah, I want like 90%, which is not realistic, right? But
Yeah.
in your mind, you're like, well, that seems really low. But when you kind of look at it overall, it's stable. And that's what you want to maintain, that stability of.
I think when you're in the 3 to 5%, that would be more industry average. But as you're pacing that 7 to 9%, you're like, oh, I know their pain points.
Yes.
Like I'm really knowing their pain points. And when you're closer to a 3% conversion rate, think about how many more views that it takes to get a buyer compared to a triple. From 3 to 9, you're tripling your conversion. That means you can get a third of the views and still get the buyer, right? So it's really working on that conversion rate has been really awesome for you. I mean, obviously for your shop, but what have you been doing to see that go up? Or is it more listings? Is it, again, like what you're talking about, like more optimizing the listings?
Optimizing. I'm always looking at the SEO, trying to optimize what works best. Like trying to get those single phrases or single word phrases and then multiple words that kind of back to back in your SEO and your title to try to bite more for the Etsy. And then the more you sell, my understanding from Etsy behind the scenes is they move it up on what presents to people searching. So, yeah, it's trying to use the system and knowing how the system works and optimizing your listing. And the other thing I did was add more options to each and focus on holidays. So, like, we did a special one for Valentine's Day, and we did one for Christmas, and it is still selling, and I don't know why, but...
You're still selling Christmas? Let's go! Let's go!
Why are you buying this? It's not even Christmas. I'm like, I don't know.
Don't even question it. They're celebrating Christmas in April.
Right? We're getting ready.
Getting ready.
I don't know. But when we did one for St. Patty's Day, which was a big.
Did people buy it?
Yeah.
It's crazy. On average, how many orders are you getting, like, on a week, or like, are you seeing consistency overall?
Yeah, I was trying to think. It's so weird. Like I said, Saturdays, Sundays, your views go up.
Your hot days.
But then your conversion rate sometimes is a little lower because
they're prowling. Sometimes we don't want the static prowlers.
I also offer people the discount if you put it in your cart, but don't buy. I'll send them that little 10%.
Love that.
Hey,
we love that.
Cart. Here's 10%. I always send a thank you percentage off for their next visit. So I have a lot of repeat buyers.
Yeah.
Which is good, right? Like I want to see them come back, and I want them to be like, "Ooh, what new thing do they have?
What new duck does she got? She's got the Christmas duck. The Christmas duck's still here."
Yeah. So working
That's awesome.
on that. And just modifying what we have. Like, oh, let's change this duck color to this, which doesn't require a new design build. It's just a different duck.
Option.
And then adding options to the listing. Not necessarily adding more listings, but adding like variations.
One thing I think that is going to stand out for me in this case study and interview is that you're not just putting a listing up and moving to what the next one is. You're really stewarding well the listings that are treating you well, like the ones that are getting the views. Like you're looking to make them better, and I think people sleep on that.
Yeah,
all the time.
Like if this is a good listing, what if we change this color?
Yeah.
Like, what if we change this piece of the duck?
And that's part of what's fun with Etsy is you can see sometimes it does take 30 days of optimization. It can, but it's really fun to see what a small tweak can do.
Hello, I can't.
Hello, Sadie. How are you?
How's it going?
It's so good. I don't know why I'm bigger than you. So hold on.
It's okay.
Hold on. This is so funny. Everyone, welcome Sadie. I'm so excited. Oh my goodness. We are so excited to have you here today. Oh my goodness.
Pumped.
Y'all, we
Yes.
have such an amazing group today. Sadie, they are not ready for your
No.
amazing class. Like, it is
They're
going
not
to be
ready.
so epic.
Yes, I'm so excited. You guys need to buckle up and get your notebooks out because I'm sharing some really good nuggets that could literally change your life. So get
Yes,
ready.
yes,
It's
yes,
gonna be
yes.
so
And
good.
y'all, for full transparency, if you have not been able to grab time on our calendar, go ahead, give us a moment or two, apply again in a little bit. We're making sure there's been so many of you that want to come to Momentum Day tomorrow and the AI workshop. So we're super
Yes.
excited. If you get your application in and get, time with someone on our team, we're trying to make sure there's plenty of availability. Pick the soonest available for you. And we're so excited. That's a great one-on-one call with my team that you get to talk about where you're at, where you want to go. It's super awesome. And that's for people who may, want to apply to work with us. Sadie's a coach, so she'll talk about that a little bit. She has a multiple calls a month in the program to apply what she, is really lived out. Like this is, Sadie and her shop is such a testimony to almost every single person here. Her story, I think, is go touch you and just be transformed in her own transformation, which I don't want to take it away. But there's so many people here who are at the cusp of what, is their next level. And
Yes.
there's someone here today that their Etsy shop, just hadn't, it may have been super awesome and, hadn't got them where they wanted to go. And they have said, feel like it's been tabled. But y'all, when you hear this class with Sadie, you're like, oh wait, this is totally possible for me, like in a whole new way. I've seen people ask, like, can I have an older shop and reuse it? You'll find in Sadie's class the answer is yes. Like if you had a shop with any reviews, any sales, like that's amazing. Like it is super awesome. Like you just use the shop you've got. I've had questions that we'll go over, more in Momentum Day, but do I need a tax ID? Do I need an LLC? The answer is no. You can start with just your social security number. So get ready, buckle up, enjoy Sadie's class, and I'll be in the chat taking all the questions to come back on and, do a little Q&A after. So Sadie, take it away.
Let's go, guys. I am so pumped to be with you guys today. And I'm so honored that you guys are showing up for yourselves. This is going to be so life-changing if you allow it to be. So today I'm going to be sharing how I created 600 sales in only 60 days, y'all. This is absolutely crazy. And I'm not just going to be talking about this is what I did. I made 600 sales. I'm going to be sharing how I made 600 sales. So if you want the true transformation in your shop, please lock in and pay attention and write down all the hacks that I'm going to be sharing with you guys today. It's going to be so good. So if you're ready, comment me in the comments. I am so excited. And let's get started, guys. So since opening my shop in late September of 2024, I have made over $23,000 completely passively on Etsy. Y'all, that is absolutely insane. That is so crazy. And when I say passively, I literally mean passively. Like I have not really done hardly anything for this, which is crazy. And I'm going to explain how I did this, but I wanted to show you these stats. I think they're absolutely insane. And I have consistently made at least $2,000 a month passively on Etsy since opening my shop in September 2024. And it's literally increased every single month, which has been so fun to track and watch. Here's a quick little stat from August of this year. I made almost $7,000 completely passively on Etsy. Y'all, that's a game changer. I want you guys to just think about how much your life would change if you made an extra almost $7,000 in a month. That is crazy. That is so crazy. So before we dive in, I want to quickly go over who this class is before. So this class is amazing for anyone with an existing Etsy shop, especially if you're not getting the sales you want. I know we have all been there. So if that is you, you are in the right place. And this class is also for anyone who is considering Etsy and wanting to learn why Etsy could be right for them. So if that is you, you are also in the right place. And I am so excited you're here. And this is going to be so good, y'all. I'm so pumped. So before we dive in to today's training, I want to just introduce myself. My name is Sadie Michael, and I am the content producer here at Makers Gonna Learn. So all of the amazing YouTube videos you guys have been watching, I produce those videos. It is so much fun. I also run social media. It is seriously a blast. It's such a creative job, and I have so much fun. So that's who I am. And I started my first Etsy shop in 2022 where I was selling hand embroidered items. I actually got into embroidery because at Makers Gonna Learn, we had a program called Maker University, and we started diving into so many different crafts, and embroidery was one of them. Lauren taught embroidery, and since I'm the producer, I'm sitting back recording all these videos and watching intently, and it just looked so relaxing to me and so therapeutic. And I honestly don't have a lot of hobbies, so I saw embroidery and I was like, this is going to be my hobby. This is going to be my new favorite thing. And it was. I had so much fun with it. I started kind of just making things for friends, and I would post on like social media and stuff like that and try to get friends to buy from me. And honestly, it wasn't super successful selling to friends. I actually started listing on Etsy, and it blew up with strangers, which is so cool. So I started making, like I said, hand embroidered items. I would do little sweaters, and in the top middle, there's like a car mirror charm so they could hang this in their car, which was so cute. But I quickly found that hand embroidered Converse was my thing. It was my bread and butter. They blew up. I was creating Converse for weddings. There were so many incredible opportunities that started opening up for me. I was making orders for the brides and her bridesmaids and the mother of the bride, and even some of the grooms were ordering shoes for themselves, which is so cool. So I received an order one time for over $1,300 for one order for all of these beautiful pairs of Converse for a wedding, which is so cool. I was getting tons of orders for weddings. That became kind of like my niche, was embroidered Converse for weddings. I had a crazy opportunity open up for me. There was a band that reached out, which is, it's not just any band. This band was very, very famous. They have toured with people that I guarantee everyone in this chat knows, which is so cool. And I had to sign an NDA for this, which is why my image is censored. But I had the opportunity to embroider a pair of Converse for this band because they were about to come out with a brand new album that their fans did not know about yet. And they were going to go on tour. So pretty much they reached out and they were like, hey, I want you to embroider the album image on the side of the shoe, and when we're on stage, the fans are going to get a glimpse of it and be like, wait, what is that on the shoe? There must be something behind it. And that's exactly what it was. So I had that opportunity, and honestly, y'all, there was just more and more opportunities that were opening up for me, and it was incredible. It was so much fun until it was not really fun anymore, guys. I feel like we've all been there. I got so insanely burnout, as you could imagine. I worked a full-time job. I was coming home and I was hand embroidering things. Mind you, I did not have a machine. I'm doing this all by hand. It was very painful, lots of needle pricks, all of the things. So I got super burnout. I was staying up way past midnight fulfilling orders. I had to turn down a lot of time with friends and family because I just had to finish my orders, had to reach the deadline for shipping these out. It was just so overwhelming, and I feel like I missed out on a lot of life because I had no other choice but to turn down opportunities because of this business that I was running. So, as any overwhelmed Etsy shop owner does, I put my shop on vacation mode. And if we are being honest, I had absolutely no intentions at all to ever open this shop up ever again. No matter what I was making, I was like, Etsy is just not for me. Running a business is not for me, because in my brain, having a business and making money equated to work. And something that I've really found out this year is that that is not true. You do not have to work more to make more money, which it sounds too good to be true, but it's absolutely not. And I'm going to be sharing more about that later. But I put my shop on vacation mode, and I decided to just focus on what I was truly passionate about in life in that season, which was music. So I put out 3 songs. I started working on recording my album, which is so exciting. And like I said, Etsy was just not in my future anymore. It was not on my playing cards, and I was very happy about that. It was very relieving to not have to worry about it anymore. So I put it on vacation mode. And when we were building Passive Earner Society and we opened so many test shops, it was so much fun. And I was watching my team create these crazy successful Etsy shops, and I'm like, this is so inspiring to me. And there was one type of product that really piqued my interest that made me consider opening another Etsy shop, which, knowing myself, that was really, really shocking. Because like I said, I was never going to do it ever again. So I thought, and this one type of product was digital downloads. Y'all, I could rant about how much I love digital downloads and how life-changing they have been in my life. So pretty much, if you don't know what a digital download is, there's so many different kinds of digital downloads that you can create and sell, which is super cool. You could create digital wall art, which is what I did. This is what I make and sell in my shop to this day. You can make digital invites. You can make digital templates and sell those templates. But the beautiful thing about digital downloads is you have to just create it once, you upload it to Etsy once, and it sells literally over and over and over again until you decide to take the listing off of Etsy, which why would we want to do that? Because it just keeps generating so much money. So here's an example. You could see the screenshot of this stat. There's one listing of mine that has made over $3,200. And y'all, I have well over 200 listings. So as you can imagine, I'm bringing in lots of income passively, which has been absolutely incredible. I know some of you are probably wondering, like, how did you get into your specific niche? I will go into that in just a little bit, but I truly kind of just picked something that I love myself. And I knew that I loved wall art because me and my husband, every time we go to a concert, we're always buying posters from the concert. We're always putting them in our house. So I feel like I'm a wall art junkie. So I knew that out of digital downloads, that was the thing that I would have so much fun creating. So I rebranded my shop, y'all. Tanner was mentioning earlier that you can have an existing Etsy shop that maybe has been run down, or maybe it's not doing as well as you hoped it would be. So I had my business Embroidery by Sadie, and y'all, I did not deactivate this shop. I did not delete it or anything like that. I didn't open a brand new shop. I literally took the Etsy shop that I already had, which was Embroidery by Sadie, and I rebranded it, which is so much fun. And honestly, I would recommend to anyone who's feeling uninspired in your Etsy shop, I 1,000% recommend rebranding your shop because I loved embroidery, okay? It was so much fun to me until I got burnt out, of course. But it personally wasn't like my style, if that makes sense. Like, I love embroidery itself, but I'm not going to be putting embroidery in my house. It's just not really me. You know what I mean? So I rebranded to my new shop, and it's truly, truly my style now. It's very maximalist, very bold, very modern, and of course it's wall art, and I love wall art. So I totally recommend rebranding, and that's what I did. It was so easy. I just created a new logo. I created a new banner, created a new Etsy shop name, which you can do. Just because you have an existing Etsy shop doesn't mean you can't change the name. So I changed the name, and it really just lit me on fire for Etsy all over again. It's just a fresh start. So before I dive into all of the strategies of how I made over 600 sales in 60 days, I want to quickly share why I love Etsy and will choose it over any other selling platform. Even like running your own website and stuff like that, I will choose Etsy every single day over those things because you could see results quick. And when I say quick, I mean so quick. In the first week of me opening my new Etsy shop and listing new items in my Etsy shop, I received a sale from a stranger, y'all, which is so crazy because I didn't even have social media for my new Etsy shop. And that's actually something that I am very firm in believing, is that you do not have to have social media to have a successful Etsy shop. So this was a complete stranger that found me on Etsy in the first week of me listing on Etsy, which is crazy. And within the first month, I had already received over 100 sales from strangers. Y'all, just let that sink in. That is absolutely, absolutely crazy. So I want you guys to comment yes in the chat if you want to learn how to make over $200 a day, or if you are just longing for this to be your reality, because it is so life-changing. So comment yes if you're feeling inspired, if you're ready for this to be your reality, because I promise you it is so possible. And we're going to dive into exactly how you can make this your reality today. So let's dive in to the exact framework that I use to create over 600 sales in only 60 days. Are you guys ready? I'm so excited. So let's go ahead and dive on in. This is going to be so good. So step one, y'all, this is so important, and this can seem kind of overwhelming to some people, but I promise you it does not have to be. You have to choose what you want to sell. So there are three kind of routes that you could go with making money on Etsy and making money passively on Etsy. There's obviously the physical crafting route, or selling physical items, or selling vintage items, whatever physical items you're thinking of. You could go the physical route, which I obviously knew I absolutely did not want to do that. I tried my fair share at physical crafting, and it was just not for me. I did not have the time for it. It was just not my jam. So there's physical, there is digital, which, like I said, there are so many different things that you could sell in the digital realm, which is actually so fun. You could do digital wall art like I'm doing. Like I said earlier, you could do digital invites, digital templates. There's so many different things that you could sell in the digital realm. And then there's print on demand, which is actually really fun. It's kind of a mix of digital and physical. So you are designing something digital on a shirt, for example. There's so many different digital print on demand things that you could sell. But say, for instance, you can design something for a t-shirt, and you can send it to a print provider, and they're literally going to print it out for you and ship it to your customer for you. So that is also an incredible passive income route. It's super cool. So I, first off, step one, had to decide what I wanted to sell. So I decided to go with digital, of course, because it seemed like the most low maintenance out of everything, because I knew I didn't want to go to the post office and ship off things or stay up crafting things. So digital was just the way to go for me. So I chose what I wanted to sell. And step two, y'all, this is the most important thing ever, is doing your product research, okay? There are many different ways that you can do your product research. There are different platforms like Insight Factory, Everbee. There's so many different kind of ways to do your product research. You could even do your product research by going into Target, going into TJ Maxx, going into your favorite clothing store or your favorite home decor store, and kind of just seeing what is trending and what you're seeing, like repeated elements or aesthetics or whatever it is. And you're kind of just taking mental note of those things and being like, hey, if I'm seeing this everywhere, it must be trending. It's flying off the shelves. People are buying it. So I personally did my product research on Etsy to see what was selling the best. So an amazing way to do this is I really just started going on Etsy and I just looked up wall art, y'all. I just looked up what I wanted to make. And Etsy is very good at communicating to customers and buyers about what is best selling. So as you could see on these listings, this is a screenshot from Etsy, you could see that it says bestseller on this one listing, and there's one that says popular now. So I honestly just paid attention to what was a bestseller and the things that made up that design. So for instance, I know like pink bows and that coquette style are super trendy right now. I was seeing tons of that in Etsy and I was like, I can make this myself super easily in Canva, y'all. I forgot to say that I literally make all of my designs in Canva, and I started out with a free Canva account selling stuff, which is crazy. So I did my product research on Etsy, quickly saw what was trending on Etsy, and I implemented those elements into my wall art. And y'all, product research is so important because you can't just be making things and listing them on Etsy expecting that they're going to sell. And just because you like it does not mean that everyone's going to like it and want to buy it. And that's kind of like a harsh truth, but you do have to do your product research and see what's in demand, okay? So do your product research, so important. Step 3 is to list, and list some more. List until you drop. That is like my life motto. So I was listing around 20 quality listings a week, and you're probably like, what in the world even makes a quality listing? I'm going to explain what makes a quality listing to you now. So a quality listing is listings that you put product research into that are trending and wanted by millions of customers and have professional, high quality listing images. Okay? And when I say quality, you have to take all those things into consideration. When I was listing 20 quality listings a week, like I said, my shop was open for a month and I already had 100 sales from strangers. Okay. And I know 20 quality listings sounds like a lot, but if you do the math, that's literally only 2 to 3 listings a day, which is very doable. So what I would do is I would work my 9 to 5. I would come home, I would design during dinner. The times where I could have been scrolling on my phone, which we are all so insanely guilty of. I decided to take that time and be productive. So I would do my product research. I would work on designing. I would work on listing, all of those things. It's really just learning how to kind of manage your time well. And I was listing 2 to 3 listings a day. So yeah, quality listings, that's what you need to be putting out there. I quickly want to go over listing images because y'all, listing images will make or break your customer buying something from you. So listing images to avoid are gaudy mock-ups and images that look fake or AI generated. And y'all, I know AI is so powerful and some things look so insanely convincing with AI, which is amazing. I love that AI is growing and expanding. However, as AI is evolving, I feel like so are we. We are able to really kind of pick up on what's AI these days now because we're seeing so much of it. So honestly, when your customer sees a mock-up that looks AI generated, y'all, it's not going to really look good on you because it looks like what you are selling is fake. They may question the quality of your work. Even if you know the quality of your work is absolutely incredible, they're not going to know that because your mock-up looks fake. So here are some examples of really fake looking mock-ups. They just look so gaudy. They do not look like somebody's real home. That's something that is so important with mock-ups is you want them to be able to envision this on themselves, whether it's clothes or wall art, whatever it is, you want them to be able to envision it in their space or on their body or anything like that in a very real, convincing way. Okay, you want to build trust with your customers. And honestly, if you have bad looking mock-ups, it does not build trust with your customers at all. They're going to see your listing and automatically be like, okay, this is not legit. This does not look good. And they're going to skip from buying from you. So I want to explain listing images that you should be using in your shop. And these are images that are eye-catching, they look real and convincing. So my favorite place to buy mock-ups, because I know you guys are wondering, my favorite place to buy mock-ups is Etsy. There are so many different places though that you could buy incredible mock-ups. Etsy is my favorite though, because I'm already working in Etsy, already doing my thing, so why not just buy from Etsy as well? So I buy my mock-ups from Etsy, but I'm not just buying any mock-ups, y'all. I specifically buy mock-ups that are called Smart PSD mockups, the letters PSD, okay? And these are special mockups that they're not just any mockups. So I want to specify mockups. There are some mockups that are just plain JPEG images, and these are uneditable kind of images. There's nothing special about them. It's literally like an image that you took with your phone. There's nothing special about it. But with Smart PSD mockups, they are mockups that allow you to drag and drop your design into this kind of special file, and it morphs your design into the mockup. So as you can see, let's take a look at this very bottom right one, the set of 3 wall art pieces. You could see I use a Smart PSD mockup, and can you guys see the reflections on that wall art and the angle that they're at? You cannot accomplish that with a regular plain mockup. So they need to be Smart PSD. Even with this tote bag at the top, you could see that my design has literally morphed into the tote bag, and you could see the wrinkles and the shadows, and it looks so real. And if I were scrolling Etsy and I saw that, I would be like, that was taken with a Nikon. That was taken with a Canon camera. You would not be able to convince me that it wasn't taken with a professional camera because it looks that good. And I know you guys are probably wondering, how do I even use a Smart PSD mockup? There are 2 different ways you could do this. I'm going to explain the first way because we're going to get it out of the way because it's not the way I like to go. You can use Photoshop, and that does cost money, but nobody wants to be spending extra money. So there is a website called Photopea, which is spelled Photopea, and that is just a website. It's not an app or anything. You could literally look it up right now in your browser. And what you literally do is you will buy your mock-ups from wherever you want to buy your mock-ups from. Like I said, I buy my Smart PSD mock-ups from Etsy. You will download the beautiful mock-ups that you have purchased. They're really not expensive too. I encourage you guys to go and look at all the incredible mock-ups they have. They are so cheap and it's so worth it because they look incredible. But you will upload, literally just drag and drop your Smart PSD mockup image, that specific single file, to photopea.com. And from there, you're going to see a layers panel, and it's very straightforward. It tells you exactly what you need to do. It's going to be like, click here or insert your image here. So you're going to double click that, drag and drop your already saved image, whether it's like a image for a t-shirt or a tote bag or wall art or whatever it is. You drag and drop it, you save it, and it's literally, it has created such a beautiful, beautiful image for you, and it's ready to be put inside your Etsy listing. So easy, so fun. So Smart PSD mockups are the way to go. You want it to look convincing. You want your customers to be able to envision it in their space or on their body, whatever it is. You want to make sure that they are eye-catching, look real, and that they're convincing. So, quality listings aren't just about product research and listing images. There's more than that. Titles and tags play a massive, massive role in the success of your listing and how it performs in the algorithm and how it converts viewers to buyers. So let's go ahead and talk about that. My secret hack to my best-selling listings. I'm going to be talking about this. Y'all, this has literally changed the entire game for me. I know some people will have tons of listings and maybe only a few listings are performing really well. They're getting views, they're getting sales, maybe they're bestsellers. Y'all, I have applied this technique to every single one of my listings, and it has created so many bestsellers in my shop, which is so crazy. And this technique is reusing the exact same titles and tags from my best performing listings on every other listing and slightly tweaking it as needed. So let's just take a look at, these are some of my wall art sets, for example. Say the one on the very, very left is a bestseller of mine, okay? I have discovered that whatever title and tags that I wrote for that are obviously popping off. They are doing so well because I'm getting views, I'm getting sales, all of the things. So obviously I'm going to take inspiration from that specific listing and its titles and tags, because obviously when I wrote it, there are keywords that are popping off in the algorithm. So the best thing that you could do is, honestly, it sounds crazy, but I literally have just copied my title and pasted it on the rest of my listings. Now, you can't just copy and paste and call it a day, because obviously not every listing is the same. Like, I'm not going to apply this pink coquette wall art title to the one to the right of it, like a more modern contemporary, because they're not the same. They're not the same at all. So I have taken the base of the title, like the entire kind of structure of the title, I have pasted it to my next listing, and I have barely tweaked it as needed. So like where I might have said pink wall art, maybe now I'm going to say colorful wall art. Maybe where I said coquette wall art or coquette prints, maybe I would say modern prints. So I'm keeping everything else, but just changing the important specific words like colors, even quantity. Like sometimes I have wall art sets of maybe 6. I would need to change the next listing to 9 if there's 9 prints in there. So just taking the base of it and running with it, because obviously there is something that you wrote in the first time where it's popping off so well, and you need to apply that to your next listings because there's like keywords in there that are doing so well. So, and I do this because if it ain't fit or if it ain't broke, I'm not going to fix it. You know, if it's already working, I'm not going to go and try something different and write something completely new and see if it works because I already know it's working. So I'm going to apply it to my next listings. Okay. A lot of sellers, like I said, only have a handful of bestsellers, but with this hack, almost every single one of my listings is a bestseller or popular now, which is so incredible. It's so amazing. So definitely, guys, totally recommend doing that with your titles. It'll change everything. Because I used all of these listing techniques within the first month of opening, I mentioned this earlier, my digital print shop, I had over 100 quality listings and I had already reached my first 100 sales. So consistent listing is so key. I know some of you guys may be trying to list maybe a handful of things in a month, maybe like 2 listings a month, 4 listings a month, and you're expecting to be seen and you're expecting to be getting all of these sales, but y'all, you have to consistently list to put yourself out there because there's so many people on Etsy that are selling and you cannot expect, it's just not realistic. You can't expect to be putting 2 listings out there and expecting to be seen and make sales. So I had over 100 listings in my first month. And like I said, it's like 20 quality listings a week or so. So 2 to 3 listings a day I was putting out there. And I had already reached my first 100 sales. So consistency is so key. So step 4 is prioritizing bundles in my shop. And this is because your customers will jump on buying them quickly because it's a quote better deal. So we're going to talk about this a little bit. So they will likely choose the set over singles because of the deal, which ultimately makes you so much more money. So let's take a look at this single print that I have on the left. It's like $375 for a single print after my discount. And people could realize that they could buy 9 prints at $375 and pay $33.75. That is a pretty penny. Or they could buy 1 set of 9 for $750. And y'all, instead of making a bunch of sales on singles all day long, you could be making a bunch of sales on bundles all day long and be making so much more money. So instead of making $375 many times a day, you could be making $750 many times a day. So obviously there's like no doubt about it. Bundles are the way to go. And honestly, people love a good bundle because you've already beautifully curated a set together for wall art, for example. You've already curated something and they could visualize it in their home. It's a little more intimidating and stressful trying to pick a bunch of singles and be like, are these going to look cute together? Are these going to look good in my home together? You've already done the hard work for them and they're going to be so likely to grab a bundle over singles. I started off listing singles in my shop in the beginning. I know some of you guys are probably curious if I still do singles. I do here or there, but it is not my priority. I am prioritizing bundles. My first 100 listings were singles though. So that was very interesting. But once I kind of got my feet off the ground, I was like, I want to make more money because that's what we want to do, y'all. So bundles were the way to go. And now they're literally the only thing that really sells in my shop, which is so cool. So definitely prioritizing bundles. Step 5, y'all, I could go on and on and on and on about this strategy, and this is my daily sale strategy. And this is scheduling a sale for each individual day of the week instead of creating sales that are days or weeks long. Now, why am I doing this? It creates so much urgency, y'all. When you create a sale that is one day long, let me just quickly explain how I do this. You guys are probably like, how do you just create a daily sale? When you go into your Etsy shop manager and you go to your sales and discounts and you create a sale, I do not want to see you guys list or scheduling out sales that are from Monday through Friday, because you know what? Your customers are going to see that. They're going to be like, oh, it's Monday and the sale ends on Friday. I'll just come back later this week and buy it. But no, they are absolutely not going to do that. And I know because I have done that myself. I've seen listings on Etsy that I was interested in buying, and I'm like, I'll just come back later. It's going to end later this week. And I forget about it and I don't buy it. But when you create daily sales, it's going to add a timer to your listings. So say, for example, today is Monday, October 13th. Say I want to create a daily sale for today. I'm going to go into, like I said, my Etsy shop manager, sales and discounts, and I'm going to run a sale from Monday, October 13th through Monday, October 13th. And that makes sure that my sale is only for 24 hours and there's going to be a timer on my listing, and it's going to create so much urgency. They're going to be like, oh shoot, this sale ends in 2 hours and 37 minutes. I have to get it now. Okay, that is what is so important about these daily sales. So you're going to rinse and repeat that process. So what I like to do is at the end of the week, like say Saturday, I'm laying down in bed, about to gear up for a brand new week. I will just spend literally a couple minutes. It does not take long to schedule individual sales. You may be like, it's easier though to just schedule a week-long sale or month-long sale. It's just a one-time thing, but y'all, I promise this urgency is so important. But you're going to go in there and schedule it for each individual day. So like Tuesday, I'm going to run the sale from Tuesday through Tuesday. I'm going to set that sale live. I'm going to go to Wednesday. I'm going to make that sale run from Wednesday to Wednesday. You guys are picking up what I'm putting down. You're creating 24-hour sales, okay? And we need to create urgency, okay? It is so important. So y'all, I want to share the main takeaways from today, and you guys are welcome to screenshot these, write these down, because you cannot forget these. These have resulted in my shop making over 600 sales in 60 days, which has been absolutely crazy. So let's just do a quick recap. Be sure to write these down. You have to apply these to your shop. Number one is, of course, deciding what you want to sell. There's digital, there is physical, and there's print on demand. Okay, we already went over this. I decided to sell what was best for me. So you kind of need to do just a self-reflection and kind of see where you're at in life. Maybe you don't have time to be physically crafting things or selling vintage items or whatever, like physical items. That would be a great deciding factor for you to realize, I need to go digital because this is so extremely passive. I just have to design it once and upload it once and watch it sell over and over and over. And one listing can make you thousands of dollars, which is so crazy. So decide what you want to sell, what is best for you, what makes you come to life. For me, it was wall art. So deciding what you love and what others love and going with that, okay? Number two, like we talked about, doing your product research. You can't just be creating things or selling things that you just love yourself. You've got to do your product research because you need to see what people are interested in, and you're going to show up so much better in the Etsy algorithm. It's so, so crucial. Number 3 is consistently and constantly listing quality listings in your shop. Okay, we went over what makes a quality listing. You're not just slapping listings up there just to get it done. We need to put a little thought, a little effort into it. But listing as much as you can, because you cannot be seen if you're only putting a few listings out there and just calling it a day. Okay, you're going to get lost and swallowed up in the algorithm. So you have to put those quality listings out there. And number 4 is creating bundles with a good deal. Okay, because we love to save money around here. Okay, I honestly, I am most likely to buy something if it's a much better deal. And I know you guys are the exact same way. And of course, scheduling your daily 24-hour sale for urgency. Y'all go ahead and screenshot this. You need to remember every single one of these things. You've got to create urgency. You need to give your customer a reason to buy immediately. Okay? And honestly, I'm the type of person, I am not going to buy something if it's not on a sale. And I know some of you guys here are the exact same way. You're not going to buy something full price. So you have to be having sales every single day. And another thing I forgot to mention is I know I said having the daily 24-hour sale, but there should not be a day that you don't have a sale running in your shop. Okay? I'm not just running sales on holidays. I'm not just running sales during like Christmas or like hot selling seasons. I have a sale every single day, and you guys need to do that as well. You have to make it the 24-hour sale so that you have that timer going on your listings. Okay, so those are the main takeaways from today's training. And following these exact strategies, my shop has generated over $200 days consistently, completely passively, every single day of my life since opening my shop in September of 2024. That is crazy. I have reached days that were over $300 in one day. Y'all, that is crazy. That is so crazy. And one thing I love to do, you could actually tell Etsy how often you want to get paid. You could tell Etsy you want to get paid every 2 weeks. You want to get paid every 2 days, whatever you want. But y'all, I have it where I get paid every single day from Etsy, and it's going into my account every single day, which is so, so exciting. And it has literally changed my life. It has been incredible. I'm only 23 years old. I just got married. I paid for my wedding. I bought a house and I give passive income a massive, massive hand clap and credit for that, because I would not be able to do that without passive income. It has been absolutely incredible. It's changed my life, and I know it can too. So I want you to comment yes down below if you truly see the power of digital downloads and how they can transform your life. You guys saw how it has transformed my life, how much money it has created me, and it is so insanely possible for you as well. It's not just for me. I gave you all of the strategies that you need to accomplish what I have accomplished, and I have held nothing back. There is nothing that I do in my Etsy shop that I did not just share with you. Like, I could sit and think right now. There's absolutely nothing. So comment yes below if you see the true power of digital downloads. They're absolutely incredible. And y'all, Passive Earner Society. We have so much fun in Passive Earner Society. I actually host bi-weekly calls where I bring you guys inside of my workflow, inside of my noggin, where I'm thinking and strategizing and designing and all of the things. I will literally design stuff from scratch, and you guys just get to watch me do it. You get to see the why behind why I'm creating certain things, why I'm choosing certain elements because they're trending and hot on the Etsy market. You get to see me work on mock-ups. You get to see me list write my titles from scratch, my tags from scratch, my descriptions, listing it, running my sales, literally everything, y'all. You get to see inside of my brain, which is so much fun. And we have such a great group of people. We have a blast. We actually probably have too much fun, but don't tell my boss that. We have way too much fun at Passive Earner Society. So you guys have to apply now. It's going to be so, so good. You just have to book a call, see if you are a perfect fit. And y'all, I promise you, passive income has literally changed my life. I know it will change your life. This could be the start of something absolutely incredible for you. One thought that I keep in my mind all the time is a quote that Tanner says all the time, and it is, believe you are halfway there, or believe and you are already halfway there. You just have to believe that you can do it, and you've already won half the battle. So y'all, I believed in myself, and I have seen crazy, crazy growth in my shop, and you guys have to believe in yourself. And I truly believe that an important part of believing in yourself is taking leaps of faith. And I definitely recommend booking your call as your leap of faith to invest in yourself.
You crushed it, Sadie! Yeah. Oh my goodness, Sadie, Michael, everyone, y'all. We were drinking from a fire hose. Am I right? Or am I right? Like, oh, so incredible. Well, Sadie, I have a lot of things I was like writing down, like seeing the comments. So many great questions. I know that a lot of people here want to go to their next level. So I just have a few things that I want to address, and then I have a few questions just to clarify things for everyone. First of all, for the entire group, here is what I want to say. It is so easy for our brain to try and disqualify ourselves. Disqualify ourselves on how this strategy can't work for me, how this wouldn't work for me. Every time your brain offers you that, it is your requirement, your job to say, no, how can it work for me? It is the difference. I don't have my coffee, but is the cup half full or is the cup half empty? All right. I have 3 specific instances where I saw this. All right. Someone commented, well, what about reviews? Like, my shop doesn't have any reviews. Y'all, spoiler alert. We all started on Etsy with no reviews. None. If you had a shop and you know, it went dormant or you just have paused it and there's reviews, amazing. That shows that you have credibility. You've sold stuff before. If you're here and you don't have a shop yet, amazing. You can start a brand new shop today. If you think that Sadie's shop got success because she opened a new shop, they're like, oh, it's because you opened a new shop. No, she just reopened her shop.
Just a little revamp.
God, there is no secret algorithm like shift that gave Sadie priority. It was the quality listing, the amazing mock-ups, the amazing design. Like, it is the hard work. Like, that is what I'm saying. Like, there is no secret. All right. If your brain's trying to say, well, you don't have any reviews, you can't do it. You don't have any reviews. That is a lot. You have the same opportunity myself, Sadie, or anyone else in this room has. Number 1. Number 2, how soon should I do a bundle? Like our brain tells us that we have to go through this really hard thing before we could do something easy. Well, I'm gonna have to wait a few years. I'm gonna have to build up some art or something before I can do a bundle. Like, we are looking to disqualify ourselves. The soonest you can do a bundle is when you have however many images you want in that bundle done. How many images do you recommend in a bundle, Sadie?
There's several different options. You could do bundles of 3, bundles of 6, bundles of 9. I like the number 9, so I make bundles of 9. You could do sets of 12, 24, whatever you want it to be.
Here's what I want you all to hear. You use what you have. Entrepreneurs use what they have. Here's what your brain is trying to tell you. If for anyone that is struggling with this and is relating to what I'm saying, your brain is trying to tell you why you should go sit on the couch and not do this. The prefrontal cortex of our brain is the brain who bought the ticket to be here, and you're like on the cusp of the leader, because out of everyone who bought a ticket, you actually showed up or you're actually watching the replay. That is a far smaller percentage. After you did that, the rest of your brain wants to keep you safe. It's like when you're wanting to lose weight. You say, tomorrow I'm going to lose weight and I'm going to eat a meal plan. And you wake up the next day and you're like, man, I want a donut. That is the rest of our brain. The prefrontal is the one who like wants the best for us, but the rest of our brain wants us to keep us safe and seek pleasure. It does not want us to do hard things. So that's what I'm seeing a lot come through in the chat. Number 3, if you're struggling because you are a physical product seller, number 1, our next session is all about physical.
Yes.
Number 2, everything Sadie preached, it's like a preaching session. You can apply in your own way.
Yes.
Well, Tanner, she has a daily sell. Like, I can't do a daily sell. Why not?
Why not? That's a crazy excuse.
I wrote down, you need to discount like Hobby Lobby.
Yes.
I was at Hobby Lobby last week, and the whole Christmas was 50% off.
Mm-hmm.
It's physical products.
Yep.
It's physical items. Would I have bought any of that if it wasn't 50% off? No.
Absolutely
I'm not paying $300 for a wreath. I will pay $150. Or I'll pay $60 and it was $120. That's the dopamine. Like, we feel good when we get a deal.
Yes.
You've got to apply this strategy. This is a marketing principle that we are imparting to you, and it is your job to answer it.
Take it, run with it.
Take it. Yeah. It is a marketing strategy. It is not gimmicky. It's not, we know buyer psychology. We study it in our shops. We study it in the marketplace. The timer that, Sadie showed that it gets added on there, that is part of the value that you have to play. This is a complete game. You've got to understand the game and the rules. And the people who get sales are the ones who have a daily sales strategy, who actually set up the daily sales strategy. So many of you on this call right now are going to be like, oh, that's a good idea, and never do it. Right?
Yeah.
But if you want to learn how to bring it all together, that is who has the opportunity to join our program, to get in. We give you a coach. We walk with you. We help set up all this. It's so, so much fun. Love it, love it, love it. Okay. Here's what I want to tell you. We had someone ask, like, do we do different products, a different sell, a different percentage? Here's the spoiler. Sadie, is it the same discount every time?
Yes. I run the exact same discount every single day. I will say, if you have a shop that has like digital and physical, I would run a different sale for physical, because you don't want to be running 75% off your physical, because you're not going to make any profit. So, but if you're selling the same stuff, just run the same sale every single day.
Yeah. So if you want to run a 40% off discount, increase your process 40%.
Yeah.
When you work with us, if you're like, man, I love this group, I want to train with them, I want to, coach under them. Here's one thing about our team. You've met Sadie so far. We have so many other brilliant people. Almost every one of our one-on-one coaches that you would be paired with has an Etsy shop. So like, we are all like living proof of this opportunity, which I love. It is so, so good. So love it. I'm trying to see what other questions. Let me know if you guys have any other questions for Sadie. Super good. Yes, Joanna, I never thought of a daily sale. I've been on Etsy for years. That's what I'm talking about, my friend. Like, we love getting to serve and impart things at these conferences to show you exactly what's working. And if you, pick up what you have learned here and you want to take your shop to the next level, our program would be perfect for you. That's why we love doing these. It's just so incredible. Yeah, discount like Hobby Lobby, do the same discount. And the reason is, we've had a lot of people ask logistical questions like, can I do a bundle if I don't even have any sales? Yes. Your buyer is not looking at your shop like you are. Yep. Stop looking at your shop from your lens and start secret shopping yourself, which you're going to learn in session 2 with six-figure seller Ashley Falco. Yes. Buckle up. So good. If you work with us, we can help you do all of this and apply it. but you'll have to pick out your discount for yourself right now. We are offering success calls for all of you that apply to work with us. If you had trouble getting an appointment, try again. We should have fixed that right now. So yay, love it. Just as a reminder, you only get 7 days to watch the replay. So this conference is very immersive. You get the replay, but I love that you're here live. Y'all, it's going to be so awesome. Someone said, how can we create a bundle for physical items? Sarah, as simple as it is, you create a bundle. You photograph the bundle, you create it, make sure it's something that would make sense for you. So super, super good. Love it, love it, love it. Okay, so awesome. So good. Okay, here's what we're going to do. So amazing. I love it, love it, love it, love it. So awesome. So good. L. Foster, Etsy frowns upon overpricing items ahead of a sale. It's part of the game,
Everyone does it.
Everyone does it. You're going to hear, here's what I want to say. I've seen a lot of things in the chat of people do this, people do that. Should I do this? Stop. Keep it as simple and straightforward.
That's a great way to get overwhelmed, is looking at other people too. I've had to be I am locking in, I'm looking at my goal, and I'm chasing after my goal.
Yes.
And I'm what other people are doing. So
it is very important. And if what we're teaching makes sense and you resonate with that and you feel like it's right, it feels good to you, stay with that. And you have discernment to know what makes sense for you or not. And you don't have to run a discount. You don't have to, increase your process to discount it. But we are telling you people that do see more sales.
Yes.
Do with that.
1,000,000%.
That's the beauty of this. You own your own business. You have the final call. You are in the driver's seat. We are here to just teach what we see works. And here's the secret. Success leaves clues.
Yep.
Period. Sadie,
so
thank
true.
you so much for coming on and being so vulnerable, so incredible. It's always just so inspiring. Get to hear your story.
Of course.
We adore it. Sadie, thank you so much. We'll see you back here real soon.
See ya. Bye.
So fun. Y'all, okay, here's what we're going to do. We are about to go and we're going to hear from Jared. Jared has not one, but 2 thriving Etsy shops. And during this 20-minute break, I know you are going to be so excited to hear from Jared because so many of you are excited to have multiple shops and the opportunity of taking what you learned today and apply it in multiple niches. So it's going to be so incredible. During this break, feel free to ask questions in the chat. I'll have my team here to answer them. And yes, success leaves clues. Do you buy Etsy ads? No Etsy ads is in this strategy today. That is an advanced lever that only certain shops should. And if you're in my program, we can talk about it. But for the vast majority of you, you can make your income goal without ads. And that's such a blessing. Such a blessing. Yes, love it, love it, love it. So good. So incredible. Yes, we love it. Thank you guys so much. All right, go enjoy Jared and our conversation. It's going to light you up. You have 20 minutes, get a lunch break. We have 2 more sessions left. We're just getting the party started. It's going to be awesome. Be sure to share your favorite takeaways in our Facebook group or email them in if you're not on Facebook. We want to hear from you. hi@makersgonnalearn.com is our email. And y'all get ready because you're about to hear from a 6-figure Etsy seller in session 3, Ashley Falco, who has been able to sell her paper creations and make $12,500 a month. It's going to be gangbusters. You have a lot to learn and it's going to be awesome. So enjoy this break and we'll see you back here in 20 minutes. What if I told you the opportunity on Etsy is better now than ever before? In today's case study, we're going to pull back the curtain on a local friend of mine who has been able to build not 1, but 2 thriving Etsy shops in the past 6 months, had over 400 sales, and has been doing it all on his own favorite family passions. I'm so excited. Jared, welcome to the show.
Oh, thanks, man. It's great to be here.
So good. Tell us, before we dive into the Etsy shops, I think the coolest part of hearing people's Etsy shop story is what they
what their day job is. Like,
Yeah.
I have so many friends that are curious about Etsy and
Okay.
think they're too busy and just everything. Tell me about your family, your day job. You also have 3 kids.
I do.
As myself. Like, that is
Keeps you busy by itself. Yeah.
a badge of honor.
Yeah.
So tell us all about yourself.
Yeah. Okay. So actually, I feel like I have 1,000 jobs, but my main job, I'm actually an executive pastor at a church, at a local
So
church.
incredible.
But my passion is I just like to make stuff. So sometimes that stuff that I like to make is like, HR policies for a church or like spreadsheets.
I love that you love that.
Right. It works out really well. But, I'm a graphic designer. It's my background as well. And so I like to make stuff just for my family all
Yeah.
the time. I have for years. And so you can relate to that, I'm sure. Like, if we have like a family trip or something, I'm going to design a t-shirt.
How can I make this extra?
Yeah. How can I make this like extra special? And I'm going to make something that's like just for my kids or just for my wife.
Yes.
And so that's been our relationship for like the last decade in our family. And at some point we were like, why aren't we selling some of this stuff on Etsy that, is not just something that our family enjoys, but someone else might enjoy.
Yeah.
So we launched our Etsy shop like 6 months ago, our first one, and honestly didn't think anyone would buy anything because we have other real jobs. We were not looking for more
Sure.
jobs to do.
Sure.
And so
when
we're
you
like-
started, did you have any sort of goal other than like
Yeah.
the curiosity of like, wonder what would happen?
I mean, it was one of those things where it was like, it would be nice if we had a little extra income
Yeah.
from something like Etsy. But honestly, I was pretty skeptical. My wife was very optimistic. I was pretty skeptical.
Okay.
I was like, is someone actually going to buy this?
Yeah.
And they do. It turns out
It's
like
crazy.
You say a second ago that it's not too late to jump in. It really hasn't been for us.
Yeah.
It's been a great time where we found our niche and it turns out a lot of other people are interested in the same kind of stuff.
Yeah. Now, with your shop, you do print on demand
Yes, we do.
and digital downloads.
Yep.
Which we're gonna have to talk about because it's such
Great,
it's such a debate. With our like little phase of the internet, we kind of have like 3 tracks,
Yep.
and you either gravitate to one or another, and sometimes like layer them in.
Yeah.
A lot can do physical.
Yep.
Then there's print on demand, which I love, and of course digital, which is
Yeah.
probably the highest profit,
Yep.
least amount of legwork, like
Yeah.
easy delivery, which is so fun. When you were doing the research, what led you to pretty much say print on demand is the starting point?
Well, like I said, we weren't trying to create a full-time job for myself or my wife. And so we were really looking at what would be the lowest barrier to entry for us. And a lot of that was cost.
Yeah.
Right. Like we sell shirts. So if you have, 3 different shirts, colors, and you have to stock them in every kind of size, your
awful.
inventory quickly gets gigantic.
Yeah.
And we just couldn't do that.
Yeah.
And so we were looking at the print on demand options as really the only way. Without that, it wouldn't have been possible for us.
Sure.
And it seems like that's probably the case for a lot of people.
Yeah. A lot of my clients that we have actually coached and helped, they get so busy with
Yep.
local orders that they never have time to kind of take on the thought of selling to strangers.
Yeah.
And I believe, and I would love to know your thought too,
Okay.
I believe selling to strangers is the most rewarding and easiest thing
So fun
to do.
Yeah, it is.
Like, you're not having to like awkwardly have a conversation with your aunt or your
right.
third cousin.
yeah.
You're able to list something,
Yeah.
do really great research, and let the algorithm see what happens.
Yep. 100%.
So you went print on demand.
We did.
What was your how did it feel getting it set up? Like, was it overwhelming? Was it simple for you?
It was a task.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not something you can just like sit down and do having never done it before.
Yeah.
It takes a little bit. And so we carved out a weekend where my wife and I were like, we're just going to knock this out. And one step at a time. I think they're all pretty good. We use Printful.
Yeah.
And we've really liked it. They're probably very similar.
Yeah, very similar.
It just walks you through like step 1, step 2, step 3, connect your bank account, create your listings, set up your design or whatever.
Yeah.
And there was an experiment period, right? So like we set all this up. And if I go back to the listings that we made even 5 months ago, I would do it completely differently now because I've learned a lot, right?
But you didn't know what you didn't know.
Exactly right. So the
So
only way you
fun.
learn is just by doing it,
Yeah.
right? And so it really wasn't bad. We just had to carve out the time to do it.
Yeah. I love to ask people when we're talking about their startup period, because I was recently coaching last week, my clients building shops, and I'm like, okay, it is common that you do a lot of work.
Yeah.
And then you like look around and you're like, I don't see any fruit of it yet.
Yep.
And you feel like it's, the messy middle is kind of like what I've been calling
Yes.
it. What was that like for you after you laid the foundation? How long did it take for you to see any sort of like traction, or what did that look like?
We did not sell anything for like 3 months.
Really?
Well, on the getaway gear, on
Okay.
the vacation apparel
yeah, on
site,
your first shop.
that's a very competitive space to
Yes.
be in. There's so many people, especially for Disney.
Yeah.
And initially we were like, we love Disney. Let's
Sure.
make some Disney stuff. Well, it's super competitive.
Right.
And so for like 3 months, we sold like 3 things, like one thing a month.
Yeah.
And it was like, okay, then we're not going to invest any time into this. Like we have already made it and it's going on its own, but like,
Yeah.
you know, we're not going to spend a whole lot of time. And then suddenly we accidentally found like our niche, our thing.
Yes.
And the thing ended up for us being there's a new theme park that's opening and we happened to be going there in September. Again, made stuff for our family, listed it
So
on
important.
Etsy. And then there are no other sellers in the space. And
You're so fast to jump on it.
Yes. And so we just happened to be first and with designs that no one else had then
Yes.
and no one has now still. And so that has served us really well.
I really think it's, if you can be at the pulse of
Yeah.
a TikTok trend or like
Yep.
a park opening or just what people are actually looking for, like
Yeah.
what is the trend of today?
Yeah.
Like Etsy can like go 0 to 100
Yep.
really fast, which I think is, you know, interesting with print on demand. You're not having to do a ton of testing. You're not having to try a bunch of stuff. You can, I think it's such a blessing that like anyone watching can go home tonight,
Yeah.
make a listing, make a design and see what happens. You're not having to invest $50 into doing a test project.
Yeah,
like you
that's
can
right.
literally throw some stuff out there.
Yeah.
And I think that's what I personally love about it is like so much curiosity.
Well, and the best stuff too is it's born out of your own creativity, right?
Yeah.
So it's like when you have something where you know there are 1,000, 10,000 designs on Canva already.
Sure.
What would not be exciting is to just take something that's already there and just throw it up on a print-on-demand product. But when you can bring something of yourself to it and you create something that you love and you're like, I want to have this.
Yeah.
Right. That's where I think the magic is, and where other people see the passion, they see it in the work, and they're like, oh, this is a unique product that I haven't seen before, and you can tell someone cares about it.
Yeah.
It makes a huge difference.
What would you say for creatives? Because we have a lot of hobby creatives that may not, I mean, you obviously have done this for a long time professionally as a graphic designer and all the amazing creative stuff that you do at your job, which I think gives maybe people watching at home a little bit more validation of like, oh, of course this guy can do it. What would you say for people that are hobbyists, like just like yourself, like they love creating for their family, they love creating. What would you say was a big switch that at some point maybe in your career you had to go through to be like, you know what? I could charge for this, or you know what? I could get paid for this to be my full-time job. Like, what would you say for people that are kind of like on the edge of like, would people buy this? Is this good enough? Like,
I know.
How did you overcome that?
Well, I think for me, I would give 2 pieces of advice to that. One is you got to find your unfair advantage. What is the thing that you can do that most people can't?
Yeah.
And more than likely, there's some skill that you have or some passion that you have that if you just took an honest look at the people, your friends and family, 97% of them could not replicate. Yeah. Like you're the only one of the people that you know who can really do that thing. That's your unfair advantage, and you can market that. Like, that's something that you can turn into revenue in some way or another. The other thing is you got to surround yourself with people who, when you're not courageous enough, they can give you that push.
Yeah.
And so, in my example, like with our Etsy shops, that was my wife, Jill. She was like, Jared, why aren't you selling this stuff? No one wants it. Yes, they do.
Go Jill.
That's
Shout
right.
out to
So
Jill.
having an advocate, someone who, is encouraging you to put in the effort, because these things do take effort. And that's why, there's that barrier to entry. You have to decide you want to try.
Yeah. Okay, so let's go back to effort, because I think this is fascinating.
Yeah.
You have 3 kids. You have all your day jobs.
So many things going on.
How much time, realistically, from the time you started in October, what did it look like on a weekly basis, bi-weekly basis? I don't know how you would judge it, of time putting in.
I mean, there's a lot of upfront time, right?
Yeah.
So like when you're getting it set up.
But how much did you spend?
Yeah. I mean, maybe to get it all going, the first time we did it, like 12 hours.
12 hours.
Total.
Okay.
Just to get it all set up, the listings, Canva, thumbnails, like all that kind of stuff. This is everything, right? The second shop we launched, which is Millennial Scribe, which is, we haven't really talked about, but digital goods, digital notebooks. We probably spent half the time, 6 hours, because we were already familiar.
You already did it once.
Right? We already knew what to do. Yeah. And I would say nowadays on a weekly basis, I'm probably spending a couple of hours a week here and there, just making sure that
Checking
orders are getting
in.
fulfilled. If people have messages they're sending us, if
Sure.
we have something personalized, and then my wife's doing the same thing. So she's probably spending double or triple the amount of time I am, maybe 6 hours a week.
Cool.
Yeah. So really not too bad because it is print on demand. We're really just doing customer service.
Yeah.
And then the thing that I'm really paying attention to is the business and the marketing, like
Yes.
constantly
What should
updating the
I
stuff.
check?
So like during my lunch break today, I updated thumbnails for one of our listings. It was like, I don't think this is working as well anymore. Let's try something different.
Yeah.
Spent, 15 minutes doing that.
So crazy.
Yeah.
So let's go back to when you started seeing traction.
Yeah.
Like when you started seeing the tractions, how was it? I think this is one of the most rewarding parts where you could be like, you've done all this base work. You've laid this, what I would call it, like a really solid foundation.
Yeah.
And you're able to then be at the park with your kids or like anything like that and start seeing orders come in. How was that for you and Jill?
That makes it so worth it, right? So I think that moment really started, like I said, we didn't make any sales for our first few months and it was kind of discouraging.
Yeah.
And it's one of those things where you almost just say, let's shut it down. Let's give up. Like this space is too crowded. And I'm glad we didn't. I'm glad we hung in there because when we were about halfway through, like 3 months in, we suddenly started getting traction. And then when you're just, exactly what you're saying, at the grocery store or at the zoo, and you start seeing orders just coming in, you're like, oh my gosh, we're making money while we're sleeping.
Yeah.
Like what's happening? And it's very exciting. It's just, it's fun, especially when it is something you care about, when it's not just a revenue stream, but it's something that you've enjoyed and you've put some of your own self into.
And is the park that you have been designing for, did they just open? Is this
No.
what I'm seeing people do?
This park you're speaking of is Epic Universe.
Yes.
It opens May 22nd of 2025.
Okay.
So as of this day, our recording day, it's still a month out.
Okay.
But we're in that like media
Pre-launch.
season,
Okay.
right?
Okay.
So people you can buy tickets. People are planning their vacations. So the hype is building.
This is good.
Yeah.
I think this is so important
Yeah.
for people to think about, like, what is going on in their own life?
Yep.
Where are they vacationing?
Yep.
What are they excited about? Like that is probably could be the lowest hanging fruit for someone.
Oh,
at home.
totally. Yeah. Cause I'm such a firm believer in like thoughtful design. That's sort of, if I were to distill like my whole professional career, that phrase is like, you just can't underestimate the value of thoughtfulness, right?
Yeah.
Like it's so powerful. And when you put your work, when you do something thoughtfully, maybe it's research, like you're saying, it just shows.
Yeah.
Right. And so I think it's not only something that shows up in the art, but it's something that shows up in the business practice side of it too. So for us, we were excited about taking this family vacation, and then it, we happened to have our finger on a pulse.
Do you think you'll have made enough profit to like say you paid for your whole trip?
We
the
already
designs?
have. I mean,
heck yeah!
if we
That's
could
so
say that
crazy.
today. So we're at the point now.
But like by the time you get to your vacation in September, like that's gonna be so cool.
Yeah. I mean, and what's really cool is because the park that we're talking about, Epic Universe in particular, has been in like trial season where they're having their employees test out the products and the rides and that kind of thing. We're getting messages from Universal employees frequently of like, hey, I have been wearing this in the park and like everyone wants to know where I've got it. And so, and that has been helpful because we're trying to understand where's the line of artful interpretation versus copyright.
Yes.
And we're trying to be on the most conservative, safest side of that. So like we're not putting characters into our designs, right? Like we're just saying, what are we inspired by from this amazing thing that someone else has built, and let's create our own artwork from it.
Okay, this brings up a big part that I think a lot of my friends at home would love to ask. So I'll ask, how have you, between reading Etsy policy, copyright law, like how has that been? Because for so many of us, we let the fear of what ifs keep us from even researching it and looking into it. So have you discovered anything interesting? Is there any creative copyright things that you've explored in this process to test? Like, how has that been?
Well, definitely it reads to me like if it's something that someone else made, you shouldn't use it. Yeah. That's just sort of an easy baseline policy. Right? Easy, low hanging fruit. So like there are a lot of promotional images that Universal has put out that I have seen Etsy sellers take and put on t-shirts. We're not going to do that because
lazy.
it looks like from the policy, I didn't make that image.
Yeah.
Someone else made it. In this case, a very massive multi-billion-dollar, media conglomerate that I do not want to get in trouble with.
Don't want to compete
Right?
with.
Yeah, that's right. But it does seem like, if I draw my own drawing of Mickey Mouse, it sounds like there might be some wiggle room there.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly what that looks like. I'm certainly not like a copyright lawyer.
Yeah.
But I would feel more comfortable with something that I made than, something that someone else created.
So cool. Yeah.
So,
Yeah,
I mean, I like to play it safe. I'm going to stay away from characters in the future. I'm not going to do any character work.
Yeah. I feel like they're, these big conglomerates, they're just paying firms to be like,
I've heard enough horror stories from that.
Yeah, it's enough.
So yeah, I think if you are just like, I'm going to just do my own stuff and sell my own work, I think you probably don't have to worry about a whole lot. And then it sounds like that worst case scenario tends to be takedown notices.
Yes.
Which is not a big deal.
All things we can get through.
You can work through a takedown notice. So
I love it.
Yeah.
So this is your first shop. Now, you told me it took 3 months to get traction.
Yeah, it did.
So we're at December, but you also say December is when you launched your second
So
shop.
when we started seeing traction from the first shop, we were like, okay, let's try this. Let's try the second shop. Why not?
How did you actually decide to start a second shop?
It's the same deal. So I have a remarkable writing tablet, like one of those writing tablets, right? It's not the only kind. There are a lot of these different kinds of things.
Sure. And they're made, like you'd also use like an iPad, like people do that.
Right. Yeah. And so I was, again, looking for I want my own planner. I want my own project management template or whatever. And there just wasn't anything on Etsy like what I was looking to find.
Yeah.
So again, I was like, well, I'll just make one myself. And then once again, my wife was like, Jared, why don't you sell this? So you can see a pattern here, right?
I love that.
And so we listed that in December. Once we started seeing a few sales coming in particular at that time for cruise ship products we were making on Getaway Gear. And so that was enough of an encouragement where we thought, all right, we know what we're doing a little bit. Let's just try it.
Okay.
And so we launched Millennial Scribe, and it's digital notebooks. So these are interactive PDFs, which means they have links in them. Like you can write on them, but then there is navigation. So you can tap if you're in a daily, for example, a daily planner, you can tap on my goals button or April or August.
It's popping you to a different
page. And it's
page.
taking you to a different page. So it's interactive, but you're still writing on it.
Love it.
Right. So we made a couple of these, put it on the shop immediately because, December is prime time for that kind of product. People are like, I'm going to go into January. I'm going to go into the new year and be so productive. And so we knew that. And we were like, if we're going to launch it, it has to be
before January 1st or probably before Christmas.
And exactly what you would expect. We had if you were to chart it out, December was pretty good. January skyrocketed on that shop. And so most of our sales on that shop came in between January 1st and probably February 20th.
Amazing.
Is the window for most of those sales. Yeah. And so that one they're all digital products. So you're talking, after you do all your fees subtraction, it's 86% profit margin.
Oh my
right. So you just set it.
Incredible.
And you're good.
Yes.
And on that one, the customer service is so easy because we've made we use Canva to make a guide.
Love it.
So when people get their product, whatever notebook they bought, they're also getting this beautiful document that we've made that just walks them through how to install it and how to use it. Because they may be unfamiliar with that process.
They probably just bought the device they're buying this template for.
It seems like we did a pretty good job making that instruction because we don't get a whole lot of people reaching out to us.
Okay, that was going to be my next question. I'm like, listen, you're talking about these clickable PDFs. That sounds
you have to provide
a little
some kind of help.
frustrating.
Yes.
Or you can just room for error.
Yes, that's right. And so what's helpful is Amazon, there's it's called the Kindle Scribe. It's the same deal.
Yeah.
So we sell for that. And they have their own YouTube video of here's how you install
and you can
PDF.
link those resources.
We just link them.
So
easy,
good.
right? It's already there. Amazon made it. And so we've just pulled those resources together and put them in a guide.
So incredible.
Yeah.
Now, with your two shops, pricing drama is a big thing we coach people on, talk to people about. How has it been for you pricing any of your items?
Yeah.
Do you stick to just what you want profit wise when it comes to print on demand? Is it, I'm sure digital is probably a little bit more flexible and different.
Yeah.
Well, how's that been?
The digital is so easy. It's you don't even have to think about it. So what I tend to do is I tend to go onto Etsy. So I'm going to talk about just digital first.
Okay.
I go to Etsy and I will look for similar kinds of products.
Yeah.
So if I'm making a project management notebook, I'm going to search for that on Etsy and see what other shops are pricing theirs at. And then I tend to price a little bit higher than average on that shop.
Y'all, who is ready? Oh my goodness. Before we continue on with the Etsy effect and bring on six-figure Etsy seller Ashley Falco, I just wanted to take a second and say, oh my goodness, I am having such a great time today. I am loving everything that I've been seeing. Such an incredible chat. I just want to honor you guys and say 2 more sessions. Let's go. If you are here and you have applied to work with us, I want you to comment right now and put the day and time your appointment is. All right, here is the deal. You are connecting with one of 4 of my amazing team members who I have asked to clear their entire calendar to only meet with you and discuss what it would be like for you to have success on Etsy and to see if it makes sense for us to work together. So their calendar, when you have confirmed that appointment, they are going to show up for you. They are there. It is a gift from me to you for just being here at the Etsy Effect. I am so excited. These are people who have seen transformation time and time again, and they know what it looks like for people to be able to get in our program and to start seeing results. They are amazing. You'll meet with either Amy, Jess, Katie, or Jenny. They're incredible. So go ahead and drop your day and time in the chat. So these are people who are here and they are waiting for you. Be sure to add it to your calendar. Do not forget, they will call you on the phone. It'll be an amazing phone call. And again, it's just all about you. And that's how important it is for us to see you and to make sure that, we serve you at the highest level. Everything I do, I've been on the internet for 15 years. Everything I do, from my Etsy shops to these events, to my free videos, to my coaching program, we over deliver. And that's what I want you to get today. So I don't want you to miss out on this opportunity for you to actually talk to someone on our team, to be seen, to be heard, to share your ideas, and to be opened up the opportunity if it's right for both of us to work together. And they'll go over all the options. And it's all about you. It's very custom and it's so awesome. So yay, I love it. Yes, we're about to bring on Ashley Falco of Celebration Warehouse. I am so excited. Yay. Oh my gosh, everyone's dropping their day and times. Well, this is your subtle reminder. Make sure you have it on your calendar. All right, let's go ahead and bring on Ashley. Ashley, are you ready? Come on up. Come on up. Hello.
Hello.
So awesome. Welcome, Ashley, to the Etsy Effect. We are so excited to have you here today.
Hello. I am so excited to be here.
This is go be gangbusters. If you all do not know Ashley Falco, she is a 6-figure Etsy seller. She is an amazing creative with a YouTube channel. She has an amazing Instagram, and she owns a cardstock company, which is actually like her story. It's so funny that her and I, like, our stories are so similar. We both started on Etsy. We both have, done things. We still do things on Etsy. We've evolved out of Etsy. Like, it's so cool to see skills compound. And there's so many of you that I know are ready to take your skills to the next level too. And that's why I'm so excited for your session, Ashley. Oh my gosh.
I'm excited to share about it.
Yes, it is so incredible. I do have to forewarn you, Ashley, this group is insane. This group is epic.
I'm excited.
It's going to be so great. And here's what we're going to do. So for everyone and their questions, I'm going to be in the chat trying to respond as fast as possible. And I'll be writing down, just like I did with Sadie's session, anything that we need to address afterwards. All right.
Awesome.
So be sure to be ready to lock in and to absorb every nugget from Ashley. All right, Ashley, have so much fun with them. I'll see you at the end.
I'll see you soon. Bye.
See you.
Hello, my beautiful friends. So my name is Ashley Falco, and today what we are going to do is we're going to talk about how I became a 6-figure Etsy seller, the roadmaps and the things that I find super important to focus on when we're building our Etsy shops. This is everything that I talk about today are things that I live and preach every single day with everything that I do within my Etsy shop or my YouTube channel or even my cardstock warehouse. So please remember that everything that I say and do is something that I think that you all should say and do as well. What today we're going to do is we are going to cover my journey from going from a mom wanting to cover some groceries to a boss babe making $12,500 a month just by selling on Etsy. No other things besides selling on Etsy was making me $12,500 a month. So before we get started in today's little presentation of mine, I need to ask you, what in the world would you do with an extra $12,500 a month? And this is $12,500 a month, and every month. Every month. What would you do with that type of money? So who am I? This is me, Ashley Falco. This is actually in my old craft room. I am an Etsy shop owner that has made six figures over several years, not just 1 year, not just a small little counter of time. I've done this for several years. I also own a six-figure a year cardstock company. We're so close to being a multi-six-figure cardstock company, which is so great. I'm an Etsy selling coach within the PES program. I have my own YouTube channel and other avenues of social media. I'm a mom and a wife, and I'm very busy. There isn't a whole lot of things that I can sit down and do because I am very busy. I just drive to be successful in everything that I do. So I'm always very busy. But the one thing that I can tell you about everything when it comes to like my six-figure a year cardstock company, or even being an Etsy selling coach now, all of this wouldn't be if it wasn't for my Etsy shop. Just remember that. I would not be here today doing this with you if I did not have my Etsy shop. So now that we've covered who I am, let's give you a little backstory about why I'm here today. Because I don't think a lot of people, if you did know me, you probably don't even know what my story is. So back in 2012, I gave birth to my youngest child, which is my son. And when he was born with a lot of health problems, a really long NICU stay. Don't worry, he's okay. He's 13 and thriving, and he's a gamer kid, and he's just a typical 13-year-old. But when he was born, he was very sick. And what happened is that I actually struggled with postpartum depression and anxiety to the point of I couldn't leave the house. And if you talk to my aunt or my sister or my husband, the people that are close to me, they would tell you I'm not kidding, for a year, I never left the house. Like the thought of walking out my front door just to check the mail put me in a really bad mental health space. So from August 2012 to November of 2012, I was trying to get over postpartum depression and anxiety and couldn't. And unfortunately, I ended up running out of my PTO hours and like sick leave and stuff like that for my job. So I ended up losing my job. So the way that our finances worked back in 2012 is that my husband's job, he worked full time at another place, and his job income was everything like housing, utilities, car payments, and that stuff. My income at that point in time covered groceries and any type of other necessities like toilet paper, clothing, if we wanted to go out to eat or even to like go see a movie. All of that stuff was on my shoulders. So when I lost my job due to my health issues, it really truly came down to, was my husband going to get a second job, or how? The idea of me leaving the house was not going to happen. So we had to figure something out. And I've always been someone that would really wanted, the dad to be home, and he was already working 50 hours a week. Like having him getting a second job, the kids would never see him. And so it was just a whole lot. And so actually, what brought me to Etsy was that in 2012, my husband actually had two people in his lives that were actually Etsy sellers. Back in 2012, Etsy was a baby. If you think back to like back in 2012. You probably didn't even know what Etsy was. You probably didn't even know anyone that sold on Etsy, but I was actually fortunate enough to have two members in my husband's family that were Etsy sellers and actually really thriving Etsy shops. My mother-in-law sold crocheted items, and my sister-in-law sold wedding decor, like flower girl baskets and signs and things like that. So when I lost my job, the idea of my husband going back to, or not going back to work, but picking up a second job was just a no-go. Me also leaving the house was also a no-go. So what he suggested is that I open up my Etsy shop. And so I did. I opened it up in November of 2012. Now, my first goal, and this is where we're going to get into goals, but my first goal when I opened up my Etsy shop was $500. And I know $500 ain't going to get us far at all nowadays in 2025. But back in 2012, $500 for groceries went a long way. We were willing to not go out to eat anymore. We were willing to not see any movies anymore. We were willing to, I couponed and everything. All I wanted was to be able to not have to leave the house and buy groceries, so my husband didn't have to pick up a second job. So my first goal on Etsy was $500 a month. Even when Etsy was a baby and there wasn't that many sellers or even people who knew about Etsy, I actually reached my first goal within my first month selling on Etsy, and it was hand-painted mugs. Sorry, that was a lot. Sometimes talking about my past is a lot. Okay, so after the first month on selling on Etsy, I had to readjust my goals. And that's something that I would want you to do as well, is every single time you hit a goal, you readjust your goals. So I set my eyes on $500, and then I switched it from $500. I did that for a couple months. And then I was like, great, I need to, make a new goal. And so my new goal was 1K a year. And then shortly after, $1K a month. And then shortly after that, I was 3K a month. And then once I got to 3K, my goal at that point, a couple years had passed. My goal at that point was just to match my husband's income that he was making outside the home. And that was 100K a year. And I wanted to match that. And I ended up crushing that. And then I ended up making $12,500 a month, which equates to $150,000 a year. And I just want you to know that $150,000 a year was more than my husband ever made over in his corporate life job. So I was making so much money that I not only went from someone who only wanted to make $500 a month to therefore surpassing someone who was doing corporate life income, working 80 hours a week. I was doing this with less than 40 hours invested every single week. I was able to stay home with my kids, raise my kids. I'm now 13 years into this. I work from home. My husband works from home. I was able to retire him from his corporate life, so he also works with me full time. And so this truly all started, and where I am today, again, starts with Etsy. So I want you to know, like, when I talk about selling on Etsy, I truly believe without a doubt, like, if you see it and believe it, it will come to you. I saw that I needed $500, and every single time I reset my goal higher, and I saw it. I believed it. I knew I could do it, and in the end, I did. So I ask you now, how much do you need to make a month to replace your income? What is that number? The one thing that I want you to do is when we shout this number out is I want you to see it and believe it, because one thing that is very important to me is knowing that you can. Whatever that income that you want to replace with your Etsy shop, I want you to see it and believe it, because when you start to see it and believe it, all the rest of the things that we talk about today, or even, and further into my presentation, it's going to be possible. So now let's talk about the roadmap between how I got to $500 to $12,500 a month. I want you to know that I'm looking at these comments, and every single person on here that has put a number down, it is all attainable. absolutely all attainable. So the very first thing that I want you to do is I want you to pick an item to sell and then price your items for profit. What I strongly recommend everyone to do is find what you love to make and make it, because when at that point, it doesn't end up feeling like work, but it feels more like a fun little hobby that you get to grow into a six-figure empire. Nothing to me, when what I do now for my Etsy shop, or even when I did back in 2012 for my Etsy shop, and all the years of owning even my cardstock warehouse, my YouTube channel, everything that I've optimized for monetization never actually feels like work, because I love it so much. And so what I always suggest to you is don't go looking for the trends and what's trending for other people. Find what you love. And that statement of, if you hear someone saying like, oh, he can sell ice to an Eskimo. Well, if you love ice, I bet you probably could sell ice to an Eskimo. You just have to love it. So for me personally, when I first started my Etsy shop, I was selling hand-painted mugs. And while I liked making them because they were giving me my means to my end, they were making me money, it wasn't something that I loved to do. After about the first month and a half, 2 months, even going into my third month, I think it was around I started in November, and it was around February when I just started to be like, this actually feels like work now. It doesn't feel fun to me, is when I changed my shop niche over to party decorations. And the reason why I switched over into party decorations is because for the longest time, I was making all these party decorations for my daughter. I was hand making them. I was drawing them myself, hand cutting before I even had a Cricut. And I was, my son was born, and I was doing everything for my son for his first birthday. And I was starting to, plan all this stuff. I DIY'd my entire wedding, and I was always this person that showed up for events. My husband even suggested, you love doing this. Why don't you try selling it? I laughed at him and said, there's no way that anyone's going to buy my party decorations. And what ended up happening is again, selling ice to an Eskimo. The only people that were selling party decorations was people like Party City. I was thinking there's no way other people would want that. And he said, if you want to do this for your kids, I bet other people want this. And so sure enough, I switched my niche over into party decorations, and that's what flourished. What flourished is my party decorations. And why did it flourish? And it's because I loved it. So I strongly believe that if you love what you're making, people are going to see it. So I ask you, can you believe that party decorations made out of paper made me $12,500 a month? Can you believe that? This was pictures that I've taken from all of my previous and past party decorations that I look at this and it just screams that somebody loves this. Like, someone absolutely loves doing what they're doing from the pictures that I see here. So in my shop, I offered anything under the sun about parties. The slogan of my shop was one-stop shop for all your party needs. I offered everything from banners, cake toppers, to favors and invitations. I had well over 900 items in my shop, was featured in a lot of actual Etsy commercials. You probably, if you knew what I sold back in the day and you paid attention to Etsy commercials, you probably saw them on the TV, because that's how much I was selling. My products were even featured on the national news, like the Today, not Good Morning America, but the Today Show, even the Hoda and Jenna show. There's been a few times that I've been on the national news. And judging by the pictures, I'm assuming that you probably figured out that you love what I sell. Also, we are going to deep dive into some sales history, because I know you see on the screen down here, we got some numbers down at the bottom, and I am a numbers gal. If there's one thing that you have to know about me, I love me a good number in math equation. So in case you think I am lying about my sales history, here are a couple real stats of different items that were in my shop that I also sold. Now, I no longer hand make party decorations, so you will notice that the last 30 days, everything is set to 0, and that's because I actually no longer hand make any of my party decorations. I've switched it over into all digital and print on demand items, but these are real life figures that I wanted to give you. I've not shared this before, but I will share it now, is that my profit margin for all of my party decorations, remember I go back to pick an item to sell and make a profit. My profit margins was 85%. So every single sale that I had, I made 85% of that. That was all shipping, Etsy fees, product fees, all the fees I took home 85%. So the one banner to the far left, the stats for that banner is I've sold it 420 times. And of that, I sold it for $22,149.84. So if you take 85% of that, that's what my take home was. My 85% was $18,827. So if we do the same maths for all the rest of the stuff that we have here, you're talking a whole lot of money for just 5 items shown here. Remember, I had like 900 items. So this is just a small little snippet of what I had going on here. So remember what I asked you earlier about how much income you needed to replace your items. What would you love to make on your Etsy store? Now what I ask you is what you would do with an extra $19,000 from one item. Instead of doing $12,500 a month, what would you do with $19,000 off of one item? Remember, I had close over 900 items. So now that I've talked your ear off about selling what you love, let's talk about the money. At the very second you open up your Etsy shop, you are now a business owner, and every business owner needs a profit. Do not list your items do not list your items if you are not making a profit. We are not working for free. Absolutely not working for free. The biggest takeaway that I want to give you today is the idea, and I hear this so often. It is the most often thing that I hear is, now, well, this person sells for X, Y, and Z. If I do that, I won't make a profit. And the reason why I don't suggest doing this is because Tiffany's & Co., the jewelry company, if they had that same mindset, this herb markers thing, it's some stainless steel herb marker thing, I found it off their website. They sell it for $825. Same ones that are over on like Etsy sell for $100. So if Tiffany & Co. had the same mindset of, well, somebody on Etsy is selling this for $100, there's no way I could sell it for $825, they wouldn't be selling things for $825. That is a mindset that needs to be thrown out of the window. If you believe in your product and you list your product in the fashion of high quality, you can be able to sell things for anything you want. So I like to price my items to get me to my goals and not what everyone else is doing. This is the way that you have to think of it, okay? So for me, going back to goals and numbers, we're going to talk a little bit about numbers and things like that. So hopefully I don't lose you. Let's say you wanted to open up a print-on-demand shop or even a digital download shop today. So let's just say we'll go into print on demand because that's what's relevant to the numbers I'm about ready to shout out. Print on demand would be like a t-shirt shop. Let's say you wanted to open up a print on demand t-shirt shop. On average, print on demand shops take home about $12 from every sale. That's after taxes and Etsy fees, shipping costs, product costs, whatever. You're taking home $12 in profit on average. So if you wanted to make $12,500 a month in Etsy sales, if that's what you wanted to take home, you would have to sell 35 items a day. And I know that 35 items a day does sound like a lot, but Sadie, she is at her like in her 12th month, she averages way more than 35 items a day. Also, since I relaunched my Etsy shop doing digital downloads, I am doing over that a day. And then I would like to note, while I did say that it's on average $12 a day in profit, I do offer some print on demand party decorations in my shop, and I am averaging about $25 per profit. So let me just do a couple maths right now. 12,500 divided by 25. I would only have to do 16 sales a day in order to reach the $12,500 mark. So if you see it, you believe it, and it's definitely attainable. 35 items a day seems like it is impossible. I get it, but Etsy has over 87.3 million active buyers. The odds are in your favor to make way more than 35 sales a day. This is something that I know gets brought up a lot in other forums, not just today, but in other forums, like, oh, well, I'll go and open up a Shopify shop. But the problem is if you don't have the following to bring in your customers, then you're pretty much going hard. It's like you're rowing a boat without a paddle. But when you sell on Etsy, you already get locked into like their huge customer base, 87.3 million people. And the great thing about Etsy is they also know how to like promote on Google, and they promote on all the places. And so not only do you get access to their already established 87.3 million buyers, but you also get locked into being able to sell on Google without having to figure out Google SEO and everything like that. There's just, to me, and I still sell on Etsy today. And the reason for that is because it's pretty easy to make some money here. Okay, so now that I've picked your ear off about the items to sell and what we should price our items to, the next most important thing, and I'm going to tell you that on top of being a business and making a profit, I would say that this is the important thing to do in your shop. And if you are a part of the PES program and you have heard my coaching calls, you will know that I say product photography is the most important thing that you can do for your business. Most of the time when people ask me for a critique on their shop, I click on their shop and the first thing I'm saying to them is product photography. If you do not have product photography, good product photography, then you're going to be pushing a huge boulder up a hill. So let me just take a second and pause. Maybe you want to close your eyes for a second and just envision the shopping experience, because this shopping experience, I'm going to take you into a real life shopping experience. Oftentimes when we are shopping in real life, we're doing things we don't actually know that we're doing it because we're so accustomed to doing it, okay? So close your eyes and maybe think about me and you, or you and your closest girlfriend, or your daughter, or your significant other. You decide you want to go on a shopping date. Let's just go and we're going to pick out some new home decor for your house, or even a shirt. Let's just talk about a shirt since it's going to be relevant to what I talked about earlier. You're going to go and you're going to go and do some clothes shopping with your closest girlfriend. You're going to drive to that store in preparation for this. You're going to get to that store that you wanted to go into. You walk into that store. That store is filled with all of your favorite items. What does the smell like? You're going to find that one shirt that's hanging up on that rack, and you are going to touch that shirt. Maybe you may smell that shirt. You're going to feel what that quality feels like. What does the neckline feel like? What does the applique on the shirt feel like? I'm someone who struggles a lot with how things feel on a shirt, like the print on a shirt. So I always like to run my fingernails across it just to make sure that it's something that I'm going to want to wear. Again, you're going to put that, you're probably going to try that shirt on to see how it feels on you. I am someone who really only truly likes cotton shirts on my body because, again, I have a texture thing. But that entire thing that you just did is something that not a whole lot of people understand that they're actually doing in real life. But that, when we sell online, is the same type of experience that you need to bring to your customer in an online forum. It's not hard, but it's definitely something that needs to be thought through. You need to, I always love to say, invoke an emotion. Does this shirt scream quality? Can I feel the shirt through the screen? Do I know what the shirt in the final wear is going to look like? All of those things, you have to bridge the gap between physical and digital for your buyer. The second you can lock that in and figure that out, you are going to thrive so much. You are going, and I would like to note, for anyone that is selling a physical product, taking really good close-up pictures of your physical product in all 3 dimensions of it, if it's a 3-dimensional product, will help you go such a long way. So here are a couple examples of items that have been talked about today, and I'm going to go into shirts for the next one, but this is just a couple different items that I've pulled versus good photos and bad photos. So if you leave here today and you've learned nothing, what I want you to learn is that product photography is the most important thing that I could suggest to you. If you are not getting sales, I would really strongly look into your product photography. Okay, so on the left, I've gathered some things of what bad product photography is. These are items that I've created. I've created the bottom one. The top 2 are ones that I have found actually over on Etsy. So if you're here and these are your shop items, I am sorry. But so one thing that I don't love is stark white backgrounds, creating the scene. Remember, when we open up, when we are, our eyes are closed and we've created that scene about shopping in stores, we have an entire thing. When we go into that shirt shop, we're going into a shirt shop and it's set up for us. Maybe your shirt is on a mannequin that you fall into. Maybe it's been hanging up on on a rack. There are ways that we can create good quality mock-ups that will bridge that gap for you. So over on the left, we have some bad photos. The one on the very bottom is going to be hard to see, but if you zoom in close enough, the mama print, if you will, or the mama clip art is actually above the guy's hand. So obviously that screams this isn't real. Then if we talk about the tumbler that's over on the right, the top right one, that is just like a random clip art that's over on top of a tumbler. In real life, does that clip art look like that, or does it wrap nicely around the tumbler? Probably wraps nicely around the tumbler if you were to go into a shop and look at this tumbler. And then also the one on the left, this right here, the image, the clip art image is cut off in a couple different areas, kind of like that this is what your finished product is going to look like. I don't know about you, but all of my mugs, if it has a cute little thing on that, has the entire image and it's not cut off at all. So then going over on the right, I wanted to show you a couple different examples of what I would say is a good quality mock-up. These right here is a wall decor. Well, the top right one is a digital wall decor. And then the bottom left is like a print on demand. Apparently you can buy print on demand frame signs. And so that was that. But created here was a good quality mock-up of what the actual item is going to look like staged. So like the bottom left, I love this one. I actually want to buy it for my house, but it's kind of the vibe of that living room is my vibe for my house. I can see that I can get it in this like extra large print. The one on the top right has this like reflection shadow, makes it seem like that this is a real product. Okay, so now let's go over into some mock-ups of t-shirts. So I know the ones that are going to be on the left, you're probably going to argue that these are not terrible, but I have seen some really good ones. And I wanted to give you, like, I know on the last slide, we had like stark comparisons, one over the other. Obviously the ones over on the bad are bad, and the ones that are good, you're like, well, of course they're good. But going over here into this one where the bad and the good, these look okay. But if we were going to be spending our hard-earned money, maybe not, you know, the best ones to go onto the left. The reason why the ones on the left I would consider are not good quality mock-ups is because the top one, if you zoom in closely, again, they're small, but if you can see it, if you zoom in closely, the actual image of the clip art image, the mountains, they are placed over the top of the shirt and all its wrinkles. So the shirt is wrinkling and the clip art is not. That's a problem. And then over on the bottom one, there are a couple things that I would say are not good here. We have the color bay down at the bottom. We have free shipping that's right there. And also comfort colors. All those things are distracting and take away from the buyer. You actually don't need them. I strongly suggest that you don't do any type of watermarks. But then moving forward even deeper into that, this product right here actually is the same type of issues as the top one. It does not flow with the product, and that's a problem. So going over on the right, the reason why I would suggest that these are really good quality mock-ups outside of the bottom one, because the bottom one I would love to have seen an actual background, just like the other two that are over here on the good, but I chose this one in particular because you see there is like an actual crease in the product, the t-shirt, and then like the arm kind of cuts into the clip art, and it folds with the shirt, and it doesn't hang over the actual like person's arm. So the reason why I chose this was just purely for the actual t-shirt, not the actual background that we see here. And then the reason why I love the other two that I've chosen is like the necklace that you see with the fox t-shirt. The necklace is actually above the fox clip art, creating a good quality mock-up. Plus there's also bends in the fabric. The image folds with the fabric. Sorry. And then the top right one, you can see like, you know, the shoulders dropped a little bit, and the flow of the clip art also flows with that right there. So small little differences between the two would definitely help just elevate your shop, and so you can gain some sales. So then into the next slide, one of the things that I wish I learned sooner, and hope you learn sooner than me and today, is look at your shop. If you have an existing Etsy shop and you are not getting sales, what I want you to do is judge the crud out of why you are not getting sales. If you can learn how to be your own mystery shopper, you are going to make yourself even better. I still to this day am my own mystery shopper in my shop. Or if you can't be honest with yourself, ask somebody that can be honest with you. This is why the PES program is so crucial and so beneficial to so many people, is because they don't have the ability to be their own mystery shopper. That having someone like me where I can just tell you this is exactly what you need to change and how to get better is so beneficial. But what I would love for you to do is learn how to be your own mystery shopper. And if it's hard for you to do it at first, what I then suggest to you is go into Etsy, find somebody who's selling an item that is going to be like yours, that is a bestseller. So if you have an existing Etsy shop, go find a bestseller that's within your niche. If you don't have an existing Etsy shop, what I want you to do is go into Etsy and find somebody that sells an item that you're interested in selling. And it has to be a bestseller. The reason why I want you to go into Etsy and ask and be a mystery shopper is you are going to look at that person's listing and say, why? Why are they a bestseller? So if you have an existing Etsy shop and you can't be your own mystery shopper, look at that bestseller and ask yourself, why in the world are they a bestseller and you are not? Is it their product photography? Is it their videos? Is it their titles? Is it their descriptions? What is it that they have that you don't have? Be super judgy. Pick that item apart. Pick that other person's item apart. If you can't do it for yourself, pick that other person's item apart, asking yourself, why in the world are they a bestseller? Now take what you've learned from there, look into your own listing, and now say, how can I improve to get to where that person is? When you can start mystery shopping and seeing what other people are doing and then replicating that in your own shop. And I'm not saying copying a design or copying anybody. What I'm asking for is, are their mock-ups good? What's their product photography like? What do their videos look like? What does their description read? How's the buying format? All of those things are things that if you start to learn and think critical of people, it is going to help you out so much. The last and final thing that I want you to do and want to learn is how to do this art that's called time blocking. Something that Tanner and I, hold on, had to get a water break. Something that Tanner and I talk about often, because we are friends outside of work, is that we do this thing called time blocking, and I'm not entirely sure a lot of people actually utilize it or know too much about it, but to me it's something that I utilize it when I was doing my handmade party decorations, but I even still utilize it today in my own life, doing my digital shop, also my cardstock shop, making YouTube tutorials, editing YouTube things, like all these things. Like I time block, and it's something that I definitely think everyone, if you struggle with time management, you are definitely going to need this type of thought process. I want you to know though also that running a business is a sprint, not a marathon. Etsy business, having an Etsy business is not a get rich quick scheme product. Although I wish for instant success for every single one of you, the one thing that I can remind every single one is that this is a marathon and not a sprint, okay? The stuff that I am making today, while passive, and it gives me money now, it took time to get there. Doesn't take a terrible amount of time as long as you time block. What I want you to do is time block and learn how to time block. So I've time blocked for years. It obviously helps me stay consistent and focused throughout the day. And I will show you what a time block schedule looks like for me. But I want you, and then I will also give you kind of like, I put in a little, I will show you my time blocking schedule. On the next slide, I will show you like what a typical work schedule looks like. But what this is you're finding, so if you've never heard of what time blocking is, this is what I needed. Jackie says this is what I needed, time blocking. It is crucial. If you don't know what time blocking is, what you're going to do is you're going to utilize chunks of time. Most people will tell me, I am so busy, I can't even think, or I don't even sit down, or I do this. What I suggest to you is I want you to list on your notes on your phone or something. Be critical, just like when you're mystery shopping with yourself, be critical of what it is that you do throughout the day, because I can guarantee you, you will find time. There are so many people that I talk to throughout the day and they're like, I don't have time. And if they were truly honest with what they were doing with their time, they would find it, okay? So time blocking, you are going to utilize your timer or alarm clock on your phone. I love using the one on my phone, but if you need an alarm clock, do that, or set a kitchen timer or whatever. But you have to do set times for certain things. So when I was time blocking by doing my homemade Etsy party decoration business, which is not what I'm doing today, but this is what my schedule looked like, okay? So I would set a timer. Again, you would live by the timer. You have to live by this timer. I also, no one's actually mentioned it, but the way that a lot of people have talked about this is like, oh, this is going to help my ADHD so bad. So I've talked about time blocking a lot with other people, and they're like, wow, this helps my ADHD so much. But anyways, moving forward. So we are going to use an alarm clock. I would set my alarm or my stopwatch countdown thing. I would set it to certain amounts. So for an hour, I would set up my Cricuts on Cricut Design Space for the orders that I wanted to process that day for an hour. So I would open up my alarm. I would set for an hour. I would only do that one task. You are not allowed to check an Etsy message. You are not allowed to answer your telephone, return a text message, start scrolling on your phone for Instagram or anything else like that. The one and only thing I did for an hour was that. So then the next thing I did was I set myself up for 90 minutes, an hour and a half, and I would cut all of my items. I would not go back and set up more items for my Etsy shop. I would not stop and answer a DM in my Instagram. I would not do anything else besides cut my items on my Cricut. When the timer goes off, it doesn't matter if you're in the middle of a cut, you move on, because then tomorrow you will pick up where you left off, or wherever your time blocking schedule. Mine was every day. From Monday through Friday, I did this every single day. So if I had stuff that was needed to still be cut, I would leave it for tomorrow. I got pretty good towards the end that I actually, when the alarm went off at an hour and a half, I was actually just getting done with cutting. I was pretty good about figuring this out. So then the thing that took me the longest was assembling the items, which meant gluing and all the things like stringing banners, gluing items, hot gluing things, making the cake toppers, all that stuff. It took me the longest. That's because I only had two hands where I had to use like 12. I was using like 12 Cricuts at one point in time, manning it so I could cut a whole bunch. And then assembling took forever because I truly only had two hands. But set the timer for 2.5 hours, and that's the only thing I did. You are not allowed to go back and cut items. You are not allowed to go back in Cricut Design Space. You are not allowed to check DMs or anything like that. And then when that timer went off, you would therefore go back to packaging, or I'm sorry, you would set your alarm for an hour, and then I would package and ship all my items. Again, we wouldn't do anything else throughout that time. That just makes sure that you don't have that squirrel brain. That's what I love to call it with my daughter. It's like she's doing one task and then all of a sudden she's like, oh, I have to go and do this. And she leaves that task unfinished. That squirrel brain that she has, when you live by that alarm clock definitely helps you. So if you are not someone that does this as a full-time job yet, like I was doing it as a full-time job, I created kind of a work schedule, a typical work schedule of what a 9-to-5 person would go to work. I think I set this up to actually 7 to 4 instead of 9 to 5. So here is the deal. I wake up every morning at 5 a.m. So I kind of feel like this right here was a typical work schedule. Like if I were to work outside of the home, this is what my typical work schedule would look like. I wake up at 5 a.m. Actually, this morning I was up at 3. So, but generally I am up at 5 a.m. When you wake up at 5 a.m., I don't think that you are going to hit your, hit the ground running right when you get up at 5. Obviously, you're going to have to get up and like brush your teeth and stuff like that. So from 5 to 5:30, I just want you to wake up and do your thing. Generally, what I do in the morning when I have I have my Etsy shop and it's all digital downloads and print on demand. What I do during the time that I drink my coffee is I do some design work. So from 5:30 to 6:30 while you're drinking your coffee, because what I have found is when I was honest with myself, when I was drinking my coffee in the morning, I was watching the news, but also scrolling on my phone. I was scrolling Instagram and TikTok and like Pinterest and just doing things that weren't productive. And instead, what I decided to do was, instead of scrolling my phone is I would turn on the news, drink my coffee, and also design a new product. So instead of scrolling my phone, I actually am trying to make myself some money. So if this is you and you have to leave the house to go to work, I'm assuming that at, from 6:30 to 7, you're going to head off to work and you're going to drive to work. From 7 to 11, you're working. I don't want you to be working on your Etsy shop while you're at work because, hello, I do not want you to get fired from that job. But I'm assuming you're going to get some lunch in there, right? So during lunchtime, 11 to noon, let's say you get an hour lunch. I know my daughter gets an hour lunch every single day at her full-time job. So during that lunchtime, instead of just eating lunch and then scrolling your phone, because when I eat lunch, if I'm not there with my husband eating lunch, I'm scrolling my phone. I'm talking to my phone on Instagram. I'm doing something that doesn't make me money. Instead, what I'm going to do is I want you to eat your lunch and also make a new design, make a mock-up. So earlier in the morning, we made a mock-up, earlier in the morning, we designed a new product. Now what I want you to do is make a mock-up for your new product. Okay? After lunchtime is over, from 12 to 4, you're back to work. Again, we're not working on our Etsy shop during your work hours, because I definitely don't want you to get fired from your job. Then I give you a little bit of grace here, and the grace is going to be from 4 to 6. You're going to commute, you're going to do your errands, you're going to go grocery shopping, you're going to be a normal human, because we are allowed to be normal humans. And then from 6 to 7, you're going to cook dinner, you're going to do all the things. So let's just say from 4 to 7, you're busy doing other things that doesn't have to do with work. That is okay. But from 7 to 10 p.m., and actually for me, it's about from 7:30 to 11 o'clock at night, I am literally doing nothing besides sitting my behind on a couch, scrolling my phone, watching TV, maybe reading a book, doing things that aren't productive. And if it were me and I was trying to make a bunch of money on Etsy, what I would then choose to do is create my new listing and research for tomorrow. So in the morning when you first woke up, you did some design work. At lunch, what you did was you created that mock-up. And then over in your free time, what you did was you created the new listing of the thing you designed and then created a mock-up all in one day. So in one day, in pockets of time, you created a new listing. And then also with a little bit more of brain power, and I'm not saying a new listing is going to take you 3 hours. It definitely does not take me 3 hours to create a listing on Etsy. So it shouldn't take you that either. But let's just say maybe it took you an hour to create the listing. Then you have 2 additional hours just to surf your phone to get some new research ideas for a new design for tomorrow or whatever. Prep yourself up for future for tomorrow. This is just a little idea of what pockets of time. How do you stay up until 11 and then wake up at 5? I get some really good sleep. But these are just pockets of times that you can find. But to be honest with you, just like mystery shopping, the one thing that I would love for you to do is not only be hypercritical about your Etsy shop, is also be hypercritical about what it is that you do throughout your time, throughout your day. Because I can tell you right now that there is a lot more free time in there than you think. There is. If you're sitting in the school pickup line for an hour, I know that it's mayhem at my son's school after school. If I want to go and pick him up after school, I have to sit in that pickup line for like 45 minutes. Take your laptop with you and do some design works while you're sitting there waiting to do that. There are pockets of times that you could do something productive that will help move the needle forward. So now that I've shown that it's not only possible to make $12,500 a month, do you believe that you can do it? I sure hope the answer is yes, because it is possible. 1000% it is possible. I want you to be reminded that your Etsy shop is a business. This is a marathon and not a sprint. But what you do need to do is put effort into your shop to gain results. I'm a firm believer that if you show up, the world and everything will show up for you. And I say this, and I know this is an ego thing, but I say this to you, and I hope you believe it, that everything that I have done in my life, I have said, I want to do this, and it has happened. And it's never not happened. Anytime I've ever spoke anything to existence, it's never not happened. The reason for that is I refuse to fail. And that's kind of the thought process, what I have wanted you to do. Shout out that number of what you want to make. Shout out what you would do with an extra $19,000. Shout out what you want, like what income you need to replace. When you believe that thought, everything that happens moving forward is going to help move that needle forward. If you have a drive not to fail, it's going to show up. You show up, everything else will show up for you. So to recap what we've talked about, because I know it's been a ton of information, is that we are going to pick an item to sell. Remember, we are selling what we love. So these were physical products. It wasn't, yes, it wasn't just physical products. It also was digital as well. So we are going to pick an item to sell, and we are going to love what we make. Price your items for profit, because we ain't doing this for free. This is a business. You are going to take good photos. Remember, outside of picking an item to sell and selling it for profit, the thing that is going to be what is going to be key to getting your sales is going to be good product photography. I cannot stress that to you enough. Time blocking. If you are someone that struggles with time management, I do know that I am a rare breed that sees time very as like, this is what I have to do and I can move forward because I've been doing it for so many years. If you're someone that doesn't see how that you have a lot of blocks in your time, or pockets of your time, try doing the time blocking method. And then number 5, this is a marathon and not a sprint. So just a little reminder, I do coach inside the through the PES program. So if you liked the way that I taught today, this is something that I do every week. And I also have a really cool feedback form that you get to apply into every single time you ever want to chit chat with me about one of your listings. It's so much fun to be able to assist every single one of the members within the PES program with some assistance, because this is something that I truly do love to do. Coaching is something I love to do. So I need to know if anyone has any questions for me. I would love to answer any and all questions that you all have.
Ashley, woohoo! Okay, you just had a slide. You just had a slide up that I wanted to kind of like pop in. So, if I'll bring the slide up just for a second so you guys can see it. But for anyone, at the end of today, I will talk more about our program. Of course, I know there's lots of people with questions, but I have asked Ashley at our Passive Earner Summit in January, which is an in-person or virtual event for any passive earner student. She is going to be revealing her brand new, never before shared Etsy system that is going to, really help you guys take it to the next level. And our students are going to get to hear it first. It's actually been a little side project Ashley has intentionally been doing. And one thing I just want to impart into all of you is we have such natural excitement about Etsy. We are truly, everyone you come in contact with, inside our team, for the most part, has either participated in our tester shops or have their own shop. And it's not a prerequisite for everyone, but it's so fun seeing, coaches opening shops and our entire team. So Ashley did a little summer test of a new system, and it's working crazy. We were on the phone Friday and she was telling me what she is on track to do this month, and I am shook. So she's revealing this system for the first time.
It's wild. It's wild.
Yeah. I'm so excited. So if you've enjoyed this, just know we're always testing, and we always lead. Our entire team, we lead and teach you all of our nuggets, and things are always evolving so that you always are at the cusp. But Ashley, such an amazing session. I mean, I was just in the chat the whole entire time. It was so awesome.
Yeah.
And everyone loved it. I have a few things people want to talk about. First of all,
okay.
There was one comment that I've just been stewing, not stewing over, but just I want you, when I read you this comment, I want you to talk to this person directly. I didn't catch her name. I don't think Shalene, maybe, with an S, but she commented, she's like, Ashley, I just charged $10 an hour plus supplies.
Well,
When I read that, I literally was so shocked because y'all, it is 2025. If you are self-employed, $10 an hour, like you need, I told her in the chat, it should at least be $30 an hour.
I was going to say, because like the one thing that I'm going to like lean back and we're going to be friends with this.
It's like, a lot to take in, and I needed you to participate with me.
I just want you to know, like, full transparency here. My daughter is 19 and she works retail and she makes $20 an hour.
Yeah. Entry level retail.
In Kentucky. So this is a low cost of living, because a lot of people like to argue high cost of living, low cost of living, whatever. Low cost of living environment, and she makes, I think it's like, it's $19.51 an hour, so it's just shy of $20. But whatever the case may be, that's not even her job, like, or her business, right? She goes there and makes money for somebody else. Like, that's wild. $10 an hour is wild. I wouldn't get up at night for $10 an hour. That's insane.
So for all of you here, if all you learn today is to start charging your true worth, and just knowing that what you're charging is not enough, you're welcome.
Well, I think the other, sorry to interrupt you, but the one thing like going back over into charging what, not so much your worth, but like your goals. If you have a goal, is $10 an hour going to get you to that goal? You know, I have a goal. Tanner and I, we were on the phone on Friday and he was like, what's your goal? And I told him my goal. And he's like, how are you going to get there? And he knows my goal. I'm not going to do anything that's not going to propel me to get closer to my goal. You know, my goal was February. Now it's December to get to my goal. How am I going to get there? By doing things that make me the most amount of money. Yeah. So for you, your goal, what is it that you want to earn? Is $10 an hour going to get you there? And is it going to get you there? Now equate $10 an hour. Let's say it's $12,500 a month. How many hours are you going to have to work in order? I don't even know. Like, how much is that?
It's not a lot.
That's a lot of working hours to get you there. That's insane.
And that's what's really important. Like, you have to reverse engineer how many hours you have available and how much you want to earn. And for so many of you, you are going to have to be charging $30 an hour, $40 an hour. I mean, with Ashley's, I love that I had wrote down like gross revenue versus profit. I think we've had a lot of people ask questions in our classes today. Like, now, is that profit or gross, or is that revenue or net, or all of that? Here's what I want to tell you in my thought about making money. It has to be gross revenue before you're ever going to see it as profit. You have to have profit to be a healthy business. And it's normal and common, and you need to thrive, so there must be profit. All right?
Yeah. Okay, so I just did the math because I'm a math person. For the person that was charging $10 an hour, if you wanted to make $12,500 a month, you would have to work 1,250 hours a month. On average, there's 1,800 hours in a month. Yeah. So you only have 550 hours of free time if that's what you want.
Yeah.
That's
so important.
That's way too much.
So important. So we want you to reevaluate. And if you're doing digital designs, you don't optimize for a per hour rate, because you design it once. Yeah. And you sell it hundreds of thousands of times.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So it's different. Don't try to mess up what we're talking about. But that's been incredible. Good photos, y'all. Great photos. Not just any photo. Don't slap something together. You need great photos. One of the questions was, how much time was it to keep up your shop? So like now, like after someone has a shop built, we've talked a lot about building a firm foundation to set up success. I would love for you to talk about, like, after your shop, is seeing consistent sales, things like that. What would you say is more, not to coast, but more like after you're out of like the high speed gear?
I would say when you start, for me, what I suggest is, and what I've seen a lot with the PES members, is that once you start getting, I always say, like, list one new item a day. That's my suggestion for everyone. The very second you start getting the consistent sales, you don't actually have to list a new item every single day. The reason for that is when you sell that item, it gets renewed, and it almost acts like the new listing. So if you're listing a new item and then you're selling an item, and that's constantly, you're like essentially listing 2 items or 3 items. You don't necessarily
you're picking up the momentum. You're picking up your momentum, which is so important to grasp.
Yes. So there is a point in time where like you don't have to list new items. When I got to 900, I just had that because I had years of like themes that were built and stuff like that. But I would only relist a new item when like I would see a new party theme that would like start to become popular. Then I would switch my ideas, and like, obviously you want to stay relevant. So if you see something new, then you have to create it. But like that wasn't every day. That was like once a month, once every 3 months,
Love it.
It just depends on like what's going on. But like you eventually, when you start getting the consistent sales, you don't actually have to be actively listing. You can if you want to. It never hurts not to. And to be honest with you, if you love what you're doing, you're going to do it anyways. You're going to get those consistent sales, and you're going to be like, that's great. But like, I'm just going to show up for an hour and I'm going to do this. And then it's going to be worth it.
Awesome. Yeah. I have a few things that I want to mention. Someone asked Etsy ads. We do not run Etsy ads, and someone said that they had spent a lot and lost a lot of money. Here's what I want to tell you about ads in general. What results you're getting organically, your ads will amplify. If you are getting no good orders, no views, no transactions, no conversion without ads, you're putting fuel to that fire, which means more people are seeing it, and like chances are the same amount of nobody is going to buy.
To be honest with you, when people tell me that they ran ads, they lost a lot of money, and they never got an order, then they truly have to be that mystery shopper, because there's absolutely I run ads in my Etsy shop, and my return on investment for my ads is huge. The reason for that is because of the good quality mock-ups, the listings are speaking
and it
great.
Can sell naturally.
It can sell naturally. But when people tell me I wasted a bunch of money in ads and I never saw a thing, that is because we have issues with your listing. It is every single time, hands down. I can tell you right now, anyone that's ever asked me that and has said that to me, and I've clicked on their listing, I'm like, well, here it is. Like, so when I went back to like talking about being a mystery shopper, when people say that to me, it's a clear indication that something is wrong, and you have to mystery shop your shop.
Yes. For anyone that is getting discouragement from family, I want to just normalize that. Your family is not here to amp you up for entrepreneurship. This is why we sell to strangers. Strangers are your best customers. In my next class, we're about to dive into that deeply. So just buckle up. It's so awesome. The last thing I want to just touch on, Ashley, was, as you talked about those pockets of time, I want every single person here to put in the chat, what is your pocket of time? What in your calendar? What is that 1 hour, that 90 minutes, that 60 minutes in your day? If you were here today and you were telling me you do not have it, you did not look hard enough. If you are not making the amount of money you want to make, every time that you are sitting on the couch, opening Netflix, opening TikTok, opening Facebook, I want you to hear Ashley and I in your head. Like, are you showing up for your future self? Are you showing up for the version of you who is doing the dang thing, achieving the goals, building the business? Because you are going to have to give up the life you have right now to build the life that you want to set yourself up for. I remember when I was growing my business, I kind of hunkered down for 3 or 4 months. And almost any time my friends asked me to hang out with them, the answer was just no. It was just no. And every time hereafter that I can host people, that I can love on people, that I can have people over for dinner, that I can pick up the tab at dinner, like any of those things, I look back to my past self and I say, oh my gosh, I am so grateful that I said no so that I could say yes to so much more, that I could give like never before, I could serve like never before, I could support my family like never before. For some of you that are here on this call today, you need to commit the next 90 days, the next 6 months to doing work that makes it uncomfortable, to putting your extracurricular activities to the side, not forever, but for a season, to level you up, to build a firm foundation in your business. And if you want to do it alongside us, we will fast track that. We will, get you there and support you and walk with you along the way as your guides, as who have went before you. Or you could take everything you learned today and apply it on your own. Either way, an amazing option. And that's what else I wanted to say. Every time you kept talking about it, I was like, yes, we've got to start showing up for our future self.
We truly do. And the seeds of doubt that other people that give you, in my life and everything that I've done for the last 13 years, I've had people, the naysayers, the ones that were not, none of my family has ever bought cardstock from me or party decorations or anything. Or they're like,
wait, for everyone asking, is this Ashley Falco of Celebration Warehouse? Yes. This is Ashley Falco of Celebration Warehouse.
Yes.
People are asking, I buy paper from them all the time.
Yeah, everything that I've done, there's always been a naysayer. My parents have been naysayers. Some of my in-laws have been naysayers. Some of my friends have been naysayers. If I would have allowed any one of those people to get in my brain and to hunker me down in that way, I wouldn't be here today.
Yeah.
But so instead, what I do is, the flip of that is, first, I truly only surround myself with people that believe in me. I want you to know that you just have to find people. Like when I told Tanner about my dream on Friday, he was like, all right, you can do it. And he's like, that's crazy, but you can do it. I know it. He didn't say, Ashley, that's a lofty goal. What are you thinking? Absolutely not, because you surround yourself with people that uplift you first. Second, if you don't have that, what I strongly suggest is take people's seeds of doubt and uplift them. I'm not, every single time, I'm like, oh, just watch. And I do. I take their face, I put them in the mud, because I'm like, look what happened. Here we are doing it something else. And sure, again, we're going to go back to an ego thing. I love and strive when people tell me I can't, to turn around and do it, because I'm like, look at that. Now shut your mouth, because now you're jealous because I'm here and you're there still doing whatever it is that you're wishing that you were on my side of things, So there's definitely ways that you can flip the script of people that are being the naysayers, and then finding time, being truly honest. So just about being a mystery shopper in your shop, being truly honest about the time and where it's at. I can tell you, I actually have a notes app, because I'm going to do a coaching call in it, about really truly deep diving on what it is that you do throughout the day. Tanner doesn't know this, but another one-on-one coach, Casey, I showed her my calendar and she was like, you seriously do so much throughout the day. And I deep dive, 10 minutes, I brushed my teeth. I got dressed for this.
You're doing a great time audit.
It is. And you really truly have to be a time audit. How long did you spend on TikTok today? Sometimes, I'm not gonna lie, on Saturdays, I love to scroll.
Which is good for you. You know what? You earned it.
I'm currently not in that goal of I have to hurry. But if I were to see that time and say, oh, you know what, for 2 hours I scrolled. Okay, tomorrow I'm not going to. I'm going to time block right there what I'm going to do to benefit myself for future self.
So awesome. So good. Love it, love it, love it. It is so incredible. In McKenna, if you are in the program, you get access to Ashley. She works inside Passive Earner. So if you end up joining, you get a direct line to be seen, to be heard. She has a group coaching call every Tuesday. Lots of opportunities. So Ashley, thank you so much for showing up and showing out for this whole class. This is such an amazing time. Thank you, my friend. I will see you very soon.
All right, bye.
See you, bye. Oh my goodness, y'all, this is so incredible. Y'all, we have one more session. So here's what I'm going to do. We have one more break. You're going to see Lauren interview one of our amazing students, Beth. She's incredible. You're in for a treat. I will be having my team and I in the chat. So if you are here, and you have any questions, enjoy this last break, refill your coffee. Y'all, this is my second coffee of the day. It's crazy, and it's so much fun. Y'all give Ashley all the love in the chat. She was incredible, amazing. You have been drinking from a fire hose. You were doing so well. And I have one more session to bring it all together to teach you, what really was the driving factor of us building this revolution. I want to pull back the curtain. I'm going to share some of my own story, some of my own things that I have, been walking through. This next class is going to be so awesome. So come back with me in 15, 20 minutes, and we will close out with the final session of the 5 shifts you need to make to get you from where you're at to where you want to go. See you soon.
Okay, guys, in today's interview, we have the amazing, the infamous Miss Beth Fitzgibbons. How are you today?
I'm great.
I'm so excited to have you here with us and to really talk about your shop, because I feel like a lot of people are really going to benefit from hearing your story. So let's just start there. Let's start with your story, kind of what got you in, what got you started with Etsy, and I'll just let you take the floor from there.
Sure. So I actually opened my Etsy shop back in 2012, and it was because I was making jewelry, and I was doing a lot of jewelry, and I thought it was super cute, and I thought people would love it, and I got 0 sales. It was like months, and I just kind of gave up because I was like, my self-esteem was sort of tied to whether or not anybody was going to buy something from my store. And so I just kept getting depressed. Like it was a sign that, people didn't think what I did was good. Fact is, I don't even think anyone saw my shop. So that was 2012. Then you fast forward to like 2018, 2019, when my husband gave me a Cricut for Christmas, and I found Maker's Gonna Learn, and I was like, it upped my making game, if you will. And I really think I was attracted to like a lot of the cottage core, farm core stuff, like the seasonal signs where you would swap out the different, icons. So, I had the welcome porch leaner. I loved all the Christmas stuff y'all did. And so I had signage, I had house signage. I had done these pin boards. I collect pins, like if anybody's done the Disney pin thing. So I had where I could customize your pin boards. And I got like a few sales. And I was super excited. But for the most part at that time, I was not, I don't want to say mass production because I'll never be mass production, but like I would make one sign that looked a certain way. And I would put that one sign up for sale, rather than I designed something and then I made 10 of it, or I said, 20 available and I'd make them on demand. And so it was this kind of like, there was not a lot of cohesion to my store. There would be like a sign where I'm talking about how coffee's awesome. And then there's like a sign with gnomes on it, and they just didn't really relate. And sometimes things didn't even look like they were made by the same person. And so, mostly what ended up happening is friends would buy my things, which was really cool. And so it was all very Cricut based. And then later, about a year later, my husband got me a Glowforge. And the gateway to wanting the Glowforge was the project that we did during one of the Christmas make-a-thons, was the wreath where there was the balsa wood to make the shape, the star shape.
Yeah.
And it took so long to cut the balsa wood on the Cricut. I was like, I love the idea of being able to manufacture. I hate how long it takes. And so I actually am friends with the person who founded Glowforge. And so I looked into it and I was like, this is really cool. So we didn't do any other Christmas presents that year. We just bought that one thing. And that was awesome because I really started designing again. Things got to be a bit more cohesive and consistent. A lot of signs, like I made a cute sign about like no soliciting, for the door sign. I really enjoyed making things again for the porch. And cottagecore was still my design. And for people who don't know what that is, that's like just the really kind of farmhouse or live, laugh, love vibe where, you know, everything's just kind of cute and it's maybe a little weathered. And so, and I was living in Seattle, and Seattle is not a market for cottagecore, not at all, because I was doing some marketplaces and things like that. And yeah, nothing was happening. And so I would say around 2021, again, I just sort of completely lost steam. I think I had made 46 sales on my Etsy shop. And for what it's worth, I also rebranded from the 2012 look and feel to then the 2020 look and feel. And that's going to come up again. But I think it's also helpful to play with your brand. If it no longer reflects what you're making or doing, you know, update it, because the people who follow you will still be following your shop, and you can make an announcement and all that stuff.
So before we move on with your story, I want to lean a little bit more into this pivot and how you saw the need and what helped push you over the edge to be like, okay, I need to make this pivot. Because I feel like a lot of people may be in that spot where they're like, I'm there. And I see that because I can see how my self-esteem can really be tied to my sales. Because if I'm not making sales, it makes me feel like I'm not good enough. And I can see there's so many people that are like, my designs aren't pretty enough. What I create isn't good enough. And I don't think I think people get hung up on that. And that's not where we need to get hung up on. It's more of, you've just not found your people.
Yes.
Not found your niche. So we'll get into that. But before we do, what was the one thing, or is there one thing that stood out that really made you think, okay, now is the time that I need to pivot and maybe like change some things up?
Yeah, I think so. And you're talking about when I went from the cottagecore to what I do now?
Well, yeah,
because that was the biggest pivot. That was the biggest pivot. And I would say the difference was, the pivot was, I went from making things I thought people would want to buy to making things that I loved, that I wanted. And then I got connected with people like me who want the things that I make because I love them. Whereas before, my house wasn't even really decorated that way. So I'm making these things that wouldn't necessarily hang in my own home because I'm picturing this person that would want to buy it. But the problem is, not being that type of person, I probably was missing the mark. Whereas once I got to making things where I'm like, I'm going to make this for myself, and I would post it on Facebook, like, look what I made. And people would respond and say, oh my God, I want one. I want one. I want one. And that's when the pivot started to happen.
So really it was more or less a just look at yourself and be like, is what I'm creating what I would use in my everyday life? Versus, okay, I'm going to create this for someone else that likes certain things. You just started creating for you.
I became my own best customer.
Right. And that attracts your people.
Yes, exactly. Because I think it's a healthy balance between, you know, you can go and see what's popular. Because at the time, that type of stuff was selling really well. But again, I think maybe it didn't have the heart and soul that goes into a good product when the person making it desires it, if that makes sense.
Oh, 100%.
That's the secret. It's the secret sauce, right?
Right. That right there. I do feel like that there is a place and time for researching and finding what is selling. 100%. We have to know if something is going to sell. But at the same time, there has to be passion behind what we create, or it's always going to fall flat.
Yeah. So, I mean, I don't know if I can give an example. So, the bracelet keepers are really popular. So if if you're a Taylor Swift fan, you know about the little stretchy bracelets, and people make the cutest little things where you can put all your bracelets to see them. Well, a friend of mine who's a huge Taylor Swift fan sent that to me because in the community I'm in, that's also a very popular thing to do, to make those bracelets. So again, instead of saying I'm going to make a bracelet holder for Taylor Swift fans, because I hear people like it, I made a bracelet holder for the fans of the people that I like, my community, in that style. And so it was just a twist on it, and they've been incredibly successful.
Oh, that's amazing. So it's really, your research comes in where you find things that people are wanting,
Yes.
but you switch it up and kind of make it your own to fit your niche.
Exactly.
I love that. Okay, back to your story. I didn't mean to interrupt. There was
No, it's okay.
so many good things, and I just wanted to really dig into those. So we left off on your story. 2021, you lost steam again, only 46 sales.
Yes. So I was at 46 sales, and I just, and at that time I was working. So I had a job, a full-time job through all that. So I was a marketing executive for a high-tech company. So that was pretty busy. And so crafting was definitely a side hobby. Well, in 2021, I retired. And that's a long story, but anyway, I retired. And so then suddenly I had the time and the wherewithal to think about whether or not I wanted to start my business back up. And it took 2 years, by the way. It didn't happen overnight. It was because, again, there can be those times where you're just thinking, I'm retired now. Why would I want to do work?
Right. I mean, you quit work and retired.
Yeah.
So why do you want to start back?
Yeah. And so it was, again, my heart just wasn't in it. But in 2023, I experienced this unique, I don't know what I would call it. So Disney World had this thing called the Galactic Star Cruiser. Some people call it the Star Wars Hotel. It wasn't a hotel. The best way to describe it is it was a theme park ride that lasted almost 3 days. So you went and you stayed and slept in a space, so you could call that a hotel. But while you were there, like Chewbacca's running down the hallway, grabbing you for a mission.
Full experience.
It's a full experience. I mean, it's like playing pretend on a Disney budget in the Star Wars universe.
That's amazing.
It was incredible. I mean, it was life-changing for me because that's always been a huge science fiction. Star Wars has always been huge for me. I'm a huge fan. I'm a total nerd. And I met people who were also fans. And what happened was so it closed in September of 2023. Mm-hmm. And a lot of us were really sad that it had closed. And so I wanted to make a sign based on something you could see on the ship. And so I made a little metal sublimation sign, and people just went nuts. They were like, I want that. And so I was like, oh, well, I guess I could put it up on Etsy, and then my friends could go buy it. So I did that. And then somebody reached out to me and said, could you make a bookmark that looks like the ship? I think my kid would really love that. And I was like, oh, that's a great idea. So I took a design and it looked like the side view of the ship, and I cut it out of acrylic, clear blue acrylic, and I had like a little silver tassel because I felt like that was very spacey. And again, they wanted it, and so in order for them to buy it from me, I put it up on Etsy. And believe it or not, so I used keywords, and I know the question everyone's going to ask right away is, well, wait, weren't you worried about copyright? Yeah. Totally appreciate that question. And Yeah, and my answer is nothing on my shop uses any of the logos, any of the original artwork. So if you saw a t-shirt that's had the Star Wars logo with like Darth Vader, I don't have that in my shop because that is a direct the way I view it is I think of it as, is Disney making a product like this? I don't want to make a product that looks like something Disney sells.
Right.
So that's number one. And then number two is, and I don't use anything that specifically says Star Wars. In fact, my listings will say space art, not art from the Galactic Star Cruiser.
I love that. And that's very important because we do have a lot of people that are concerned about stuff like that. They don't want to get their shop shut down. They don't want to do anything that is, you know, against copywritten. And we don't like teaching that either.
Yes.
But you can still use your creativity.
Yes.
And you can still make things that are related.
Yes.
But have nothing directly associated with any copywritten image. I've seen so many, like, I'm going to use this for an example because I saw it and I was like, oh my gosh, that's amazing. It was literally like not even the full side profile, but like almost the back of like Cinderella's bun, because Cinderella used, like, you can tell, no copywritten image, and it was like, meet me at midnight.
Yes, exactly.
I love how you have taken your love for those things, because obviously there are a lot of people out there that love Star Wars, love Disney, love all of these copywritten things, but we can still use our creativity to create things that are not in direct competition. Nor are they copywritten.
Yeah. And I think, you know, one of the things that's super popular in my shop is I've recreated signage on the ship. So this is funny, but when you went into the public restroom on the ship, there was a sign, and it was in the Star Wars alphabet, which is called Arabesh. So you have to translate it. But it basically said, in case of turbulence, please stay seated, which I just thought was so funny. So I made a replica of that sign. Now, they never sold that sign. It was, you know, in a public area. I took a photo. I recreated it from scratch in design software, and I made the sign. And again, to me, that constitutes fair use. You know, people make a replica of like the Disneyland flags, you know, and so I guess my advice would be, when in doubt, don't. So if there's part of you that's like, I'm not sure if this is going to be okay, then don't sell it. Right. So, and this all started with the keywords.
Sorry,
no worries.
Over there.
So I will say I do use Star Wars in my keywords. It's not in any of the descriptions of my items. It's not in any of the titles of my items. But that is a search term that people who are Star Wars fans use. And my things could potentially appeal to Star Wars fans. So I use that. Tags? Yes, tags. Sorry, I said keywords. Tags. And so these items that sort of came about because friends were interested suddenly started showing up in searches. I paid the $10 a month for Etsy Plus, I think, or whatever it's called. And I highly recommend that because that's just a no-brainer that they're going to favor you for search results. And I know this because I turned it off for a while and traffic definitely dropped. And so if you search Star Wars, eventually you're going to see something of mine. It's just going to happen. And so that's a good feeling. And so what happened was strangers started stumbling onto my shop. And next thing you know, I mean, there was 1 month, I kid you not, I can't even believe I'm saying this. There was 1 month that I made $4,000 in a month. In a month. And just to put it into perspective, my most expensive item at that time was $236. So yes, what it was these really cute posters, again, that were replicas of something from the ship. And if you bought all 6 of them, it was $230.
So
But
they
if
have
you bought
6 items to get that. So
Yes.
really, truly,
Yeah.
you're averaging what, $40 to $50
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
the average.
Yeah, but then my number one seller, which has made again several $1,000s over time, is $10.
Friends, all right. Come back. I wanted to make sure that we had plenty of time, and I've been seeing people in the comments like, oh my gosh, I'm so ready. So I am ready to dive in for our final session, which is the 5 shifts to build an automated Etsy shop with infinite inventory. This is going to help you guys get out of assembly line work and back to creating like never before. Boy, oh boy, have we seen today how we can have a physical shop, how we can have a digital shop. And in this session, we are going to kind of bridge the gap and share so much about what we have been able to do and what our own shops and our clients' shops have been able to do with print on demand. It is going to be so amazing. So welcome. So excited to see you guys here for this session. Who is ready for their first automated sell with ease? If that is you, go ahead and comment yes below. I want to see every single one of you engage like this, like never before, so that you, my friends, can really see this amazing momentum. It is going to all right. So good. Comment yes in the chat. I am going to try to leave my camera over in the corner. I like to talk. I like to use my hands, and I feel like it's really great for engagement. If at any time the audio video messes up, just let me know in the chat and I'll fix it. So yes, let's go. Automation, so incredible. Here is what I want to tell you. By the end of our session today, you will learn why your crafts haven't been selling, how you can truly see what crafts will sell like never before, the secrets to selling your crafts passively, and those shifts to help you earn more this year. This is not a strategy that you will have to wait years for. You can start making money this year. Like truly, whatever time period you think it is, like shorten it. Right? That's going to allow you to show up at your highest level to earn the most. All right. 19 days after joining and getting started, she already got 2 orders. 2 weeks after joining, she got her first sale. So this is exactly what I'm saying. If you think you wouldn't be able to get a sale in 6 months or a year, y'all, people are doing it every day. Like getting started is so much fun, and we love getting to walk with you the entire way. All right, my friends, so incredible. Now, do not forget, if you sign up and apply to work with us, you will unlock Etsy Momentum Day. At the very end of today's session, I will share exactly the full nuts and bolts, everything included inside of our program, Passive Earner Society, which I know you guys are excited to learn more about. It'll be so awesome. And again, on Wednesday, the 15th, we are having that Design an AI Etsy workshop, which is so fun. It'll be all about designing, and it's going to be incredible. So if you're ready to learn, I ask for you. I mean, you've been dialed in and you guys have been such a great group. I know I don't have to ask, but just as some reminders, be sure to silence that phone, log off Facebook, get your notebook out, y'all. Get your notebook. This is mine. I get these at Target. I think you should live and breathe journals. I have so many, probably over 20 that I love. So get your notebooks out, be ready. If you've already got your workbook in the mail, you could use that as well. Everybody will be getting there, so I'm so excited. Postal has been slow. Be sure to save your questions until the end. I have plenty of time for them today, so we'll be able to address a lot of them. All right. So my name is Tanner Bell. I'm the founder here of Makers Gonna Learn, the founder of Passive Earner Society. And in 2010, I started an Etsy shop to sell my handmade cards. And when I talk about doing it, getting started before it's perfect, y'all, I just have to remind you, I thought Etsy was pronounced Ista. So there's videos of me on the internet talking about my Ista shop. So when I tell you that I am someone who goes after my goals and, shows up at the highest level before I even have it perfect, I am the coach for you. I have lived it. I have breathed it. I have had multiple Etsy shops, and it is so much fun. I have also went on to be an amazing educator, but I know My heart is to help people who doesn't want to do this, people that don't want to be on camera, to build passive income through their creations. And that's been my passion. I teach people how to craft, and I teach people how to make money with their crafts. And you may say, Tanner, why? Here's what I know to be true. When you can make money doing your passion, you can dedicate more time to it. We can craft more together. We can live happier lives. And I am a walking testimonial of someone who gets to create every single day in their business, whether it be a session like today or getting my hands dirty, decorating with glitter and decorating my house for Christmas. It is such a fun journey. So that's me. We have an amazing team. And if you're ready to learn how we do it, go ahead and put "let's do it" in the chat. 28 days after joining, Angela got her first sell. Y'all, is that not incredible? It is so, so fun. So let's go ahead and put "let's do it" in the chat. Yes, yes, yes. So, so good. Kelly, I got started with card making too. So fun. I love cards and paper. But here's what I know about you. You are in one of these two camps. If you're here, chances are one of these two camps is part of why you are not where you want to be. All right? Camp number one and problem one is fear of failure. What if I do all of this and I fail, right? How many people relate to this one? If you were like, oh, that's me, like I deal with fear of failure, put it in the chat. Or you're here and you have the fear of success. What if I do all of this and I end up with another job, right? Put it in the chat. Do you agree and relate to fear of failure or fear of success? Because here is what I want to tell you about both of these. Comment which one you resonate with. Fear of success will keep you from going after your goals because you're like, oh, I could be successful, no big deal. Fear of failure keeps you on the sidelines as well. And it tells you that what's the point of getting started because you're going to fail anyway. Sound familiar? Well, here's what I want you to know. Here is what I want you to know. When you believe either of these thoughts, guess what? You end up doing nothing. You end up doing nothing. All right? It is so important for us to shine light to this. When you have the fear of success, you stay on the sidelines. When you have the fear of failure, you stay on the sidelines. So this is what I want you to understand. We have to break these beliefs. I promise you, as long as you continue to show up and you continue to put one foot after the other, you will not fail. People who fail are simply people who quit. We are people who show up when it gets hard. We are people who pivot. We are people who show up at the highest level. All right? It is so, so awesome. Love it. What if it does work out? Then what? Paula, exactly. Exactly, my friend. It is so fun. Just like Ashley is taught, after you hit a goal, you can just set another goal. It's always a growth experiment. So here's what I want to explain to you. After coaching thousands, we knew there had to be an easier way. All right. We knew there had to be an easier way. So what we did was we spent over 18 months and we went to the bare basics. We went to the bottom. We, if there was a playbook, we threw the playbook out and we said, we have to help our students at the highest level, because I was having students that were getting super successful, but then they were like, Tanner, I can't take on any more orders. And I'm like, oh my gosh, like this is a problem. Like when you were fully booked out, you can't make money and you go into feast or famine. So I wanted to break it all down and build something that everyone could do. So we spent 18 months thinking, testing, studying to find the best way to sell your creations like never before. And this was when I told my team what these things that we were not going to do, what we were going to do without, they looked at me like I had two heads. No inventory, no social media marketing, no making videos, or using your face at all. Because one thing I know about my people, the people who I work with, y'all don't like making videos. Y'all don't like talking on camera. Y'all don't like having to do social media marketing. So I said, this is my parameters. We cannot do any of these, right? So good. So incredible. All right. Love it, love it, love it. So what I want to tell you is you just need creativity. This is the barrier to entry, your creativity. All right. So do not feel like you need to have a bunch of other things. You have enough. All right. Super, super good. All right. And guess what happened? Guess what happened after we told our team all of this? I started, spending lots of time researching and studying what worked, what didn't, what people could do different to get them the results that they wanted. Guess what happened? We did it. We were able to do it in a new way, a fresh way, and it really ended up being gangbusters. Our first sale that I'll ever remember getting on this new shop that we, had just set up was two short sleeve shirts. That was cows. They were cow shirts and we made $50. And I was like, what? I was like, like this is happening. Like it's working. What we're building and testing is starting to work. And we let data fuel that. So we're going to talk about that today. And then it just continued to blow up. We sold other micro niches. We just continued selling sweatshirts and we continued selling crew necks. And we, started building that momentum that everyone's talked about here. We started building that and we started seeing it and we started seeing what got sales and what didn't get sales. And it just got better every single time that we continued to do it. And then you could see the sales on this one shop over the last 30 days, a really healthy click-through rate. This was very, very, in the early stages, which is so phenomenal. 45 orders. You could see the funds are on the way. Like everything was working. And we're like, okay, this is amazing. You could also see, Sadie's shop. Sadie decided, we have all these test shops working. I'm going to get mine too. These are some of her amazing stats, which is so awesome. I need to update them. And here's the thing. We started seeing that we didn't have to make a single order. It sounds too good to be true, but that was one of the things we knew that we couldn't be a constraint. Having to fulfill every order for so many of you who don't have unbelievable amounts of time, you need a promotion. You need to be able to level it up, right? So important. Now, we did it on autopilot. And as we were doing this inside of our business was one of the most important times of our entire life. And what I mean by that was during the time of adoption, as we were going through to adopt 3 precious little boys out of foster care, our twins and our baby Colton, we were able to do it on autopilot. So we were able to live out, a true passive earner style where if we were physically fulfilling these orders, we would just had to stop. Like the amount of appointments and the amount of, things that you have to do for adoption, it's actually a very busy 30, 60 days as you get up to, our kids were adopted from foster care. So whatever circumstance you have here, insert family, insert life, insert job, insert, circumstances, whatever your circumstances, whatever mountain is in front of you, I want you to know that Etsy can support you through it. If you show up and you do hard work, it will still be there. It can support you, not hinder you, which is, I think, a big part of entrepreneurship where people are like, I don't have time. No, it's like you don't have time not to have time, right? Like you have to build it and it'll eventually go on autopilot is what we found. So what I want to ask you today, you've heard a lot about numbers, but I want you to break it down in a new way. Imagine earning $100 a day on autopilot. Did you guys know that that's an extra $36,500 a year? That's kind of crazy. Like that's like real money. Like that's real money. This is multiple trips. This is multiple, ways, an extra stream of income. Just imagine how much lighter it would feel, right? It is so incredible to imagine that. All right. Imagine earning just an extra $1,000 a month. You may say, Tanner, I don't need, an extra $40,000. Like just $1,000 a month could be awesome for me. Here's what's crazy. Do you know how little that would be a day? that would only be $33.30 per day. So wherever you're at, whether you want to make $1,000 a month or $10,000 a month, I just want you to reaffirm it's simply just math. So if you're ready to see the path to how this is possible, just go ahead and comment yes below and we're ready to dive in. Let's dive in to the 5 shifts to build that automated Etsy shop so you have infinite inventory, you're out of that assembly line work, you got promoted, and you're back to creating, because I know that's what so many of you want to have. And the first shift that you have to make is you have to believe and walk out, strangers are your best customer. They are the best customer for you to make the amount of money you want to make. And you may say, Tanner, like, I thought to have a small business, I have to ask my friends and family to buy from me first before anyone else would buy from me. That's the old way of thinking, all right? The reason why, the old way is thinking the only way to start is working with friends and family. But the actual facts here is that it's awkward, harder, and way more complicated to sell to your friends and family than going straight to strangers. If you are here today and you have tried selling your stuff to friends and family and you're like, actually, it's not worth it to me, it's because you're trying to sell to friends and family. I promise you, strangers will pay your price, what you're worth, what you decide to charge without questioning. It's people who believe they deserve a discount or that you want to give them this for free that make it sticky. Strangers honor you and respect you, all right? So the new way is opening yourself up to the 90 million buyers on Etsy, the hundreds of thousands of buyers who are excited to pay you. Yes, 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 yes. Oh my gosh, you all are incredible. So good. Pat, I'll explain the print on demand side here in a second. So great. Someone paid us. A lot of people are like, but would strangers pay me? The answer is yes. The answer is yes, and they will pay you the true price you're worth. Someone paid us $40 for a sweatshirt. This makes Etsy a no-brainer. The customer pays the fees. So you get paid top dollar because it's a one-of-a-kind gift, and all your fees are taken out, but you're getting paid top dollar. You're not having to be, undercut your neighbor, or you're not having to undercut, someone local. Like, this is just someone on the internet going on, buying it. And I, made $38, which is just incredible. So let's get real. No friend or family member will ever pay you top dollar for your work. That is just what we need to understand. And inside Passive Earners Society, we teach you how to truly market and sell to strangers. Look at this. We sold our second sweatshirt last night, this time to a complete stranger from across the country. Like, that is truly the impact that is on the table. You can participate in this. You can have your slice of the pie and really thrive. Shift number 2 is making sure your listings are in demand. This is really, really important. So if you're here, for so many of you, this is the missing piece. And this is the number one way we work with our clients to see results faster, all right? This is really incredible. The old way is simply trying to, go through and make and sell your favorite items. How many of us is like, oh, I love making this, let me sell it. And we're just throwing spaghetti at the wall. Well, here's why this doesn't work. This is how you end up looking. Does anyone relate? Why isn't my stuff selling? I love making these resin, blah, blah, blah. Like, insert whatever you love to make and you've tried to sell it and it didn't lit. Like, you didn't see traction. Well, here's the thing, my friend. The new way is to use data to help you pick items people actually want. We can all agree that if you are trying to sell something no one is looking for, no one's going to buy it. It is a lot easier to find momentum. It is a lot easier if there's things people are already looking for. If you just fill the need, people are going to buy. We see it time and time again. This is how listings grow legs. This is how you have a new marketing vehicle in your listing when you are starting to rank for things people are searching for. So which is easier for you? Throwing listings at the wall that you just think up in your head, or looking at data and saying, oh, we're seeing people search for this, and now we are able to make a design like it. If you're creative, this is really good news for you because you'll never run out of ideas. There's always data to help you come up with your next idea. I love it because it's kind of like a little assignment. Like, oh, I found this new micro niche. What's my spin to it? What's my way of adding it to the marketplace? You know, you don't even have to pay for tools. You can literally secret shop Etsy. Be like, everyone's doing this type of design. People are searching for it. What's my take, right? So incredible. Use resource and tools to guide your listings. I will put Everbee, or you could always use Insight Factory. I'll put this in the chat. All right. These are tools you can use, not required, but they are tools. And after you use them for a little bit, there's free versions, paid, whatever. These will just help you start thinking how people search, which I do think is valuable. And we teach it in our program. So you don't have to have these tools if you end up wanting to get the coaching with us, which we'll talk about at the end. So inside Passive Earner Society, we teach you how to find micro niches people are hunting for. The first one I want to showcase is in my sourdough era. This was one that we, ended up creating because of search and because I was in my sourdough era of making sourdough, and so was a lot of other people. And as we expanded our research, we saw that the whole other side of the coin was also very involved. And this was about gluten hates me. So for people with a gluten intolerance, and the gluten hates me shirt, it is popping off constantly. Like, people are always ordering it. It's really great. This is a shop we haven't, put a lot of time into, but it is constantly getting a lot of orders. And it's all because we let data fuel us. And notice these shirts, simplicity, not having to get a design degree, not having to learn new tools. Every person on this call could design this easy, like quickly. So if you're here and you're like, oh, like I can't design like this, or I can't do this, y'all, this is why I stand as firm as I do, because this opportunity is available to you minus whatever circumstance you're trying to tell me you can't. It is just a lie. And here's what I want you to understand in shift 3. More orders doesn't have to mean more work, all right? The old way is making every order yourself, leaving you in feast or famine. Because what happens is when you don't have a lot of orders, you go out and market yourself. You get a lot of orders, but at that point you stop marketing yourself. So what happens next? You make all those orders and then you're in famine. Oh my gosh, I don't have any orders. Why don't I have any orders? Nobody wants to buy from me. No one likes my stuff. No, you stopped marketing. That's all you did. You stopped marketing. And the reason I am so passionate about this, the reason I know this to be true over and over, is I've seen it happen with my clients. I know this is happening to you. You do not have a problem. You have a marketing problem. So what this process does is it takes your time and you promote it to working on ways that drives the most impact for your business. Because of, instead of you having to do the outbound or the back end fulfillment, you delegate that out to lead you in the head designer, head marketer, which is something, if all you learn today is that shift, could change everything for you. The new way is print on demand. All right? Whether you sell 2 or you sell 22, you set it up once and you let the orders roll in. Are you picking up what I'm putting down? Right? So good. Love it, love it, love it. So awesome. Now, you can use a print on demand provider. We use Printify. They link to your Etsy shop. They fulfill the order for you. Etsy loves that you use these Printify offers consistent quality, great shipping, quickly. They love it. They love it, love it, love it. It is not like a hidden secret. Your buyers never have to know. They're never go question. It's not even a thought in their head. Whatever you are worried about, it's more so you, never your buyer. All right. Here are some of the things you can do on print on demand: jewelry, tech, pets, pillows, magnets, postcards, glassware, canvas. I mean, y'all, there's so many. Like, listen, it's just growing. Like, this is such a growing market. And here's what I want you to know. You're a busy creative, just like us. You need a business that will let you stay in creativity, not that assembly line work. All right. You need a promotion. You need to say yes. And you need a business that can run while you're living your life. Look at our little adopted boys. Oh, our Judge. It was so sweet. But to see the summer, our Etsy shops running, like, this was the ultimate practice for me to really believe, like, oh, this is working. Like, this is literally a testament. Like, if I didn't have this system set up, like, I wouldn't be able to run out. I had to turn it off. But instead, it supported me during the hardest times. So if you need to relocate, if you need to go take care of a loved one, any of that, your Etsy shop can support you through it. And I know there's a lot of people here that need to see the logistics. So I have this slide, take a picture of it. You can review it later. How does Etsy print on demand work? All right. Say the purchase is $38. So I like to make about $12 through any print on demand item. It just is kind of like my thing. So we paid $3 in Etsy fees, very reasonable. We paid $23.52 to Printify. That is an all-included price. That is the cost of the material, the print, the shipping, everything. And then we just have that profit of $11.94. Super easy, super, super easy. If I wanted to run a sale, I would have increased that price up to then bring that price right back down. It seems silly, but it works. All right. Super easy, super, super simple. So take a picture of this. If any of you are here and you are like, man, like, this is a big Printify cost, think about the cost it would take for you to go out and just buy the one shirt to fulfill it, to make it, like, things like that. You could do either one. If you have over 20 hours a week that you can work on just fulfillment, perfect. Feel free to get the most profit by doing the order yourself. All right. You do not need to have any prior knowledge to print on demand to open yourself up to this opportunity. And Kelly, this sounds like physical products I make won't sell. Physical products probably will sell the best. It's the least competitive. So what about that? It's such a great idea. Here's what I want you all to know. Your business doesn't have to be turned off just because you're living your life. And this is the philosophy I want you to understand. I want you to understand that it needs to be able to operate. And finally, print on demand or your digital shop will allow you to create automated sales. Now you can actually charge your worth for custom or physical items. So for those of you that are like, man, like, I still want to do some physical items, great. You can do print on demand or digital, but you can also still do your own items. I think that's beautiful. You still want to create, but now this will allow you to charge your true worth for custom and physical items without feeling like you have to undercharge just to make the sale. So it all can work together, and it is super, super amazing. Love it, love it, love it. So I want to help you stay in your zone of genius, right? I want to help you stay in your creative zone of genius. And this is what I want to help you like never before. That is my heart. That is my drive. And it is so awesome. It is time to hand off that assembly line work. For so many of you, you need this promotion. And some of you, you're going to be like, hey, I still want to do it. But what I want to tell you, for those who know they need to answer the call, and those of you that feel like you need to do it, I believe you do. Like, listen to your gut. But this will still allow you to keep the joy in your crafts, in your creations. And in a part of me, I think you're going to love it even more, because when you get to create, you will get to create with true joy, which is so incredible. The old way is constantly feeling like you're a slave to your fulfillment, your craft room. The new way is allowing you to design on the go, get an idea that you see at Hobby Lobby or Walmart or Target or any, store that you're at. Be like, I could design one. Etsy needs to see this. And that is the value you can start bringing to the marketplace. Inside Passive Earners, I can show you how this can become super normal for you too. 5 days after Kirsten applied all of our new curriculum, she got 7 sales. And y'all, she even went international to Rome, Italy. I love seeing international sales. Inside the program, we teach you how to handle all of that. So we're there to support you through international sales. There's a little extra paperwork, but it's super manageable and doable. So shift number 4 is no longer having to constantly reinvest in supplies or equipment. I see this holding people back a lot. The old way is constantly feeling like you have to reinvest the money you make into new machines, supplies, and more. The new way is to see your income going up as you work on new listings without that pressure of having to buy new machines to increase your income. Are y'all liking that? As you grow your listings, it will open you up to earning more. That is the secret. That is the secret sauce, special sauce. Your listing now supports you. It's like legs on a chair. As you have a listing that's picked up in the algorithm, that's going to be a way you're getting sales every day. If it feels hard to get, 10, 20 orders a day, well, it's because the algorithm is going to support you. It doesn't take more time. That's the passive part. Like, you're going to build listing legs to your business. So as you grow your listings, it opens you up to earning more. It's more micro possibilities to have a really stable business. And that's the secret. Imagine how much more you're going to earn when you have 20 to 30 powerful listings. More and more people are getting their first sale in less than a month after joining Passive Earner Society. Do you see how you can do this too? If that's you, drop yes below, and it's time for you to get that automated sell. Someone said, I got my first digital sell today. Woohoo, cha-ching. Notice from Etsy, someone ordered 3 things from my shop. 1 person, 3 things, just unbelievable. We love it. Shift number 5, this is such an eye-opening one for all of us. And it's that we don't have to be a social media influencer to be successful. And y'all, I just want you to feel the weight lifting, all right? The old way is thinking the only way to make money is to constantly post content and make videos, right? I truly believe that that is the old way, but the new way, the opportunity that is at the ship, like we are here, do you want to get on the cruise ship, is building a faceless brand that doesn't need your face. A brand that focuses on the product, not the face behind the brand. Because your product is so good, the designs are so awesome, that Etsy is going to sell it for you. And the way we tested this and know it to be true is we've built multiple shops that leverage search, not TikTok videos of you dancing or videos at all. Because when you're on social media, the goal of the platform is to keep them on the platform. So when you're trying to sell on these platforms, there's resistance. It's like, oh my gosh, why is no one seeing my stuff? Why does no one want to buy from me? It's not you. The platform is set up that way. But on Etsy, like we talked about early today, we want to bring, buyer intent, and that's what Etsy can do. Sure, marketing on social media is great. And if you love to do that, phenomenal. It'll be a great way to amplify, but it's not required. And every person that's taught today didn't use social media to grow their Etsy shop, just so you know. But we also know that social media isn't for everyone. All right, this is the deal. It's not for everyone. But this is for everyone. No excuses. This can work for you too. All right? Let's let the Etsy algorithm work on your behalf to make their commission worth it for you. All right? So incredible, because partnership only works when both parties contribute. Etsy provides you the customers, while you provide the quality product, whether that's your design, your digital files, your print-on-demand items that are custom that no one else can buy in bulk because you designed it for just the buyer, which is so beautiful and it's awesome. And it's really time to get paid for your creations daily. Are you ready for 5-star reviews? Are you ready for star seller status? Like, let's go. It is so important. So here are the 5 shifts. Be sure to take a picture of these. Strangers are your best customers. Make sure your listings are in demand by using, tools to help you find them. More orders doesn't have to mean more work. No longer having to constantly reinvest in supplies, which is so, so incredible. And you don't have to be an influencer to be successful. These are the amazing 5 shifts. And here's what I want to tell you, my friend. Do you see how you can start adding $3,000 a month or more of income by selling your creations and your designs? If you do, comment yes below, because here's what I want to tell you. Oh my goodness. I want to ask you a question. Would you like me to help you set up your craft business that can run without you, without confusion, overwhelm, or costly mistakes? That is the question I want you to answer. Would you like me to be your guide, your coach, the leader of this revolution as you've seen everything today? Because here's what I want to tell you. Option number 1, you can take everything we've shared today, all of our secrets, and you can figure this out on your own. But I will tell you, as it gets started and as you start ramping up, you may end up frustrated and exhausted just because there's a lot of elements to this. Like, as we, have shared everything and we haven't held anything back, there is a lot to it. Or you can have option 2, where you can follow a tried and tested path to go from point confused to point successful. And that's what we do inside our program. But here's what I want to tell you. As you've witnessed today, as you've experienced this energy, doing this along like-minded people is truly priceless. Being centered around people that you adore and that you respect is priceless. And that's what's so important about this community. And I am so, so excited. I love all the yeses. Well, here's the thing, my friends. I want to introduce you to Passive Earners Society. And inside of Passive Earners Society, we have everything you need, from a one-on-one coach to meet with you every other week, to group coaching calls, and so much more. This is all you'll ever need to start selling passively. All right? This is everything in one place. We've compiled all the trainings, all the resources you need to launch, grow, or advance into one comprehensive experience. So whether you have a shop that you want to get to the next level, you don't have a shop and you need to open, whichever one, we are here for you. You'll get the what, the why, and the how for all things Etsy. You go from learning to implementation with ease, not having to scout around the web, continually, ask questions. You will have everything with ease, which is so important. You get a customized checklist, all right? So this is why we will take the guesswork out of it for you. No more stalling, just getting stuff done so sales can start rolling in. And I'll tell you, between your checklist and your coach, there is nowhere to hide. What I mean by that is, if you've taken courses in the past, this is totally digestible and manageable, which I love so, so much. Inside of Passive Earners, you get private coaching. You will be assigned a one-on-one coach who stays with you the entire duration of the program. You get support and feedback to help you get unstuck. We see you, we help you, and we walk with you. We do not hand you everything and say, go figure it out. Absolutely not. We meet bi-weekly. So you'll meet with your coach, you implement. In between your calls, you can message them at any time. Their goal, only goal inside my company, is to help you be successful, which is so incredible. You get expert audits. So we kind of teased this earlier, but you submit your work for review, and we have 2 different feedback forms. You can get your listing audited by Ashley herself. She runs our listing feedback form. Or Alex on our team will do design feedback. So if you want to level up your designs, we have an awesome design feedback form. So this feedback can range from ideas for 1% improvements to total redirection. And this is asynchronous. So if you're busy, you can submit a feedback form and we'll record you a video that is private for you and send it right to you. So you can quickly get feedback without having to schedule things and whatnot. It is so incredible. I love over delivering in that way. Another way inside the program that was such an awesome way for us to over deliver is we do a done for you logo and branding. So you join our program, you get a form, and we will design you a custom made logo to your liking with multiple revisions. You'll get your brand guide and a banner so that you can really start selling like never before. We want to make it super easy. This is like a $500 value that we just see help our clients get through the process so much faster. So I love offering that. You get a priceless community where you connect with a community of sellers in every niche and in every stage, from beginner to six-figure earners. It's incredible. You'll be able to ask questions and get feedback from peers and our entire coaching team, like myself. You get tons of support throughout the month. We have calls that you can hop on that are group calls. So we have calls specific for product research, design, help, mindset, and general Etsy questions. We are here for you. They're all optional and recorded. So there's no added time commitment, but that's how we take everything we learn at these events and live it out. So the momentum won't die, which is so, so incredible. You get access to our amazing AI sales booster. This is a really fun tool where you're able to help get your titles, descriptions, tags. We've invested a lot of money in trading this custom AI, and it'll be priceless for you. This is how you'll be able to get a lot of success because we are able to really crush it. So, so good. Now, when you join during this enrollment this month, you're going to get a complimentary ticket to our in-person Passive Earner Summit. This exclusive event brings together like-minded sellers and will reveal what's ahead for Etsy success in 2026. So when you have your call, you can learn more about this awesome opportunity to get your complimentary ticket just when you enroll. I have so many amazing sessions and speakers coming. I would love to have you there, which is so awesome. So yay! The reason why this is the best time to launch your shop and get started during the holiday buying season is that there's built-in momentum. And if we can spend the next month getting your shop set up, you will be at the early November, you will have your shop, it will be able to start participating in that really hot season of the holiday buying, and you will just have natural momentum. It is time to go all in, and it is time to go from questioning if this is right for you and knowing it is right for you, and that you're showing up and doing the work to support you to get to your goal. It's great that you've showed up. It's great that you're here, but now it's time to commit to the work. And that's why we want to help you build your passive income by continuing this work. Now remember, instant access to our comprehensive curriculum, our custom checklist, a dedicated coach, awesome expert audits, done for you logo, branding, and more. Our comprehensive curriculum will get you up to speed with exactly what to do and how to do it. And my goal is to make sure it never feels like you got another full-time job. We just want to help you get results. So get ready to learn how to automate your shop to get your time back, how to create listings that show up in search, what will sell and what won't, and how to put yourself out there to sell to strangers. Now, apply today and you're going to unlock our Momentum Day and the Design and AI Etsy workshop. You are getting a one-on-one session with my team. So fill out that application. We are so, so excited to be able to serve you. This is typically a 6-month program, but we are offering you a year. So a full year to truly work with our team, with your coach, to take your shop to the next level. And here is what I want to tell you like never before. I am so excited to help you. if you're interested, you simply need to apply for a success call right now. You'll be able to pair with someone on my team to hear where you're at, hear where you want to go, and they'll build you a success plan. Whether it's to work with us or not, we are here to support you, and it is super, super fun to be able to meet you, to get to know you, and to really help you like never before. All right? So awesome. These calls are very limited. We've had a big group today, and it is so awesome. So good. Love it, love it, love it. Yes. Welcome. Love it. Yes, we love Knoxville. So good. But yeah, you want to take the first call that is available that would work for you, because they are very limited. We've got a lot of people here today. It's been such a great group. We love it. So get your application in, and we are so excited for you to connect with our team. Pick the time on the calendar that is right away for you, that makes sense, and we'll see if it makes sense for us to work together. I am so excited. Here's what I want to tell you, and then we'll do Q&A. Imagine committing to building a shop that works while you're living your life. How much do you think you could make, impact-wise, money-wise, whatever, lights you up? I just want to showcase these one more time. 3 weeks after opening your shop, Kimberly started seeing, 9 orders. Less than a month in the program, Denise learned the techniques to boost her shop, and she started seeing orders that equate to real profit, which was so incredible. More and more people are getting sales and going to that next level. I've shared with you so many amazing stories today, from people hitting 1,000 sales to $3,000 a month to 6 figures. It is so incredible, and we love getting to support you at every level. So don't delay, apply now. You're going to unlock that one-on-one success call, and it's going to be so awesome. I am so excited. If you're here and you're saying, I want to join, but now isn't the right time, what I want to tell you is that now is the best time to join. And if you wait any longer, you're going to miss out on earning this year, all right? It is a great time. The fall is kind of like better than January when it comes to goal setting, right? It's an amazing momentum. We have 90 days to do some amazing work, a little less than 90 days. And you have the ability to set yourself up really well for next year. Are you going to answer the call, or are you going to watch Netflix? Are you going to delay? Our brain always is going to tell us why now isn't the right time. But it's your job, and you're in the driver's seat to set up your future self. What is your decision? That is what I want you to, go through. Love it. So we have lots of different tiers. We offer a beach retreat. There's a few different options to work with us. You have to first be accepted into the program, and they'll go over everything with you. We have a lot of different ways to make it super accessible, so have no fear. I would love to, have my team connect with you. Their calendars are open, and when you book time with them, it's one-on-one. So be sure to add it to your calendar, take it serious, do not miss your appointment, and they are so excited to connect with you. Another question that sometimes we get is like, what if Etsy isn't right for me? And here's what I want to tell you. If you want to see sales coming in without social media, without video marketing, or using your face at all, Etsy is the answer. Etsy is the easiest way for you to sell your creations without having to, become a marketer, without having to learn email marketing, without having to run paid ads, without having to be a web developer and like all the crazy things. Another one I get a lot is I feel behind and not tech savvy, but here's where I want to reaffirm that we meet you where you're at with our curriculum, with your one-on-one coach. If you couldn't apply other programs, this will be the program to meet you right where you're at. All right. And I would love to coach you on where you're at. So if you apply to work with me and you book an appointment, you will be also coming to VIP Day tomorrow. Etsy Momentum Day is for you, where I'm literally going to coach every person who raises their hand, and I will meet you where you're at and get to talk to you one-on-one, which is super fun. Love it. So good. Yes, bring all your questions. I would love for you to get all your questions answered one-on-one. We do not go over price as there's different tiers and different ways to work with us. So that will be something you can discuss at your call. It is super, super fun if you're accepted. Love it. Feeling like we are creating urgency. Would love to, but can I do it tomorrow after my call? Jay, I'm not sure what your question is. Love it. Yay, I love that you all are already getting connected with our team. Love it, love it, love it. So good. Yes, so awesome. So go ahead, get your application in. We've had so many people apply. The calendars are getting full. So that is super, super incredible. We are so thrilled to meet with you and get to serve you. It is going to be so, so good. Here is what I want to tell you now. What questions do you have? I want to make sure that I address any other questions. So go ahead and let me know. It is so good. I love seeing all of you. Yes, so awesome. Such an amazing day, y'all. Like, here's the thing. Like, there's so much more that we want to do. And when we get to work together in Passive Earners, we get to apply it. So now that you see it, you see the possibility, you know the opportunity, now we get to like do the work together. And things that I like to encourage people to work with their coach with is like tangibly doing kind of like what Ashley did, like helping you see your time opportunities, helping you see what listings would be best for you to start with, getting clarity on our niche drama. Like, y'all, there is a lot to it that we want to walk with you on all of the things to hold you accountable, to help you get through, you know, all of the different barriers. If you've had an Etsy shop before, you're going to be ahead of the game because you've listed before, and we're going to get you results even faster, which is so, so incredible. So great. Yes, love it, love it, love it, love it. So awesome. Oh, go Kim, yay. Oh, Candy says, how do you shop yourself? I can't find my listings on Etsy, just shopping for it. Candy, you would just look at your listing and ask, like, would you buy this? Like, are your images good enough? Are your, you know, is your price right? Like, is it, you know, all of those things. What is the best place to find product mockups? You can go on Etsy to find product mockups. That is so good. What should we have ready to speak about to make the most of our call? Tracy, I love that question. So I want you to come to the call with your goals, with how much time you have available, you know, what you're after, you know, what you are looking for, and bring any questions about the program. You can rewatch where I've went over the whole program. I will tell you, inside our program, we have an amazing team. And on Thursday, we are doing an open house. So tomorrow is Momentum Day. On Wednesday, we have our AI workshop, which I am so giddy about. You're going to love it. It's with Lauren and Sadie. On Thursday, I am bringing my head of coaching, Casey Chase. She's incredible. And you're going to get to see kind of behind the curtain. So if you enroll in the program, you get to attend the open house as like a student. But if you haven't got to have your call yet, come Thursday at 11 Eastern, we're going to make it like, we're going to give you a tour. It's kind of like open house at a university. Like, you're going to see how we, you know, build support, how we get you across the finish line, how we get you, you know, help getting started. And here's the thing, like, inside of our program, like, your tuition covers you. So it's not just one shop. So if, for those of you out there that want to have multiple shops, you're learning the skills, and we will coach you on however many shops you open in your year, which is another fun thing. So good. Love it. Yay, Evelyn. So awesome. We will email you links for the call tomorrow and for your AI workshop. So awesome. So good. What do I do if I already have a logo? Amazing, but have no clue about branding. So Beth, we would take your logo if you end up wanting to work with us, and we would just help you do the rest of the branding, which is awesome. So great. We do teach Canva inside the program, so it's pretty all-encompassing. And we have some more design training coming. So get ready. So good. Kelly, yes, I've been selling myself short. I'm sure you have. We'd love to help you. Aw, Wendy, that's so sweet. I love the name Colton. Are you suggesting if you sell different types of items that you have different shops? Teresa, I'm not sure what you're referring to. The answer, I would say not necessarily. I think most people can handle one shop. So good. So good. Love it, love it, love it. Samantha, I love your twins. They're so adorable. What are the best apps for use for creating print-on-demand items? And does Etsy send samples of the products? Susie, your provider would send samples if you purchase them, and you should design in Canva. What about the photography? Do you coach us on that? Kathleen, yes. Just like Ashley said, she believes that, as a coach in the program, she will coach you on your photography. We could help you, shoot on your iPhone. We can give you lots of tips. We can show you how to do it. So yeah, it's really awesome. I think product photography is one of the best ways to get sales. So love it. I have not used my designs. What is the difference between having a logo and branding? That's such a great question. So when you think about brand, if you look at the Etsy Effect logo, which isn't here, you can see like all of this is branded. Like these are our colors, these are our fonts, our logo. And then when we come here, this is all cohesive. Like that is part of your brand. It's visual elements. Because when you have a brand, you want to have something that looks cohesive, that it all goes together, that builds credibility. It's so awesome. We have used Procreate. Love it. Do I have to apply for a session tomorrow when I already booked a call? France, if you already booked a call, then you're confirmed. Love it. If you have multiple niches you're working in, would it be better to set up different shops? Heather, if you were to work with me, we would commit to one niche and build one successful shop. If you can build one successful shop, then we go to the next. You can open another. Too many of you have too many ideas. You need coaching to find your best niche. You need coaching to determine what is the best one for you to go after. So many of us are actually thinking we have to go out and do all this work before we can get a sale. And my friend, I will tell you that's scarcity. It's usually a very scarce thought that, we have to do all this. I have to have 3 shops to do it. Like I can't do it with one. The answer is usually no. Like if you do one shop well, you will make a lot of money. So would love to coach you on that. Yeah, that's why I think coaching is so important, to help you process your thoughts, process your thinking, process your ideas, and actually get the result. That's the beauty of coaching, right? If you've never had a coach before, your life will be changed personally, because the thing is, I've been an entrepreneur 15 years, never had a real job. This has been my life, okay? You will only grow your business to the level you grow yourself. Having too many ideas is just really not having a great way of knowing what's the priority. So we help you prioritize and make a plan, which is why I would love to work with you. You know what I mean? So awesome. Love it, love it, love it. Cart before the horse, yes, gets you nowhere. Oh, it's so awesome, but it's so good. Yes, one shop is enough. Yes, 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 Kelly, I love it. So awesome. All right, here is the deal. I cannot wait to coach all of you. Bring everything to the call tomorrow that you're having with me at 11 a.m. Eastern. As soon as you get in the room, it's gonna be jam-packed. I don't know if I can get to everyone. I'm gonna try to, but I can't commit. So when you get in the room tomorrow, if you want to meet me, if you want to get coaching, I would love to coach you. I'm a certified mindset coach. I love coaching. I love Etsy. If you want coaching, as soon as you get in the Zoom room tomorrow, I'll email you the link at 5 or 6 o'clock tonight, Eastern. Go ahead. As soon as you get in the room, click the raise hand button tomorrow so you get in line. And then we're just going to go through and coach. So super, super good. We will send out a replay tomorrow. Yes, Kimberly. So awesome. Yay! Kathy, you should get a confirmation, but verify your confirmation, because you don't want our team, to be at the call and not get, your appointment. We help a ton with SEO. We love helping you with your SEO. That's a huge part of what we do. Yes, Sarah, you can totally have different items in one shop. That's awesome. Love it, love it, love it, love it. Okay, go ahead, get started, get ready. We are so thrilled to serve you, and it's going to be awesome, y'all. This has been such a great group. I cannot wait to see you all tomorrow. Enjoy connecting with my team. They are thrilled to meet you. I will tell you, our calendars are getting very full, so it's going to be super awesome. I am thrilled to serve you and continue this amazing week. It has been my pleasure, my honor, and I cannot wait to see you back here real soon. Thank you guys. Bye. Yes, enjoy your call. Love it. Super good. Incredible. Vernon, just rewatch from the beginning, like 20 minutes ago. So good. L. Foster, if your call is scheduled for the 16th, you can. So as long as you have a call booked, you get to come tomorrow. So yay, love it. Thank you all so much. It's incredible. Don't be scared of SEO. We got you. It's going to be awesome. It's 11 a.m. Eastern. Yay. We will email you the link for tomorrow. Yay. Thank you guys. Y'all are